I don't get why I have to keep re-enabling a certain output thing that shouldn't need to be re-enabled. Because, like, basically, I select off of it and select on it again, like it refreshes it. Anyway, as I was saying, we are back. Great. It had to be tech issues, right? Like, it always has to be tech issues. But we have returned for week number 2 of our 40-week esports circuit. That's right. Another week arrives, and yet once again, WAM is sitting in grand finals waiting for an opponent. Will it be B clashing once again, looking for vengeance, maybe able to close out in 4 instead of allowing a reverse sweep? Or possibly, could it be Anatan stepping up to the bat as challenger this week to the reigning champ from NA? That's what we're going to find out, and it's kind of crazy, actually. Like, I know we've still got 38 more weeks after this, but feels like it's going a little bit fast, you know, already into the 2nd edition, and I know everyone's getting excited about the amazing announcements around DLC, but I think we can also just agree that after what we saw in week number 1, grand finals, in some ways you kind of care about this more, right? Secretly, deep down. I wouldn't blame you. It's okay. You can share that knowledge with me. Because if you guys didn't catch the grand final from week number 1, you should check the VODs. It was absurd. We had one of the best games we've seen all year. Even the semi-finals kind of had elements of that as well. I love the players are already delivering on an absolute high. Also, one sec, I've got to send out a tweet. All right, there we go. I knew I forgot to do something. Just send a quick tweet out. Antan B going to be amazing. Oh, yes. Apparently, the Numidan WAM one. I was pretty impressed by that, by the way. A 3-2 score. We weren't able to catch that because that was on my day off. But I don't think the games went hyper late, is my understanding. It was maybe quite swift from both players. But impressive by Numidan to actually take that all the way to a 5th game anyway. No, I don't think he'll take offense to me saying I wouldn't really have expected that, especially the way that WAM has been playing. But yeah, incredible all the same. And wait, did I forget to ping the server? I did, didn't I? Dude, so here's what was happening. The reason why the stream crashed and then came back is because I was trying to sort out encoding with a different encoder for like the YouTube stream, and it didn't work. Because like, we're up in the resolution there, but the quality isn't actually higher. So it's kind of like a debate. I don't know. I need to figure that detail out. It's very weird. But out here... Boom. All right, I think I've done everything now that I forgot to do. So, looks like our drafts are complete. The lads should be getting into the arena soon. They're going to be opening up on front range. Look at the draft. We have got Mongols coming for B. Japanese is also a really great option. On the other side, Anatan. Interesting. Lancaster on the table, but also Malian. So he went for the infinite resource gen civs on front range, a map that some players have experimented with that on, but so far, actually, I'd say front range has been dominated by aggressive civs, not infinite resource civs. So very different direction to be taking here. Hello, farm man. Look at this guy. Turns up again. The moment that DLC gets announced. Where you been, man? I haven't seen you around much. Have you been real life farming? I don't know why you're talking about nuts. You've already got kids. You don't have a need for them anymore. Anatan went with random maps? What are you on about? No, it's just the first map hasn't been loaded in the cow's back end. For some reason, he doesn't like his own tournament because front range still isn't in there. So, like, we don't actually have a way of showing front range. I'm going to bump him about that, actually. By the way, your collies are 2 days away, and you still don't have front range loaded in. Oh dear, I went abroad and IRA work. Oh, okay. Hopefully somewhere nice. Oh, no. So don't like think that Anatan is doing some like crazy flex where he random. Actually, no, sorry, that's the clickbait. I can't believe he ran on the maps. No, guys, so with our map pool, by the time you get to a best of 5, you're going to use all maps that aren't banned anyway. So if one player has already, like picked the others, it doesn't matter. Like both players could technically random all the way through on the remainder, because we have got a map pool that is 7 large. So the picks only really matter in the BO3s. Once you're in BO5s, the only thing that really matters there is the bans. And then of course in a best of 7, you can't ban. Everything can be played, right? It's just picking as you go. Oh my god, did I click something? You know when you look at your screens and like in your mind you've set it up the perfect way and then something's off and you can't figure out what? That's me right at this moment. I'm like, what did I do different normally? I was like, there we go. It's because I'm missing the chat window. On both. There we go. Reflects that your country's number 1. I feel like most countries think they're number 1. But then when we pull up the stats, we're all number 1 in something we don't want to be number 1 in. AoE4 and Gamescom. We will review the Gamescom AoE4 announcement stuff after Grand Finals. So we'll do it a few hours after it happens. I mean, it's not going anywhere, right? The announcement's not going to get more hype if we catch it live. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know. But we're going to prioritize our tournaments. So first game is almost ready to go. We're just waiting for the boys to load in now. OTD versus Ottomans, by the way. That's true. America is definitely number 1 when it comes to number of civilians incarcerated per capita. That's the technical term. I know. I sounded really fancy there. Oh, you mean you're the top Bangladeshi? Oh, that's interesting. Well, keep grinding, man. Who knows where that journey is going to take you? You know, we've seen Indonesia coming in as the top 1. I believe it's Kazakhstani. Voldemar, top 1 Dane. Maybe sign up to some KPMMs and see if that top 1 counts for a lot. Oh, by the way, guys, reminder, in terms of the third place match, we're not going to have it today because we've got a semi-finals and grand finals. So what will probably happen with the third place match between Numidan and either B or Anatan is likely it will happen either on stream tomorrow or will have happened off stream, and then we'll cast the game tomorrow will be the goal. Guys, I'm the top ranked Age of Empires 4 player in my house. That's technically not true because I'm unranked. Wait, no. That is true because if you're unranked, you're also technically infinite rank. Oh no, you want to redeem ties? All right, dude. Like you wait until we're literally getting into game. I think you need to chill. May have saw the results. We haven't got time to do WAM Nimidan. We're going to be hopping straight into grand finals after this, so it was pointless hiding that info. It is what it is. I've warned the players to please avoid doing Wednesdays because it's literally the only day that I take off. But sometimes it's not feasible. All right. Here we go. This series might actually be everyone's favorite when it comes to our weekly tournaments. It's Anatan at B time, the 2 entertainers who consistently deliver on the stage when it comes to the midweek muster. That's right, and we're into game number 1 for an Order of the Dragon Ottoman showdown, which is wild, by the way. Anatan drafted infinite resource civs, which do really well on this map that has little resource available to you. And B actually picked Ottomans instead of Japan or Mongols. Japan and Mongols are the 2 most popular civs here. I love the fact that despite the way you looked at the draft to begin with, the players steered off in a completely different direction. And folks, this is Front Range. You will be seeing a lot of it in the upcoming weeks because it is going to be featuring on the LAN in America happening later in 2025. So a lot of people have been practicing this. And I like to think that we've helped a lot of people kind of bridge the gap and get familiar because instead of all these secret strategies being hidden behind closed doors that then stomp you when those qualifiers arrive, we've had a lot of people running mutations of different civs to figure out what works best on a map where you have barely any sheep, you only get 9 spawning per player, and barely any gold as well as food close to your base. Yeah, this map is very much about calming out. You can't just hang around at home. You can't wait until you're in your 30s. You have to make a move quick. Actually, like, aren't most AoE 4 players already in their 30s? Wait until your 40s. Wait, no. Wait until your 50s. There you go. I figured it out. And this is not an official map. Weirdly enough, I feel like the community does a better job delivering competitive maps than the devs do in recent times. I guess the Knights, the Trials Cross and Rose wasn't too bad, right? We had Relic River in there, but that's kind of fallen out of competitive already. Sunken Lands in Fury is pretty cool. But yeah, there's some maps in there that I think actually would be really amazing from the DLC. It's just they haven't really been refined, which is unfortunate. This map, however, has been made by, what, a top 3 most consistently present map creator in tournament play. Avali, who's also a player himself, created this one. So, Anatan, what are we going to be getting here? It is going to be mine work. That is very interesting. I thought, looking at this map, like, Arkan's pretty weak, even for HRE, because you've got only the 1.6k veins and tiny tree lines. Mine work makes a lot of sense for both of the German civs. A Minaret Madrasa is definitely, I'd say, the go-to for Ottomans on this map. We just mentioned there's not a lot of food. So getting an infinite food source early on is, c'est le magnifique. It's the same reason why we've been seeing a lot of Japanese here with the Kura storehouse builds. They get farms, which offsets the awkwardness of deer and boar having to be your go-to 9 times out of 10. I think we're going to see Gilded Men-at-Arms. It's possible, but I do feel like Ottomans could be intriguingly effective into that, no? With the Imam potential and the healing points, not to mention the double armor. Melee armor is pretty strong. So yeah, like, I don't know if I really want to see Anatan going that way. Maybe 1 or 2 men-at-arms to bait your opponent, and then something a bit more greedy. He has at least got the boon of the boar. One of the negatives of B picking this Ottomans on this map, boar play has been a phenomenally huge part of success on front range. When you play as the Ottomans, similar to the Abbasids, similar to Ayyubids, Delhi, you cannot eat boar. So you're missing out on the most advantageous food source on the map. Yeah, and that's going to be good for Anatan. It means he doesn't necessarily have to rush for the second boar. It could just be there. Might want to just simply because a lot of Ottoman players, a lot of like these players playing Muslim civs will deny the boar. If you kill the boar with a civ like Ottomans, it actually makes the boar disappear. A lot of stone gathering. Is this 2TC? It feels like it, no? Like, you've got the wood required to drop a military school, yet you haven't. It could be he's just not paying attention, but, like, I'm looking at the map. I mean, B, he's scouting, sure, but there's nothing else to look at. This is 2TC. Wow, okay, I wasn't actually expecting this, but wait a second. No, this is sick. This is actually sick. So, if it does end up being a men-at-arms cheese by Anatan, and you get towards your second vizier point, you can get extensive fortifications. Extensive fortifications is great at defending you against men-at-arms spam, because it gives all of the garrison slots bonus damage. They'll do 3 more damage per shot to a men-at-arms. I know, he's adding in the racks now, so it looks like we are getting men-at-arms. Now, the question is, where is B dropping this? Because if you go a bit too wide, you could get caught. Maybe on the gold? Doesn't really secure much, but yep. He knows if he goes out of the base, he's at risk. So, in a weird way, guys, you need to think about this TC like a giant outpost. Because if you're worried about getting men-at-arms cheese, this is exactly what it's meant to achieve for you. Looks like it's not going to be MAA, though. So, Anatan does actually go for Spearmen, plus the archers. I like this a lot more. We mentioned already why the men-at-arms doesn't feel great. Even if it wasn't this weird extensive fortification build, B would have a lot of resistance via the melee armor meta, as well as the healing. So playing into a mixture here where you get archers in particular is going to be critical. I think the Spearman beginning from Anatan is to guarantee his opponent can't just open Sipahi. Also, wait, did Anno just scout what's happening here? Because all of a sudden he's gone from spear to men-at-arms. Which I feel like you would do if you notice something different about your opponent's opening. It could just be the Spearman is just a bait to get a weird reaction. Because like if your opponent now opens archers into your men-at-arms, he's going to look terrible. And he is going to react with it. Double archer range coming. I will say in fairness, I think you have to do double archer range with this build. If you had a TC that was securing a full deer stack or something, I could see the logic of going Sipahi still. But you're not going to have much food with this type of build. All right, you've got triple deer. Love that, by the way. Deer shoving might be dead, but you can actually forcibly push the deer away with blueprints. In fact, has anyone tested the regularity of that? Could you, for example, keep shoving deer? Like, you push them away, and then you replace the blueprint again to push them again? All right, my brain's cooking, and I'm probably going to get in trouble for that one. But, like, technically, with blueprint shoving, you might be able to still deer shove. And the imams. Nice move early on to offset the value of the Gilded Archers. But the villager... Oh, he does end up losing one. So Anno strikes the first blood. B does not have many archers yet. And Anno is inflating his archer count at a crazy pace. The imam's out of position. Oh, no, dude. This is disastrous. Can he actually outburst? He actually might be able to outburst. Oh, my God. No, 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 no. The villagers... The men-at-arms moves in as well. Okay, Adatan is on a crazy one. That was super impactful. 5 kills already. 8 minutes? Like, this TC hasn't really been able to pay off at all or even think about it. To make matters worse, Anatan is going to keep that level of pressure coming. He's already cleared one boar. He's moving in for the second now. This is the gathering rate that's allowing this type of inflate. The other thing that's really critical, you see Undermesh coming. Steeled Arrow as well will be quick off of Mine Work. And then what? The imams won't be able to protect themselves, let alone the villagers. I mean, B, he does have the backup tree line. I'm shocked he didn't go for it a bit sooner. Guess he was thinking he had a little bit more time here, so he'd take the risky resource before his opponent was strong enough, and then fall back, but he was dead wrong. So what do you do now? Stable's reaction's coming in. Anno could go back to Spearman, but like you don't really want to in this situation, right? Your opponent's up to 13 archers now. The tricky thing here is if B does have enough food to get like, 7 or 8 Sipahi together, he can easily snipe down the archers, and the men-at-arms are going to struggle to kill quick enough because Sipahi are very, very tanky. Nano. I wonder if we see an early ram timing. It looks like instead Anatan wants to go castle. I mean, I don't blame him. You hit your opponent for 5 workers at the beginning of the TC build. So his economy isn't really that impressive. He's going to go for the clash now. Needs to respect those men-at-arms. We do not have extensive fortifications, but he'll have the option soon. For now, he's just going to whittle away at the early men-at-arms, and Anatan is kind of revealing what he's doing here. Yeah, this retreat seems a little bit sus. Burgrave is now on the way back at home. What does B do to resolve this? It's going to be dive underneath the outpost. Not a great start. Will fall back. Undermesh did just complete for him. But this double stables, I mean, if your opponent's going castle men-at-arms now, this Sipahi are going to have a real problem. B lacks in the food department, no? He's eating the deer right now. He already went for the Imam point. He's probably going to have to go, yeah, Anatolian Hills, and I hate this. Not because it's bad, it's actually necessary, but like he now doesn't have extensive fortifications. He has nothing to stop men-at-arms. Oh boy. I mean, it's one thing when it's feudal men-at-arms because you can actually use the melee armor as well as the healing. But now you're talking about castle men-at-arms plus enough archers to snipe out the imams or the meta. I'm not liking the look of B's odds here. Damn. I think B's feeling it as well. Like, that early game hit from Anatan was huge. 5 workers when he done it. Made up for, like, what? Almost 20% of the eco. Push comes in, but fortifications are there. I love that. Spring on placement immediately. Villagers, I don't even know why they're bothered to repair. Like, it's just archer fire. Dive's not going to work. I mean, wait, the Imam? Oh, no. He was trying to heal the injured archer. The second Imam's going to go down too. So B has lost any sustain. I think he just doesn't know what to do. Like, at least this way he was idling out the boar, but it's just not worth it. No, I think the thought process of B there to defend him on this is that the boar is a very big part of Anatan's food income, and if you deny the boar, then your opponent can't spam meta arms. But we saw it was already way too late. Like, the account was already at least 4. Plus, even if you idle him here, Anno's gathering deer at home, he has deer in the corner. Like, this move isn't good enough. B, he does now have the rams to get a solid solution. The problem is the timing doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah, 4 archery range from Anno as well. He's got scale armor on the way. That's going to give him the +3 armor. And the men at arms are actually phenomenal at killing rams, by the way. Watch this. 5 show up. And the ram basically had enough time to knock twice. It's not going to get the kill here. Second ram now being denied. B is just trying to dive in for the trade outs against the archers. But he's seemingly ignoring the unkillable men at arms. Which means he cannot fully deny that boar. Archers are going to keep chasing, but the bad news just came in. It's 5 ranged armor. You do 1 damage per strike. It takes 145 shots to kill 1 archer. Yeah, that's go next, man. Like, the moment you hear that statement, you don't want to be in the game anymore. Well, not the dominant Ottoman pick that we've seen B leverage so often, though. This looked like quite the whimper. But props to Anatan, man. This might be the most convincing Order of the Dragon win we've seen in competitive for probably half a year. It's just not going well for B when it comes to Order of the Dragon, is it? Last week, the final game of the series that he lost was from picking Order of the Dragon. And this week's semi-finals, he starts off with the Order of the Dragon picked against him, destroying him. And yeah, you see the Sipahi. Like, if they could just reach the Gilded Archers, maybe, but the ultimate problem here you're always going to come back to, the statement that's always going to be made by me is, what about the men-at-arms? See, look at this. Dives into the Gilded Archers, which, by the way, are actually trading really well anyway. But what about the men-at-arms? Like, you just don't do anything. Yeah, meta goes down. The Akinji... wait, B is trying to recover with a Akinji spam. I mean, not the worst of ideas. You've got 2 high damage, so you actually do double damage what an archer would. The problem is you're paying double the price. It doesn't sound like a good deal. Sheesh. Imagine being this many villages ahead and just being dead. The pathing definitely isn't helping right now. And yeah, like he knows it. He's just scrambling Sipahi 1 by 1 into a ball of archers. This is the worst way to try and address this. He has no choice. If he waits, if he holds back, he's ran out of runway. The men-at-arms will be into the economy. Well, I think it's fair to say that these lads look anything but armless. No, too early for the jokes? I mean, all I'm saying is these men-at-arms, you've got to hand it to them. They really did just win the game. All right, quick game number 1 there. Anno and no chill. What do you mean silence? Gully, you're German. Your country is built on bad jokes and dry sense of humor. Come on. There are other Germans in the chat that want to be like, but they're like, no, we do it well. So, I'm a bit worried for B on that one because Anatan didn't really use anything valuable. He's got Biz, Malians, HRE, Lancaster. I mean, dude, Overall, his draft is pretty cool as well. Bees is, I think now that like you haven't used that pick of Mongols on front range, it looks a bit weaker from my POV. Why didn't he go for those Expo Towers? It didn't matter. Like, at that stage, because of what Anatan's did, so the Expo Towers, do you want to know what the counter to the Expo Towers is? Don't try and dive the enemy too fast. So the threat of the crossbow towers keeps Anatan from going for the full meta-arms cheese, which he doesn't want to do anyway, because as we said at the start, it's really bad. Feudal meta-arms cheese against Ottomans, I don't rate at all, because the problem is your opponent can simply just build into the extensive fortifications, but even if he doesn't have that, he has the meta armor, right? He also has got not just the meta armor, but also the imam heals. So there's a lot of reasons why the feudal full-in doesn't work. But it was just a great read by Anatan to start off with a little bit of poke pressure and then just play out the age entirely. All right, one sec. Is my UI bugging again? Are they into game 2? They are. Oh. Why am I putting a tie on? Dude, this is not a tie shirt. Look at it. It's got the tiniest ass collar imaginable. Looks horrible. 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 What's my laptop? My laptop is a top of the line. If you check across on the Twitch side in the panels, it will tell you the description, the full load. But it's got a 16-core AMD processor in there. It's got a 5090 mobile GPU, 64 gig of RAM, as well as the latest and greatest SSDs you can get. Man, this tie feels very long. Why does this tie feel so long? It's because it is long. Bro. What's going on? I think it's because it keeps slipping down. Yeah, !PCS on Twitch will get you the link there, or on YouTube. I believe I've got details in the descriptions. It's not about the link, but how you tie it. I'm speedrunning a tie. This is way too long, but I can't be asked, so it is what it is. There, you got a tie. You happy now? I am wearing the correct attire. All right, let's get to it. Name me a civ that hates camels more than this one. Welcome back. De Francais has arrived. Welcome back to the channel for semi-finals between B and Anatan. Anatan, already one game in the lead, has picked Ayyubids. But B, I don't think he was maybe expecting Ayu. Picking French is a little bit rough, guys. This is going to be interesting to watch. I wonder how B wants to try and approach this, because B is usually a player that likes to leverage that early game, that mid game, well. But I think in this matchup, French has to do kind of the opposite. Yeah, so there's an interesting builds to counterplay Ayyubids with French, and it involves essentially ignoring the game and rushing Arbitrier. Louis MT is probably the best example of this build and its execution, and he done it very well on maps like Sunken Lands where you don't have much gold. So B with a lot more gold should, in theory, be able to achieve this. The only worry I do have is we are on Rocky River for this game. And the thing about Rocky River is there's a lot of deer in the center of the map, right? All the Pro Scouts play pushes you forward other than the starting deer stack. So if he wants Pro Scouts, which most French players do, he's going to be a lot more vulnerable here than on a map like Sunken Lands. I wonder what we're going to be getting this game. We used to just see a lot of Dervish play. Felt really good against French Knights because you could just heal through and win with your Desert Raiders. But the Dervish play has fallen off since deer shoving stopped working. So it might just be a case of we see them playing into the Desert Raider. Desert Raider's always been a solid go-to against French because it just immediately gets you the debuffing camels. Does feel a little bit awkward though because French eco is going to scale. Yours isn't. So, do we maybe see a villager start? It doesn't look like it because Anatan has already eaten the first berries. And the reason why French players started putting a villager on berry, some of them do it because they walk out to build the mill. So they walk out to build the mill, they stay here anyway, because otherwise they're walking back, and that's a lot of lost gain just from walking. Also, keep in mind that the gathering rate on berries did get buffed a while ago from, was it 0.66 to 0.69? So the difference between sheep and berries now is only 0.06 food a second. Now, if you math it out, walking back would take your villager, what, 5-6 seconds? So think about how long it would take to recoup the difference between being on sheep instead. You're probably better off, in some cases, just leaving the villager here on berries. And that then also means that you can keep your scout out for longer to gather sheep. And we are getting loggy. Okay. So not interested in the Desert Raider opening. This is at least going to give him a way of sustaining and winning with Desert Raiders long-term against Knights. Which is important because although French Knights will suck up against Desert Raiders, the idea is that French Knights can heal between the fights. I mean, the reason why you're seeing people leave their villager out on berries in Diamond is more probably than anything that they just forgot about it, to be honest with you. Oh, I just realized, because we paused for a minute start, let's use 2x because we can actually catch up just at the beginning of the feudal age. So Anatan's already gathering a lot of wood. We're likely going to be seeing an archery range drop. That just gives you play into Desert Raiders and then lean into archers. Or if he only wants a few DRs, yeah, stables. Okay, so this seems more likely what Anatan's goal is simply to open with a few Desert Raiders and then skip for Camel Lancers into the later phase of the game. If you play archery range, there's the possibility of you playing a longer feudal because you want the archers in there. But I think he just doesn't want to touch them because of the knights. Even if your opponent starts building archers, at that point, Anatan's just going to go for castle. In fact, we can see already by the walling what Anatan's real intent is here. So it's going to be probably 2 to 3 Desert Raiders maximum. And then it looks like he wants to tech. The other side, no pro scouts. Clever boy. I like this from B. Tricky part is he going to be quick enough before the walls go up? The knight is wasting a lot of time, actually. Yeah, less than ideal, but I don't know if B would really be able to get a kill if he dove for the villages instead. The awkward thing about Ayyubids versus French is the first French knight is meant to be super impactful. But what ends up happening, you know, this first knight that can get 1-2 worker kills struggles because normally you'll go for a charge in, and what happens is the lance does 29, then you buff your damage up by 3, you do 22, that's enough to kill a worker, even if they have 1 armor. The problem is, with the Camelanese debuff, you're losing 20% of your firepower, right? So your lance alone is now only hitting for about 24. And the sword strike follow-up isn't enough to get a worker kill. So it really screws with your ability. And if you don't think this is a big deal, by the way, go back and look at old school French. There used to be a bug where you didn't immediately get the buff damage. So players who would just A-click in would charge, club, and wouldn't get a kill. Players had to charge, wait, and then club to get a kill in 2 hits. And it shows a huge difference. And the villager, oh my god. Did he get it just in... Wait, Anno? Oh, you absolute tease. Yeah, the dream. He actually gets it done right. B wasted a lot of time just trying to get through there. Actually took a whittling of damage from the Desert Raiders. And it looks like that is all that Anatan wants to have. He's prepping for the castle age. B, what's his reaction really going to be here? Yeah, he's going to pull for the boar. Pulling for the boar against a fast castling Ayyubid player is pretty ballsy. Yeah, unfiltered opinion on this one. This ain't looking too good right now. B. He's going to go fishing. For kills, that is. But Anatan is cozy, man. He's got 21 sheep. Also, look at these Desert Raiders. It's just so infuriating. Healing in Feudal Age, man. On a horseback, camelback unit. I feel bad for B, man. This is just a brutal matchup. Outside that Louis game I referenced, I feel like I've just been watching French take L's in this matchup for a year. At least the boar's a thing? Yeah, but he's got 8 villages out here, only 1 outpost, and guess what's coming? Castle Age. Anno is also going to be going Growth Wing. I really like this approach, by the way, because if he plays a long feudal, French, even though they're disadvantaged with knights versus DR, they get more villages, so they'll fare better over time. By doing it at this pace, Anatan is going to eclipse B's villager count simply through the merit of Growth Wing. Remember, it gives him 7 more workers. Wait, he doesn't? Okay. Did he scout the ball? So why does Anno choose military wing over growth? 2 possibilities, right? Possibility 1 is he's feeling threatened, like he's going to get dove. Possibility 2, and this one makes sense based on what he's seen, he thinks it's only going to be knights. And guys, if it's only knights, Desert Raiders actually fare incredibly well. The reason why I was a little bit shocked by this from Anno is after he revealed the Desert Raiders and the Dervish, I thought he'd suspect B would add in archers, which he is doing. But in fairness to Anno, the archer timing is so late that they won't be impactful enough against veteran Desert Raiders. Man, love this little wall. This is so smart from Anatan. A tiny wall like this, because all you need is a tiny choke point to hold, because your guys are insanely beefy. Remember, it's not just the fact that you're mitigating a huge amount of B's damage, right? You're taking away 4 damage, at least from these knights, put them down to about 15. The other thing that you have to remember is you have 5 armor. So you're offsetting half of the knight's damage in total. Meanwhile, yeah, you have to chip your way through 3 melee armor, but you hit for 26. It is a brutal fight. Did he sneak out with the scout? Okay, so Anatan getting a sniff for the land. His dervishes actually haven't moved out, though, which surprises me a little bit. Feeling very threatened by these knights. Yeah, I think he knows that he could probably sneak out for the relics, but the issue isn't getting the relics. The issue is the dive that will happen if he doesn't have the healing. B, look at that poke. He's built 1 archer so far. And he's going to be switching spears. That's actually a pretty clever call. Your opponent just aged up. He's going to be going to camel lancers most likely. You don't really want to be building archers into heavy cav. B, fine for the second ball. And Anno is going to creep out. Yeah, at least 1 dervish makes sense because you only need the AoE heal. That's the big value play. We mentioned like you're reducing these knights' damage down to about 10. If you then contemplate the AoE heal for 1 a second, all of a sudden like the effective damage of B is 9 or 8. I think it's actually closer to 8, right? Because the sword strike speed is 1.5 seconds. So just think about that for a second. You spent 240 resources to have your unit strike for 8 damage. Oh, sometimes you just don't want to do the maths on things because it just makes the game so much more depressing. B with the full march back. Has got Steeled Arrow on the way as well. It's at least going to be very good against the Desert Raiders, but I'm just concerned this is too many DR. 14 Desert Raiders in total. If they get a melee off, it's going to be a bloodbath. If they get range, they just poke you down over time. And I mean, these charge-ins, he has 6 melee armor now. He's reduced him down to about 7 damage for the knights per strike. It's horrible. Archers and spears are going to make it a bit better, though. Anatan maybe overstaying his welcome. That was a good fight. That was a really good fight. B, he lost, what, 2 free knights, but kills 4 or 5 Desert Raiders? From an age behind. But, and this is a big but, the Camel Lancers are now coming. The spear count is not insanely high. And the chase is what worries me, guys, because this is where it gets ugly. The scout's going to be sacked, but the thing that you got to keep in mind is that these Desert Raiders, they hit pretty hard. 9 damage. He hasn't even got Steeled Arrow yet. Once that comes in, this is where this comp gets really cheesy. One low on the south side is going to be a whiff. Looks like he denies the relic. B, with a full commitment into the clash. Does he target down the right ones here, though? The spearmen get dragged away. Knights keep on chasing. It's back behind the walls for now, but B definitely has the numbers. Great micro there to charge in on the injured. Will recommit now. Remember, he's got that damage buff to offset the loss of damage on that charge. And the Desert Raiders, they're getting stuck in rage mode. Wait, what? Oh, no, no, no. Anatan. Is this working? B. From Feudal Age against the anti-cav Civ with the anti-cav comp. Is anti-upping. Oh my god. Anatan reduced down to just 2 camels that fight and 1 that stares and waves. 1 relic home only. Food also now of worry for Anatan. He's down to just 3 sheep. He cannot play for the deer easily. If this had been a tech instead from B, sure, but instead, it's a recommitment into the feudal. Spears, archers, and knights. Man, and props to B as well. The flex to just say pro scouts is for pussies here, man. The double ball play is where the real gains are. And B, he senses it. He doesn't see a deer kill yet. They haven't been sniped. But he knows Anatan must be running out of food. He goes in for the check, and he's going to find it big. Just hope it leaves a big tip. Tip of the spear, maybe. Charges in. Villagers will be able to shuffle away. Archer spears waiting to receive. Desert Raiders are getting sniped down. The Knights are going to recommit into the Lancer. Anatan needs food, though. This is a hard fight to win. The numbers for now look good, but more reinforcements are arriving from B. The Desert Raiders just not lasting long enough. The recharge comes in onto the Camel Lancers. He's going to find him. He's going to get the GG. And he's going to middle finger the Camel Civ. The perfect answer to French Cav. And what does B do in this game? Basically, French Cav ego chows until he's ready for the killing blow. That is crazy. What a game. That was such a cool game from B. There's a quick one too, actually. See, like this is what I talk about this on this channel. I'm not sure about games like that. Like, is that uploadable? In some ways, that is pretty damn impressive. I wonder how many people would actually want to see that to know how to deal with, like, camels. Yeah, so maybe call it, like, learn how to deal with camels as France. It's almost like an educational one on how to unravel, like, the camel build, right? Oh, man. What a cool game. Now, these boys are going fast. Gonna have a quick day at this rate. Good lord. Dude, usually these two play, and it's like a 2.5-hour series, right? We're 2 games down, 30 minutes between them. Next up, though, we've got Cliffside. Japanese versus House of Lancaster. Anna went in too hard when he teched up. Yeah, almost like he was rushing the end win con. Which I can kind of see where he's come from. Like, it felt really weird how bad that dive went for him. But let me mark it up. So we just had Rocky River. And we just saw French beat Ayu. And not even with that late game skilling build we talked about before. Many SC2 casts used to say more stuff beats less stuff. Isn't that that's a day 9 saying, right? But that's the polite way. I think he used to say more crap beats less crap. All right, here we go. Let's get ready for game number 3. Well, so far, these two have delivered 15-minute finishes, but maybe with Lancaster in the game. Do you want some late game? Let's see if we can get there. Welcome back to the Grand Finals Showdown Day for KPMM Season 2, Week 2. We are in semi-finals here. Winner of this best of 5 faces off against Wham. And these two, it may have been 2 very quick games, but it was bloody impressive the way they dedicated themselves and committed to get those wins each time. Yeah, and also kind of shocking the way it played out. This very surprising Order of the Dragon Ottoman matchup where OTD is able to win the clash. Then we just saw French versus Ayyubids where French were able to take the win. It just kind of feels like we're defying the logical outcomes in the minds of most players in the history of the Civ matchups. But now we get into Cliffside, a shorter map, one that usually rewards aggression. And this is where Lancaster have looked pretty good, actually. Lancaster a matchup that you'd normally expect Lancaster in most cases to think about the late game, but funnily enough, actually, Lancaster to me has been about this early game. One of the most consistently present elements of their strategies have been these Dark Age rushes. And you think this is weird to do against Japanese because they're usually a very good Dark Age rushing civ. The actuality is they can't easily compete with Lancaster. No, because you'd have to go Tawada and put everyone on berries to compete with Lancaster's sheep gathering rate. The problem of doing that is you're putting your food gatherers outside your base's protection, while Anatan would be getting a better or a similar gathering rate underneath his TC. Spears are going to be rotating around. So far, Anatan sitting up at 13 sheep, B with the 14. I believe, yeah, there's still clumps of map unexplored here, but not really too many sheep left. You know, except that one sheep who... Okay, like, why is the TC not actually rallying this? Can we just agree that that is 100% close enough to become our friend? What? I know, commitment onto the gold, but B already gathered what he needs. Do I have a secret piece or is it only that GigaChad laptop? It is the GigaChad laptop that is running the streams to Twitch, YouTube, Kick, all coming from this one laptop. The game itself we've got running on the primary PC, because if you got two PCs, why not? So Kura placement is pretty defensive, but it's always going to be like this. You always want to try to set it up towards the tree line anyway. The logic is that you'll get the farms, then you'll get a little bit of wood at a time where you might want Yumi, but also in the meantime, it means that you save wood off of a lumber camp, right? If you think about the size of a Kura storehouse, you're actually basically saving 100 wood, because you could probably justify 2 lumber camps normally instead across the span that this would allow. So yeah, pretty valuable play. Other side, it is going to be Lancaster Castle, but, you know, very weird spawn for Anatan, actually. We've seen some players play forward into the center of the map to offset this issue, but getting gold and stone on opposite sides of the base means that B will have an attack point if he chooses in the feudal. It's unlikely, mind you. The number one way that the Japanese attack you in feudal age right now is with the Yumi build. But the Yumi build is really, 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 really bad against Lancaster. I think that was enough really to emphasize. In fact, I think the Yumi opening in feudal might be the worst matchup to do into Lancaster. Because Lancaster's Hobbler are ridiculously effective against Yumi massing. And yeah, actually, like, what happened with Anatan's tree line? I was about to say, when I was talking about this Kura storehouse being 2 lumber camps worth, it shouldn't be, but it is because he got some very weird giant, like, lump growing out of the side of his wooden head here. While also getting defensive tree lines here and here. And no, you don't do 2 damage to Hobbler, you actually do less. So Hobbler, remember, start with 3 ranged armor. That's why Yumi massing is pretty rough, but B is actually doing it. Oh, wow, and he's full doing it. Does Anatan see this, though? He's got his scout on the backside. And Anno already gathering the stone. He's doing it nice and early, so if he just goes for 3 manas here, and then you could either play some Hobbler opening or you play for Castle Hobbler. Either way, you're going to be pretty happy with this. And yeah, because Yumi are 4 damage instead of 5, that's why Hobbler is like the biggest nightmare they have in the game. Like, it is the nicest feeling when you play Lancaster, because, you know, there's a lot of people who've played Lancaster and they're like, oh man, I just want to be able to build Hobbler and they feel good. This is the situation where they feel incredible. He hasn't resorted to it just yet, though. The mana is coming in. Looks like he's going to gather the last of the stone, but needs to be quick about this because the Yumi are very fast. Did he get enough? I don't think he did. No, so he idled off early, actually. 9, 13, 20, 26. Yeah, he doesn't have enough. Ah, that's unfortunate, but there's the stables we talked about. Oh, baby. Now, here's the thing. Like, cheaper archers versus cheaper horsemen is one way to think about this, but in this matchup, the horsemen aren't a cheaper horseman. What I mean by that is Hobbler, they have got less health than standard horsemen, but the trade-off is that one more ranged armor, right? They have 100 HP instead of 125, but they get one more ranged armor. Now, against the base damage Yumi, compared to a normal horseman, you're mitigating 25% more of their damage, right? If you add 25% onto 100, you arrive at the same health pool as a horseman. So when you're against range units, especially Yumi, Hobblars are essentially the same effective HP as a horseman. Damage, slightly lower, sure, it's 9 versus 7. But their health goes a long way. And B, was this a bait and switch? It is. Look at the gold. Yeah, I think he was just trying to get a reaction out of Anatan so he could play a bit more greedy. Pretty bloody clever. I don't know if I'd say it's safe, though. He hasn't set up an outpost at all on the gold. And yes, that's the point we're talking about. Horseman versus Hobblar. Hobblar are a lot cheaper. Hobblars, for all those stats we just gave you, instead of paying 120, you pay 90. Anno, with just 2 manas, is actually going to be... There we go. Third one comes in. So he cancels the Muster of the Nobles. He forces the outpost commitment. Hobblars are really slow at killing workers, by the way, at this stage in the game. But as you can see, they're also really slow at dying. And Castle's now going to be on the way for Anatan. Both players are clearly targeting Castle behind us. Question is, are we going to be getting White Tower? White Tower feels pretty good on this map because Cliffside is not very big. So it's a very short distance to reach the enemy's base, which is why I wouldn't be surprised to see White Tower here. The other reason is, like, the idea of playing into King's College is good because you can get your bonus damage against heavy on your knights. But you've only got 3 mana, so it's a little bit slow. Right? Like, you don't really have the resource burn to hard commit fast into these powerful knights. But he's going to try. I guess Anatan's fort is B's wasted a lot of time in feudal. He's going to tech up first after all. And I mean, maybe you could go back on the stone. But you don't really want to be teching castle and then going level 2 mana at the same time, right? Like, that's very, very greedy. So instead, probably from Anatan, what we're going to be seeing here is hill training for the Hobblars. So they get double charge damage. And then rushing monks would be a smart idea. Because you know B needs that gold. Unfortunately, well, Anatan doesn't know that B knows. Oh, she reveals himself. Yep, and he's going to pull a little bit tight here. I like this positioning, though. Boar in the tree lines. This is wallable. And sign-up should indeed be open for week number 3 of KPMM. Got to get in there fast. Yeah, reminder, folks, we do have open sign-ups every single week. Not everyone can be qualified in, but we have had a bunch of new faces in week number 2 already. Okay, so play on to Boar. Against Yumi is a little bit ballsy, right? But the Hobblar threat, I think Anatan knew that B must be teching, so he didn't feel threatened about a bunch of horsemen coming in. I think maybe he did forget about the threat of the Uma Bannerman, though. Either that, or he just thought there was going to be a Yumi Bannerman. But either way, he's going to chase him away. The Yumi, getting a good trade out there, dealing with the spears. He's still hunting with that knight. Scout does see it all as well. There's going to be a charge through the spearman. Didn't even get the first connect off. Can B get first blood on workers? It looks like he's going to be able to. Yeah, just scrambles past. The villager reformation isn't going to make a difference. He actually might lose a second here as the horseman dives in. He's not done, though. B full committing into the base now. Uma Bannerman will make it a third. 3 worker kills off the back of that for B. And wait, he gets a 4th? All because Anatan wanted to go Boar. Hobblar are at least going to trade out with the Yumi. But with more knights arriving, that means Anatan at the tail end of this probably still not even going to get the Boar. And the crazy part still is, like, he opened with an Ulsgaard here, right? I wonder if a White Tower would have made more sense. He could have White Towered towards the Boar and secured it. But now we've got a King's College. He did go for hill training. So this is very interesting. The Hovelars, super impactful on the charge. You can see right there. They do 16 base damage instead of 7. And they're about to be vetted to be even better. And we do have Wheelbarrow now on the way to fix Anatan's mistakes, but some people already got thrown into the fire for that. Nah, B, behind this as well. Already getting a relic home. He was quick. Had to be really with this cavalry spam from Anno. So does Anno... Does he have the bandwidth to go for level 2 mana unlock? I'm not entirely convinced he does right now. A lot of Mountain Samurai coming. He's still only primarily answering Hovelars. He's got a few crossbows sneaking in, but you can see what he's trying to do. Anatan is trying to raid B to death. He already got himself a worker kill. I mean, the value of this, remember, is your charging does 20 damage. So 3 Hovelars will kill a worker upon contact. It's really effective. And no, Hovelars do not get the bonus damage from Collar of Esses. It's specifically only for Knights and Demi-Lancers. Now, normally, you would look at that and say, okay, your opponent's got Knights. Why not go Knights yourself? It's because Anatan lost those workers and doesn't have the level 2 mana. Normally, when we see the Collar of Esses build, where you get the heavy damage bonus on your Knights, it's when you have 6 manas. Otherwise, the Knights are too expensive. So instead, what Anatan's trying to do is A, Relic Raise, but B, he's trying to contest on economy by raiding. Because of what we mentioned, right? Like, you spend 90 resources, so you make a 280 resource investment, 270 resource investment, rather, and you have the potential to kill a villager on contact. It's not a bad deal. Oof, feels like a scam elsewhere, though. The Knights dive in again. They find another worker kill. Anatan's going to recharge for the Hovelars. Good contact. And B, slow reaction there. Equally slow from Anatan to pull away, though. He just keeps hanging around on the Knights. The villagers go back to gathering. He's distracted right now. Warlord comes on the other flank. It will be a chase away. So Hobby's got some kills, but wasteful on the second part of that engagement from Anno. And what worries me is you're seeing that B isn't being deterred from building more Yumi. He knows, and wow. What was it? What got him in the end? He just gave up. He looked at it and didn't like the look of the game. So GG gets called ridiculously fast in game number 3. B, now 1 game away from a rematch up against his arch nemesis Wham in the Midweek Muster Finals. I think he realized the Hobbler didn't pull away, and then he just, like, he felt it was over. It definitely felt a bit premature, though. Damn. Dude, I feel bad. Maybe we could have slid in the Wham semifinals. I don't know. I mean, if the players are ready to go straight afterwards, like, it is what it is. We wouldn't have been able to, right? Yeah, B. Now up on match point. Where is Japanese? My brain is not working very well today. Most days it isn't. Hey, all. So Cliffside done. We're going to be going for Gorge next, and it is going to be HRE versus Mongols. I mean, we're going to get a game 5, I feel like. I don't really like Mongols here. What's the idea? I mean, you don't have that many options, right? Aggro? You can't really aggro into HRE, surely. What a weird series. I mean, very, very fast games between these two, actually. All right, let's get ready to roll. Have I got them right way around? Probably not when we get in game. No, there we go. All right, if B pulls this one off, he's the best Mongol player in the game. Like, what do you do here? Seriously, like, look at this matchup. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our semi-final showdown between B and Anatand. Anatand has got the HRE. Now, they're not an insta win all the time, but I think most people would feel like Mongols versus HRE. If you get HRE, you love a life, especially on a map like Gorge. So curious to see what B's answer is going to be. He's already anchored himself on the gold in the small tree line. This is actually a really good spawn for B. I like this, and I love the way he started this because of the lot of idle time on the TC. He clubbed the sheep and dropped the girth straight away because he doesn't need it now on the deer, on the gold rather. Deer, speaking of, is roughly located. It would have been nice to have had this leaning south side. He doesn't have very close food options. What a wacky pick. I mean, B picked this for a reason, right? Like, if you look at the draft, he still had either Jean or Delhi. It's wild to me we didn't see Delhi. Maybe he suspected the HRE and didn't like that matchup. Either way, we'll see what he's going to be cooking with. I mean, it used to be there was a time that we would actually see Silvertree semi-frequently on Gorge for Mongols. Those days are gone. It doesn't really happen anymore. And the other thing that might not happen is a truly good rotation. Yeah, because the problem here is Mongols, they've got these maneuver speed arrows, which are nice. But the nature of Gorge is usually a 50-50 divide because you go one side, your opponent goes the other. You even see it happen here. Anatand, he walked out on the east side, saw that Beard came there, and then just moved across the other side ahead of him. Yeah, if you guys want to know what the map is that you could go 2 scouts on, this is the one I'd say. This is probably like the best map in the game for a 2 scout opener for civs generically. Right, like as in any civ could maybe justify it. Because usually if played well, you're going to get, what, 75% of the sheep? I think bare minimum you get like 65. Could even get higher. So sheep pool, 13. 12 on the other side. Anatand has already gathered everything on that corner. And I love the way he done this. Because he scouted where B was, he cut across, you can see on the minimap. He cut across to the center instead and left the corner afterwards. Does B realize, even if he does, he already used maneuver speed arrows, so he won't be able to catch up. Now that's interesting. In team games on Light and Horizon, the double scout opener is really good. I don't think I've ever even seen what Horizon looks like in team games. Nyak and Chapel, it's just going to be on the tree line. So yeah, nothing too crazy from Anatand. B has got the deer stone already in the way. And I know what everyone's already thinking. We're watching a Mongol game. How would he fast imp? Right? Like, you guys are there with me on that. Like, how would we get fast imp here? What is the way? It's a bit tricky, actually. Well, this type of spawn, I mean, if you can anchor yourself around this tree line, great. Like, getting some outposts down here would be huge because of the deer and the double gold. This is the key. If B can access this area of the map reliably, I think you have a pretty solid plan here as Mongols. But I have a feeling Anatand's going to try to aggro, right? Like, if he plays aggressively, he's even going pro scouts by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, the gold is pretty much there. The wood being dropped off. So pro scouts play. And that's going to deny a lot of the value. So now B has to start worrying about sheep as well, right? Like, I need to now be worried about getting pastures as a Mongol player. Could you aggro Anno? Because technically he has just invested 450 resources very early on into greed. And it's not just 450, remember, guys. It's going to be 450 plus the 150 of the stables. And then it's going to be a bunch of scouts at 65 a pop, right? So probably looking at 800, 850, 900 resources spent by Anatand to do pro scouts. That's a lot of resource. That gives B a lot of sway. And he's already looking to swing it with Keshings. He's clearly favored against Anno and KPMM. The results would suggest yes. Anatand does well, but there's no denying the 2 most accomplished players of KPMM at this stage would be B and Wham. And we've talked about why, right? Like, it's the fact that KPMM rewards experimentation and innovation more. Because we're constantly rotating the maps. When people go to play an S-tier tournament, the maps get announced before the qualifiers, and then they don't change, usually. And because of that, it gives players who are more about the monotonous, repetitive nature of learning a map and a meta all the time in the world to get up to scratch. And B has suffered in those environments, right? When the DLC first dropped, I think B had his best performances. Probably we'll see the same again towards the end of the year. B always tends to thrive when new things happen. It's when things calm down and people have had time to figure it out that other players take the lead. And I think that's especially been beneficial to Anatan's rise. He's kind of a combination of what makes B good and what makes players like Marine Lord so reliable and consistent. Like, that's why he's got such a promising future. He hits both well. And I think a big part of that is actually he plays with both a lot, right? Like, he scrims with Marine Lord, he scrims with B. It definitely shows. Triple Keshik now. Driving around the back, and Anatan, he did go archers, but also spearmen. Keshik, I mean, it's tricky to dive. The spears are already in position. The problem is B, he doesn't know. No, because the Khan isn't there. The Khan's on the other side. So you can't even punt the Falcon in to see what he'd be diving. Does resist temptation, though. Instead, he's going to come up from the front side. And archer scaling does begin for B. Anno says that B doesn't practice as much. I could maybe see an element of that. I think it's also maybe like who practices with B. Right? Like, and this is not meant to offend the other 3D Clan members, but they're not the best scrim partner for someone at B's caliber compared to, for example, instead, Marine Lord, right? Or Louis MT, like these type of players. Because you've got Cat, who doesn't really play much anymore, it seems. And then you got Scatterbrain, who's like, you know, a fledgling player, an upcomer. But he hasn't really hit that level yet. It's not like when you get one of those esports orgs where they've got the free podium players, right? If you guys think of Gamer Legion in Age of Empires 2, Hera, Viper, Tato, like this, that right there is a great scrim triangle in itself. And they're all under the same org. B? Is going to be able to deny the Northern Deer. But still, like, Anatan is bulking a pretty nice army. Spear count is really high. But he's already now making up for it on the archer count. And scaling archers isn't too bad in Keshiks. Keshiks are lighter versions of a knight, right? They skimp on health. They miss out an extra 45. Credit to be on this, though. He has snuck out onto the deer. Yeah. And this is very organic. If you do the deer, because, you know, it's organic because they're grass-fed. No, if you do the deer, you can move to the boar afterwards. So it's just a hop and a skip. Which tells you B's probably looking to play a bit of a longer feudal as well. Otherwise, why not go for the southern deer where you've got the gold? Archers. Not a great step up. No. And to make matters worse, one of these civs is not like the other. No, the movement speed. Anatan is able to chase you down. B, he's just stuck having to trade here now. If you just walk away, you die anyway. There's just too many firepower units coming out. So yeah, the backline too strong. 9 versus these 6 archers. We'll have to give more way. Scouts have shown up, and for some reason are more interested in taking 50 hits to kill something than 1 hit, too. But we've got the deer now being dragged back. Keshiks are returning home, however. So what is the win condition between these two? I would have thought for B it was going to be a play out of out into Castle Age. But with the way that Anatan keeps scaling more feudal army, I'm not sure you can. In theory, if the feudal goes long enough, you know, B could be in decent position if he at least blocks 2 deer stacks. Because Anatan will eventually run out of this wood being buffed on the Archon. And pastures are, I think in some ways, kind of comparative in how organically you can build into them as Archon farms. Although not as efficient. Not just that, B. The Keshik numbers not to be underestimated here. Already up to 13. It's a good army to try and scale. Now he needs pressure, though. Starts to poke in. Archer Spear reaction is going to be there. I mean, the tricky part I'm seeing for B is like this Archer ball. How does he answer it still? He's got an attack speed arrow. The problem is you never really want to use that attack speed arrow up against HRE. They run away way too fast. Can't on one hit. There it is. He does get the chance to activate it. At that hand, he didn't move away. Oh, wow. He commits underneath the tower to get the kills. Spearman numbers are low for Anatan. Keshiks aren't going to recommit. E-repairs is going to be there, though. And now the charge comes through because Anatan backs all the way off. But you just see how frustrating movement speed can be in this game. Even with B taking a pretty good fight there initially, the problem comes the chase. You've got melee units trying to chase down units that are ridiculously fast for infantry. So we'll have to break away, reset, and maybe go again. I mean, the good news for B, he didn't really lose much in the way of the Kesha count. It's mostly archers hemorrhaged. And he traded them for the spears. So it puts him in a goodish position defensively. Because again, the logic defensively is, are cavalry good to stand still? No, and defend. But cavalry are good when you force your opponent to push towards you. Because then you have all the distance to chase. Unfortunately, this movement speed is still stupid. I just can't get over this, man. It is wild how much this Civ changed the moment they gave them the movement speed for free instead of requiring a blacksmith's. Everything changed that day about HRE. That was when they went from being a mediocre Civ to a busted Civ in the eyes of many. Yeah, I mean, there's still many who would call them busted. I wouldn't put them there. I don't think they're giga broken now. Strong, yes, but not ridiculous. And things are calming down now. It looks like Anatan's going to take the opportunity to tech up, but B's not ready yet. He's pulling for the ball. He's on berries currently. He's got the outpost coming up that's going to give him his own yam. Like, that's the weird thing about this matchup, by the way, is like, if Mongols get a slight lead, they actually can beat HRE with the movement speed. The problem I often see when I watch this matchup is how the hell do Mongols get that slight lead? It's been a struggle to watch because the HRE gathering rate is so good. Yeah, even with the stone generation, it kind of feels like Mongol players have to catch their opponent being a bit silly or a bit too greedy. And props to him, like, Anatan may have been greedy with pro scouts, but the reason it was worth it and justified is it allowed him to not be greedy in other ways. He's been able to keep his whole economy at home instead of playing it wide onto flanks, where a Civ like Mongols with Keshiks thrives most. How many times they nerf Archon? Not enough. Nerf it again. Give it the baseball bat to the knees. Tech up complete. B looks to punish. It's only the Keshiks, though. They even lose their card. I don't like the look of this. B, he's outnumbered by a decent margin, actually. And with veterancy coming in, this is an impossible fight. He probably feels like he has to, though. Like, what's the alternative? Go home and die? You can't just fast imp behind this. He is starting to scale up towards castle and resources. I've got a feeling we're looking at a swift counteroffensive here. I mean, Anatan, why not? Your opponent's been kind enough to show you his entire army. And I imagine Anatan is not impressed. Especially with such big edges coming for him. Veterancy as well as range damage too. B. Still nowhere near ready for that next stage. I mean, these are the type of games I shake my fist about Pro Scouts a little. Because you could just argue the main detail here is like Pro Scouts. Obviously HRE buff as well, right? But the deer. Remember, like Pro Scouts with HRE buff is what is absurd. Gathering rate just out of this world. Flash coming in. Ano's going to step up with the archers. Baits the Keshiks in response. And the Spearman now looking to commit. B has been playing this entire game without his aura. Questionably so. Yeah, never moved the deer stone up. Never tried to actually have it be part of the engagement. Archers almost all dead. Anatan holding enough spears in reserve that B cannot commit. And I do believe that boar has not got much life left in it, if I'm not mistaken. Feels like he's been on it for a while. Does he have pastures? Not a single damn pasture to be found. Yeah, so even if B does survive this, he's out of food. In fact, he just moved out into the deer down here. But Anatan could be taking that with Pro Scouts. I'm a little bit surprised he's not. Main fight is just turning into a massacre, though. He killed, like, what, 4 spearmen, lost 10 archers? In this stage, hitting for 9 damage, 4 armor on the Keshiks. Like, the archers will kill well. As you just saw there, half HP Keshik goes down. Nice. Probably the worst and most underwhelming attack speed arrow I've seen in a while. 4 archers is all he had to buff there. And now a rotation to the west side. The outposts up, sure, but Spear Knights can torch those down. Let's get moving now. It's only 750 HP after all. No fortification potential. Archers already harassing the workers. This is going to be, what, minus 13 workers at this rate? Definitely feels like it. There's just more troopers coming. And this has got to be the point where Anatan just all chat types, by the way, I've got 4 relics. Man, these games have been quite stompy, actually. We haven't had a single game between these two go beyond 20 minutes so far, right? And just to chase down the workers. By the way, B is out of food. He's got 7 now on the deer, but this looks ugly. 210 food income. If that's all you can achieve, it's not going to hold a torch, man. Like, Anatan has got 4 times the food income. We're not even going to talk about the gold now. Please, sir. Please. There we go. We finally got a little bit of food. And Keshiks, they get baited to respond to this. Just cut off a retreat, actually. Oh, no. No, this is horrible. So, Anatan, yes, looks like a bad fight, right? This is wave number 1. Congrats, B. You survived the prequel. Now it's time for the main show. Yeah, this is where it gets horrible, right? Crossbows as well as spears here to deal with the Keshiks. He runs headfirst into it. Loses free. Now the Knights can just sally forth. GG gets called. We are going to get that game 5. The question now is whether we're going to get a single game that goes longer than 20 minutes. Very, very stompy series. At least it's a back and forth stomp, you know. I don't know, like, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer back and forth stomps, or do you prefer, like, score stomps that are close individually game to game? I'm more leaning towards the latter, because at least then it's like, whoa, the individual games are really, really close. Whereas here, it's just, like, brutal. But you prefer back and forth stomps? It looks better on the scoreline, but I think from a viewer perspective, it feels worse, you know? Like, we've had, for example, when we had the Recon B games, 2 of them were stomp. 1 was really, really, really good from Recon. And it made it a lot more entertaining to watch because of it. Final game, by the way, is going to Dry Arabia. It's going to be Jean versus Byzantines. I think we've seen this go both ways for B. MLBC game where you almost got landmark victory is pure cinema. Yeah. And, like, you don't get that if you have back and forth stomps, you know what I mean? What are we being pinged about? All right, nice. One side is more chill and fun. How is that more chill and fun? I'm confused. That sounds like actually the opposite of fun. He's watching a guy get beaten up. Like, dude, are you the type of person that likes the idea of an old person getting the arena with like a world heavyweight champion? Like, yeah, look at that grandpa's teeth get knocked out. And he put them back in, and then he got knocked out again. And the crowd goes wild. Depends on the berry spawn this game. Quite possibly. Tree lines as well, because if you can create like a wallable sector, you can stop Jean's rotations a little. Oh, damn. We're only like an hour and a half into the stream. I really hope. I don't know, like, give me an hour game here, you know what I mean? Because, like, normally people's expectation is that Grand Finals start in, like, an hour and a half from now. So I was a little bit weary when they said they wanted to do this series this early. But, like, I would say these guys, their series lasts at least 2.5 hours. So I was like, that's not too bad. All right. Let's get ready to roll, though. These two seem impossible to get a game longer than 20 minutes out of. Let's see if we can fix that. One more opportunity. One more shot in this best of 5 as they are 2-2 apiece to see who's going through to Grand Finals versus Wham. Anatan will be taking the field with the Byzantine pick. B, on the other side, has gone for Jean d'Arc. One of the few people believing in Jean right now. If you guys want to learn how to play Jean, this is the guy to go to because no one else is bothering. Yeah, and in fairness, B has actually made it look really good in this matchup. He had a phenomenal game last week with Jean up against, I believe it might have been Lash in that situation. No. Yes, I think it was. Like a Scatbrain, sorry. I think it was a 12-minute victory. Absolute cinema the way he was able to play that one. It did require a bit of an exposed spawn, and having a look at Anatan's, he has got those exposed berries on the west side. Not really that easily wallable. Deer also is forward of the starting tree line, plus retracted for B. So B has options here. He could go for a Pro Scouts build. He could also technically lean into more of a proxy deer push build. I actually really like the idea of just playing out onto the deer without Pro Scouts here. He has already got the wheelbarrow if he wants to go for it as well. No tower rush? Jean doesn't really do the tower rush anymore. The tower rush concept was cool for Jean, but I think also very cheesy. Like, I want to say, I don't think we've seen a tower rush from Jean in competitive in well over half a year. Probably closer to a year at this stage. It doesn't seem to have connected. No, which is a shame because, like, in some ways, this is a great spawn. You could block gold and the berries. But the stone berries on the other side, like, eh. Against Biz? Yeah, but you've got to weigh up what's the better value. Is it better to get your hands on an outpost with some spears or get your hands on level 2 Jean quicker? Best rush JD can do is delay tower rush with knights that support. Yeah, but like oh, hello. We got Hippodrome as well. So like in fairness, Anatan, we didn't talk about this so far. Berries gathered first. He seemed to be suspicious he might get aggroed. Hippodrome into Jean is kind of crazy, though, no? What is Anatan up to? I know that Hippodrome has been taking over in popularity, but it does feel a little bit weird, a little bit surprising here, right? Like, this isn't exactly the matchup I would have expected to see Hippodrome in. Because you're against French Cav. Like, the best Cav that you can get in Feudal Age in the game, full stop. What could he exploit? Because it looks like B's macroing for Pro Scouts, which means he won't be able to catch the villagers out on the deer. But he could poke harass the scouts and stop them gathering altogether. Like, that would be my main guess, is the idea is he knows or suspects Pro Scouts. And this is going to be a great way for him to try and like slow down or stop that anyway. Oh, by the way, I checked the Gamescom schedule. It looks like, guys, we are safe. They are not talking about Age of Empires 4 until much later in the show. Tediously later. Hippo is the beastie strat versus aggressives? It was it Beastie who created the Hippodrome strat? I always have to check this crap because, like, I hear so often Beastie created a strat, right? Like, for example, the Horseman longbow strat for Byzantines that took over like a year or so, like year and a half or so ago. Everyone attributed Beastie, even though Recon was the one using it against Beastie first. Like, I remember watching that. Interesting. He hasn't gone for PS just yet. Maybe he's not going to do it at all. I'm trying to think if B actually has done Pro Scouts so far with Jean. I think so far he's actually been ignoring it. And oh my god, Anatan is going Pro Scouts instead. So this is always funny to me because the weird thing about Byzantine's landmark choices is both of them enable Pro Scouts. Do you guys ever realize that? You either save 150 wood on a stables or you save 50 wood on a mill to get Pro Scouts, right? Because the Grand Winery is a mill. And Keshik's? Alright, Anatan is crazy, man. Keshik's Pro Scouts into Mass Knights Jean is wild. But, in fairness to him, what is the number one thing that Jean hates? Just take a moment to think about it. It's heavy cav. Jean does not handle heavy cav well at all. Either form. Melee or range both suffer against knights and keshiks. It's bloody crafty. Yeah, I imagine if there had been French knights here, Anno might have considered it, but there wasn't in this type of game. He could have actually had Magadai, which would have been interesting, but it's against French knights again. Not really something you want to be going towards. And there's the racks follow-up we're expecting. So once this is seen, B's probably going to be steering into archery range. He's already got it dropped down, so archers are going to be coming. You don't really need to see the Limitane switch to know a Limitane switch is coming, right? Like when you've got French knights, if your opponent isn't going to build spears, he's going to lose even if you don't have archers. Question now is how quickly can Anatan get the Pro Scouts play full? Because it has been scouted, right? No, he hasn't come out yet. So he's keeping an eye on that. But B, he's going to, what, hide the boar in? Oh, that's interesting. Guys, do you know something about the way that B has dropped the boar? I thought he was going to just hide it in the stealth forest. He intentionally pulls it to the south side. This is B laying foundation. If he needs this boar later, it means his opponent's going to be blind from the side of approach, right? From Anatan's base perspective, he's unlikely to see this unless, of course, scouts are there. Still, like, cool idea by B. In actuality, you are up against Pro Scouts, so if Anatan doesn't scout that boar, I'm going to be surprised. B, how are we doing? It's got a long way to go to fully deny the Pro Scouts play. Like, the goal here is to eat both of your deer before your opponent takes the goodies away. But we can see that's already started. Anatan snatches one from the enemy side. He can now go moving for the west side as well. Keshiks have not been impactful up to this point. However, that would be the ideal target. Yeah, B, quick reaction though, gets away. In an ideal world, what Anatan would have liked there is maybe to have been slightly later, so the boar's attacking Jean and getting a low, and then you just intercept and try for the kill. But 1.38 movement speed will allow to get away. Knights are going to charge in. That should scare Anno off. Is he so fast? Of course she is. Think about like when you carry a really heavy object and you build momentum, right? And you're about to trip over, but you keep going, sort of thing. That's what's happening here. It's like a weird form of gravity, you know? Nansan, we do know have systems coming in. I was wondering when that was going to happen. Because that's the weird thing about this Pro Scouts build is you just sacrifice your system timing in a big way. Longsword's a lot lighter than you'd think. Who said that was a longsword? I mean, kind of looks more like a... Nah, it's not a broadsword. So just imagine if instead Anatan had caught her then. Oh, true, actually, yeah, Claymore. I was like, that's not a broadsword. It's definitely not a Zweihander. Yeah, Claymores are pretty heavy, right? B. Needs to be careful as Limitane. He has got a lot of knights. Now, we've seen this work really well for being this series once already. Mass knighting. If you guys remember, he'd done it against mass camels. Paid off phenomenally well. He has, however, got the archers coming through. And, I mean, this is key. Last time Anatan against mass knights went castle, he died. And that was with mass camels. Does B sense the timing again? Deer's almost running out. He's going to have to move across. There's still plenty over here. Golden Horn Tower is being built. But, folks, this is not actually a very strong Golden Horn Tower. Normally, when we see this Golden Horn Tower timing, it's with level 5 system. That's pretty important because it allows you to start pumping out your longbows every 1.5 minutes. Instead, it's going to be waiting about 2.5 minutes. Big difference there. Not to mention, it's not going to be longbows. It's going to be Keshiks or Gulums. And you don't want either of these things, really. There's way too many knights for Keshiks to be effective. And Gulums do nothing against mass knights anyway. It's pretty bad. Villagers on the stone. I'll get found out. He's moments away from discovering the tech carp. And no! Anno's been seen! Does B look for the dive, though? That's the thing. I mean, technically, he could with this many knights, sure. Jean's even there as well, but he decides against it. He actually allows the age up. That's kind of crazy. Still be able to strip a few worker kills. Also trying to creep his own workers out to the next deer stack. So instead, he is going to show respect. He's not going to go for a dive, and that means that Anno's going to get very difficult to dive. We've got mangonel emplacements already now on the way. Kind of shocked, actually. I really thought he'd go for that. I mean, it's awkward because it's a choke point engagement, but I think that was, at the time, 8 spearmen versus 16 knights. Even with TC assistance, that would be a bloodbath favoring Jean, you'd have to assume. A beat. He sees something in patience instead. So instead, it looks like he's going to get ready to age up himself. He has got 20 knights. I wonder if this could be the oh-so-rare Royal Institute build. Definitely want to be fast about it. Cataphracts are already on the way. Crossbows as well. Walls are going to be going up. So B will deny most of the deer on the second stack. So in the end, I think Anatan, he got about 55% of the deer on Dry Arabia. Not bad for Pro Scouts, but impressive that B was able to take so much back himself. The one big risk for B with the way he's playing this is that Jean isn't going to be able to level up quickly at all. Jean sucks against castle civs. When she's stuck H2 like this, and especially because you went melee Jean, you have heavy tag. She has a 225 HP pool, but crossbowmen do a lofty 21 damage per strike. Jean dives fast to this, is the concern. And the problem is, because it's a range unit sniping you at the start of the fight, you're probably not getting any XP. So if B is choosing age up instead, it's probably going to start thinking about those sacred sites to fix the level 2 situation. Looks like the moment has arrived. B. He's not adding in extra knights. He's getting all walls secured, so he's worried about cataphract raids. Smart lad. I mean, your opponent went Keshik plus Cataphracts, right? You're expecting to be hit on the flanks here. You like the hero mechanic, but think it'd be done better than they've done with Jean? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I think Jean gets a bad rap. Like, the way they integrated her into a game like AoE4 wasn't bad work, necessarily. And I'm always leaning on the side of more ways of expressing yourself via micro. Doesn't need to be hero units, necessarily, but, you know, support units, abilities, etc. I do wish we had more of them in AoE4. I know that's going to make me a few enemies. Some people definitely don't like that. I mean, it's not for everyone, but my point is, if you want to play, like, ape-click, A-click, not think about the game, and not have to press extra buttons, fine. Like, there are civs for that. I want civs that are for the alternative. Piece of it for everyone. And that's interesting. So I guess the timing has passed, which makes sense. B, if he was going to go for Royal Institute, it would have had to have been a semi kind of fast rush after he heard the A-job. Because now your opponent's building up crossbow mass. Plus, Cataphracts are very tanky, so Guildhall's going to allow him to anchor down. It's looking realistic for the first time this series that we'll see a game that isn't pretty much decided at 15 minutes in. And reminder, this was not Grand Winery, so both of these players have really big food issues. Anno has not got a single grove. B, we'll need farms soon as well. This is just such a weird game. What a different take between the two. So B's got what? Double berries? Yes. Anno also has double berry, by the way. So they're kind of the same on food quantity remaining. I say that. I think Anatan has got 2 or 3 sheep left. The deer's about to run out. So Anno will have a little bit more food before it all goes, but Anno's also eating through that food a lot quicker because of the system buff. It's only level 2, but it's still an increase of 14%. They made a pack for a 1.5 hour long game. We done it, guys. We're back on schedule. Woohoo! Yeah, reminder, guys, we do these every single Thursday. Well, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. You can always catch these live. I was starting to get a bit worried that it was going to be a very short day for Grand Finals Thursday. And maybe we can get the length here. I hope he realizes. Okay, yeah, he's got spears coming, so the Keshik will get denied. Yeah, just 3 Keshik in the back of the base at this stage. I mean, you do have textiles, sure, but you have a lot of clustered workers, so easy kills. Nanatand. Let me guess, a Golden Horn Tower has decided to give you Gulam. Oh, look. This is why we hate Eastern Contract. Nice to know on the Keshiks. Every little counts, right? Because you have 2 choices here. You're either going for one big clash that decides the game, or you're going for mass farms. Now, getting that one big clash is very difficult because the logic is that, you know, both sides will lose a lot of units. And if both sides lose a lot of units, then they're both going to then have to add in farms and just go back to the drawing board. So getting these little picks, like on the Keshik raids, is huge. As is the night count. Now up to 29? 16 crossbows and scaling for Anno. Level 3 Jean is just around the corner, though. Sneeze or blink and you might miss it. I know. Needs to be careful about where he positions. Where he's discovered. I mean, Jean, where the hell is she, actually? Am I blind, or is she all the way back in the base? Oh, she's capturing the site. Okay, so that's how he's going to get the XP. Smart. If you send her into the fight and the crossbow sniper straight away, you're just not getting level 3 at all. So this at least allows you to show up with that level 3, which does give you the minus 45% range damage taken. A little bit of rain from the Knights are going to back away now. Has B added in a single farm? He hasn't. He's still no farms. He's playing the berries instead. Meanwhile, Anatan has actually been adding in a few farms. This retreat, though, is ugly. B, he doesn't want to engage with this many Limitane. But the thing is, like, you're sacking your backline. Crossbows in particular, not something you can really afford to lose. Definitely something that's going to be valuable here, if you have enough of them. My concern right now for B is that Anatan's cataphracts can dive onto those crossbows straight away. Sometimes that can be dangerous, but when there's only a handful of arbitrary, it's going to tickle. Level 3 Jean discovered, but B in a shaky position now. Knights going for the clash. Limitane crossbows, not reacting to it just yet, are now going to start getting the hits in. Cleaves Jean comes through, though. Can he break it quick enough? She's got the Divine Restoration. She pumps it just in time, but is going to go down. Distracts long enough that the Limitane count is gone. And B, now at the tail end of the fight, can run this one down, surely. It doesn't look that simple. The cataphracts, the Triumph is doing so much work. It should have been simple, but it's anything but Anatan. Due to the Hippodrome, that's been essentially on pause for 20 minutes, wins the fight. Yeah, we haven't seen it, right? We haven't had a fight that Triumph could be useful in. We question what he wanted this for. Did it make sense for Horsemen? No. He used it for Pro Scouts. Did he ever use it for that one button? No. He understood that it was a tactical nuke waiting to be detonated. And what a play as well on cataphracts that are just so phenomenally tanky with the teardrop shields for the extra armor, with the 360 base HP. Plus 4 damage, decent, not crazy, right? Because you're already so high at 27 damage. But the movement speed as well, the sustain, means the world. And Jean getting sniped so early. Imagine if she lasted all the way through that fight. We might be talking about level 4 Jean as a comeback. But it doesn't feel like there's going to be a comeback king here. B, a fragment of the force that he wielded earlier. Anatan moving in for the kill. Army tries to stand its ground. Arbitrary count only at 7. He has got the trample for the cataphracts. He's going to take his time about it, though, because he has range mass advantage. The crossbow count looking strong. And now the surge forward. Triumph in again. And this is going to be the button press to win the game. No move away from Jean. Only a GG call from her master. Anatan will be your grand finalist against Wham in week number 2 of the Midweek Muster. Oof. Well, we got past 20 minutes. Barely, but we did technically get past 20 minutes. Oh, man. GG's to the two lads. We did get 5 games in the end. With a collective span of, I think, an hour and a half. But we also now get a new challenger in Anno. Curious to see how that one's going to play out. So I think we're going to double check the players are available. Let me have a look. So up next, guys, we're going to be having grand finals, which will be Wham versus Anatan. So a different clash than last week. Last week, if you didn't catch it, definitely recommend watching the VODs. It was a 7-game series in the most shocking of fashion. Very, very great way for us to start off the Midweek Muster Season 2. And by the way, reminder, sign-ups, I believe, are still open until the end of finals at least. So if you want to be in with a chance of facing off against some of your favorite players, to see if you've got what it takes to be a competitive player, or if you just want to make that journey to improve to maybe one day compete reliably, KPMM is the single best way of doing so in Age of Empires 4, so take advantage of it. Yeah, going and watching X players build order is nice, but like you need to get your feet on the ground inside the arena to really sense and feel a lot of this. Like, for example, I don't think I've seen any player with videos that elegantly talk about drafting philosophy and breaking that down. That's something you can learn yourself by playing in these. Oh, by the way, thank you for mentioning that, Cammy. The King's watching. You really like it? Yeah, it's incredible. So we did complete the giveaway, and the winner was someone called Jinx66. Is Jinx here? I'll probably make one more call out about this, and if not, it'll roll over into another giveaway. Because like the idea is to reward people who are present and watching. I did ping out my Discord for them. This is also why it's really important to follow on the Discord. But yeah, it's because we had a very long stream on Tuesday, so we forgot to resolve the giveaway. Alright, I'm waiting for confirmation from Wham. Hopefully he's awake. I mean, he's not showing us online is a little bit concerning. I mean, we could check in on 1 or 2 of Wham and Numidan games. But, like, you guys already know the outcome, so I don't know if you really want that. I guess I could do, like, a mid of the series game, so it's not obvious what the outcome is. What was the giveaway? It was for a game key for The King is Watching, which is a really, really cool kingdom building roguelite indie game. Don't know if we got drafting yet for them. Alright. While we wait, we're gonna watch one of the Wham Numidan games. So let me reset it all. We're going to check in on the Abbasid versus Malian game. So, not going to cast the full series because we know outcome, but you're not going to know the outcome of this individual game unless you watch it because it's mid-series. It's a little bit weird. We're doing something a little bit different because I am basically waiting to hear from the players, and I'd rather not we just sit here twiddling our thumbs while we wait for them to respond. Because, like, it is very early. I'm going to have to talk to, like, Tommy about this and how we organize this in future. Because I was told we'd be ready to roll straight away, but I don't know. Wham's probably not awake yet. Probably felt like he had another hour or so. It's time for what might be one of the most interesting games of this week. Because it's got an Abbasid pick. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We're heading into Highview for Wham's Abbasids facing off against Numidan on the Malians. An exciting matchup, actually. Midway through the series at this stage, I think the score, if I'm not mistaken, was 2-1 to Wham. This was meant to be the game where you just think you break through. I mean, Abbasid is an interesting choice as well from Wham. I'm curious to see what he's got in mind because this Civ is not exactly popular right now. No, Abbasids might be like, what, bottom 3? I'm trying to figure out which one is worse, Abbasids or English. Kind of feels like Abba has more variable usage because you can at least pick them into a water map, right? Where you get some discounts there. All right, I just got confirmation as well as that we should be ready for grand finals shortly. So I'm going for the 2x speed just so we can get through the early game here. What's the game strat? Because Malians do have a history of hating 2TC type civs. Also, Wisdom's going to be coming in. I'm just confirming things with the admins about what's happening. Do you guys want to watch this game, or would you rather actually get to grand finals? I'll let you guys decide. I'm curious what the choice is going to be. Is it going to be Eco Wing? Military. Okay, so he is going to try to aggro onto the gold. In fairness, it's a really bad spawn for Numidan. Double gold on the same side. Oof. You're just going to get blocked out here, right? And the cool thing actually with Abba is you can go for a Ram Rush because you already have the siege engineering unlocked. Yeah, so I think the goal here, guys, is we're going to be doing this game and then hopping into the grand finals for Anatand afterwards. Yeah, a little bit heartbroken we weren't able to catch this entire series. I think in future I'm going to try to really urge players just to not, wherever possible, book the series on a Wednesday. We allow for the Wednesdays because you want to be inclusive as much as possible, but with semifinals, it would really be nice to not have them there, as it's literally the only day I take off in the week to spend with my family. So melee win complete. We'll slow down on the 1x speed now. Nimodon, looking at the spawn, actually, pretty good one to, just play natural deer and maybe not force it with pro scouts. Looks like he wants it, though. He's holding a 242 gold. Sometimes it's very hard to tell if Malians are going pro scouts because they just organically get this gold unintentionally. I mean, I say unintentionally. You chose to build the houses, but it's not like you were using villagers. So it does just sit there in a way. But Wham is going 2TC. This is to be expected. You're worried about Fulani and the scaling of cows, so you need some answer to that. Abbasids are phenomenal at answering it with the 2TC build. Especially because of how cheap it is to build their villages via fresh foodstuffs, which we can see has already been taken, reducing the cost of each villager by 20. Yeah, pretty nice. Goes from 150 food a minute to just 90 food a minute. Allows you to be a lot more lean, actually, with your food income to get a quicker TC timing than most civs should be capable of. A little bit of poke coming in. Should force, the archer reaction? No. Love this. Sofa, probably javelin. Because, actually, is he just going to go straight archers? He might. This has been a growing theme, by the way. Like, a lot of Malian players, instead of just going to javelins like they normally did, they've started to move towards archer, sofa, beginning. The buff we got to sofa several months ago is starting to finally really pay off. Yeah, the reason why normally you want to be able to go archers or justify it is because archers counter military wing. There's a very popular play for a while with Abbasids where their follow-up on melee wing was to build a stables so that they could prep and counter your archer play that you had to go for. Scout position, Sofa. Might actually be able to get a little bit of damage done here, actually. Yeah, Connect's going to be there for the charge. Wham will look to move away, but he's going to be a little bit too late. So one villager down. Could end up being a second if he's not careful. Sofa are surprisingly fast at attacking. Yeah, gets the kill. Might get a third. What? Numu with the triple kill at minute 6. I mean, you don't get much more than that from one Sofa, right? Like, that right there is more than most knights will achieve at the start of a game. It's a great beginning for Numidon. Behind this, we are getting the mills now added in. He is moving out to secure the second pit mine. That was crazy. That actually, yeah, that might be the single most valuable Sofa opening I've seen in a long, long time. Normally, it's something that has some kind of intermediary value of it friends your opponent and maybe you kill a worker, but you rarely see them outperform most initial knights. Like, that is on the level of the first French knight in most games. Wow. He's going to now be going into stables. It makes sense against archers, so what maybe doesn't make sense, or shall I say is less usual here, is it kind of looks like what we're getting, and this is going to sound a bit weird, is just horseman spearmen. The reason it sounds weird is because, like, archers with composite bows, right? Like, that's what most people talk about with Abbasids. I don't think he wants to encourage Malians to build javelins is the problem. They are, however, going to start building cows. Nimidon just beginning to circle the back of the base. Yeah, he'll be fishing for kills towards the deer. For now, the berries will keep Wham safe, but the deer in the middle of the forest is going to be a danger territory for him. I totally forgot that they've changed it so TCs can see into stealth forest now, right? I don't know if I like that change. Like, call me a fussy boy, but I kind of liked how blind you rid with a second TC next to a tree line. Say rid instead of road. Anyway, Archer Sofa Ball is building. Numidon, the goal here is going to be slow scaling of full army just for a commit. This is really nice. Usually we see javelins, and it's actually not fun to have to do that as Malians. Javelins can be great in Feudal Age, but if we're being totally real, they kind of fall off pretty hard in Castle. It doesn't feel like the unit you want because attack speed starts to hurt them a lot. So being able to just out of the gate get Sofa Archers, which is Probably the most used 2-unit comp for Malians. Feels really good. How many cows is equivalent to 1 mana? It would be 4. Should be 4. No, 3 cow, 1 ranch is not equivalent to a mana. Because a mana gives you 105, was it? Or 110. But a ranch gives you 75. If you're talking about once you have Fulani, sure, like 1 ranch equal. Because once you have Fulani, 1 ranch gives you 135 food. Which is almost on par with a mana for Lancaster once they have Scootage. So now the question is, did Numu need kills, or does he just need inaction from both players? He's already got the 3rd ranch coming in. Like, he actually has a really good timing despite being against 2 TC. And it's all because of those initial 3 worker kills that slowed things down a bit. Normal Malians would probably hate this position still, just because of what we mentioned about once you get towards Castle Age, you don't really want to have these Javelin. But that circles back to the fact of how good it is that he avoided going Javs at all. These games always feel weird because they get very peaceful. But it's because both players are booming. It reminds me of fishing games, actually, where, you know, the start is like, oh my god, can you guys just, like, kill each other already? And then all of a sudden, it turns into World War III. So, mark my words, give it like 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden the doors are going to get blown off. What is interesting, by the way, is I don't think WAM is completely fearful of Castle Age. The Fulani is a bit rough because the timing should arrive before the TC fully eclipse. But the cool thing for WAM here is going to be camels. Camels are really good against sofas. Numadon actually forced into Spearman. A little bit surprised by that. I felt like his sofa count was good, but in fairness, after I just mentioned camels, having to go Spearman isn't a bad idea. If he can hide it as well, it's going to be great, because it means that WAM won't be scaling composite bow archers for castle. Yeah, another reason why WAM's kind of scared about doing that as well is Sofa do not care about composite bow archers at all. The damage registration is non-existent. Because remember, with imported armors, these guys get like 7 armor. And even if you have an increased attack speed on your archers, they're going to be hitting for 2 damage into cavalry. It's horrible. I'm going to be first to pull the trigger. Culture Wing now on the way. Numu's still got some work to do, though. The cow's not there. He might have to just start saving up early, which isn't uncommon these days. It used to be people always wanted their maximum cows before teching, and to be fair, it actually cost Malians more games than it won them. A bit of a dive coming through. Sofas. Gonna get some extra kills. In fact, oh yeah, he sees that. Charges across. WAM will be quick on the fingers, though. Saves everyone. Still, out of time being achieved. He did glimpse the tech up, right? Because he dove right past the House of Wisdom, so should have noticed that. And I love this. Numu's reaction to noticing a tech up is, okay, fine. Yep, you've just invested all those resources into not fighting me. So I'm going to fight you. Brings the archers forward. Decent number of spearmen on top of that. WAM smart about this, though. He's vacated the deer. Honestly, the second TC could be at risk here. It's a little bit tricky to make the call, though, because of the torch damage. Remember, fire armor from the House of Wisdom, it gives you +5 fire armor, which in Feudal Age is super effective. It's almost taking away 50% of your damage, right? Because you do 13 per torch. He's going to commit in. Nimodon knows if he gets this kill, he at least doesn't have to worry about the 2TC eclipsing him. Villagers are going to try to bail on the area. They don't even go for the repair. No, WAM, he knows it's a foregone conclusion here. Archers are going to be diving in, though. Tech up completes. But he's not castle yet, folks. Not until the first castle age units come out can you truly say you've arrived in the castle age. And TC is going to be arriving into rubble here. Already on fire. Ghulams do get queued. Ghulams is interesting, actually. It's like a very weird choice into Malians. Because I've actually seen a lot of Musafadi beat Ghulam spam. Even though you're a lightly armored unit into a double hit unit. The other thing to keep in mind here is that Numidan has currently got 18 Sofa. If he gets those upgraded, Ghullam are going to do nothing. They're just going to die. Numidan still circling that base. Overgathering on the gold now. He does get an early glimpse of the army standing his way. Needs to be a little bit careful now that Lancers are coming out. This is not looking good anymore. However, look at the reaction. We mentioned Musafadi countering Ghulams. He agrees. He's already queued them up. Another nice thing about this is Musafadi, the cheapest option he has, only 75 resources, a great unit to scale while you're trying to save for an age up. Archers just getting the trade out against spears. We mentioned that Archer Sofa has become the regular norm, but if you guys remember, the most zergy builds have always been Musafadi Sofa. So if Wham is able to clear the Spearman, Musafadi Sofa is his run-through. Ram, in the meantime, is switching into those archers. Composite bows down the line would be highly valuable here. Yeah, if this stays as Archer v Archer, I actually don't really like the poison arrow archers that much compared to the composite bows. The whole logic is that you're getting damage over time versus just quicker attack speed. A bit of Sofa chip raid here. Numidan just trying to be a bit chaotic. Do I even want to know what Wham's reaction was to this map, actually? Wham has been vocal about his hate of stealth forests. He's not a very big fan of high view. And the funny thing is, like at this stage, I don't know if he's baiting people. He talks about it so often that people draft the map against him all the time. Also, keep in mind this is a best of 5. Wham did have a single ban, which he could have used to get rid of high view, but didn't. Nice sneak out into the berries. Grand Fulani is now coming through, by the way. It's not full. Yeah, only the 15. They're close enough. Army's still bigger for Numidan. And we do now have that composite bows on the way. Wham on the approach. Tricky here, though. Remember, Malians, they get their veterancy techs in 30 seconds, not a minute. So teching from behind isn't as punishable against Malians as other civs. Not just that, the Sofas are going to sneak back into the base. They go for a dive behind. Villagers move away quick enough. Good reaction by Wham as the Ghulams do scout it out. There's not much in the way of protection here for those workers. A jump on in. The Sofas are going to start clubbing down. Lancers are going to be chasing them. A decent strike, some idle being achieved. A few worker kills alongside that. And now Wham looking for his own dive. Needs to be a little bit careful. Sofa have already been vetted. Wait, the worker... Wham? What? He's not pulling away. Oh my god, I don't think he was expecting the veterancy to be there that quick. No, because he's lost most of his eco lead. Love that as well. Numidan just bogged him down the choke point, sent 3 Sofa into the villagers to kill them. And now only a 5-worker lead for Abbasids up against Fulani. Not a great position to find yourself in, to be sure. I mean, what do you do with this if you're Wham? You've got the research speed. We're nowhere near having like tier 3 where you get the production speed, which could fix some of the losses. Numidan. Even though he has advantage eco now, he is building a bit of a dodgy comp. I get the Musafadi for the Ghulams, but you are seeing a lot of archers now. So do you instead just go Archer plus Sofa? And it's always the tricky part. Maybe there's a world in which something like Mango or Springles could come into the picture for Numidan. Springs would be great here. Like, Spring Sofa is kind of underrated because of your ability to kill all the spears. You do have to be very careful of those spears. Remember, they have got the Phalanx tech. So extra range to stab at you with. Dive's going to come in towards the Cowland. Leads with the Lancers, so they get taken out straight away. Ghullam's now frontlining, and the Composite Bow Archers are going to rock pretty hard, but can they rock hard enough? Villagers, they're about to start getting hit up as well. They're basically in the fight. The Sofa line is thinning fast. The backline of archers is not doing a good job of clearing the Ghoulam. They don't have poisoned arrow. No, so this is as disastrous of an archer defense as possible. Ghoulam will just clean up. And if Wham now just runs north, he can recover the villager lead he once had. It's slowly building up a little bit, but the Sofa, the second wave held in reserve here. I think they're going to hold it. Nimidon, able to chomp down the biggest threat. So all archers now gone. And Wham's numbers are a lie. He may have 20 plus military, but he doesn't have it here. Great hold by Numidon. That Sofa backstab switched it all up. Wham, maybe a little bit too gluttonous. Seemed to just believe he'd win the main fight instead of steering towards the eco. Obviously, we have God Vision in a way that he doesn't, but he did see some workers here. I think the problem for Wham is because we're in high view, all this stealth forest is a great way of hiding your workers. So I think Wham's POV on the matter was that he didn't have a scout there. He could have chased the workers. But then if they run into the forest, you're just going to get killed from behind. He might as well just try to trade with the army. Still, Wham, at the end of that, it's not an incredible worker lead. Up by 7 against Fulani. And the Sofa do indeed have the imported armors. They also have the wiggle room to get another +1 ranged armor. Yeah, they're getting pretty tanky. 7 ranged armor up against composite bows makes it pretty laughable. And now the thing that concerns me for Wham is in a game where you no longer have an eco lead, you're against a Civ that thrives off of being able to Zerg. Military lead now of Numidon and likely to stay that way. Sofa are going to pinch the Lancers. Just seems like Wham is trying to keep them out here so he can raid. Easier said than done, though. Wham. He's going to start poking in. Needs to be careful not to overextend with these archers, not into mass Sofa. Our Sofa's comfortable to sit on, as long as you don't sit on the pointy end. Wham, now trying to rely on Phalanx. So I thought he had it before. No. It's such an easy tech to kind of forget in the moments. But usually, like, when you go Phalanx, it suggests you want to have 20 plus spears in your comp. Because Phalanx, remember, is the one that gives extra range, so it's really good for your melee units stabbing over each other. So yeah, it definitely shows his full commitment down the line here. We have got Military Academy on the way. Golden Age 3 is still some way off, though. So far, Numidon, he catches the berries. Immediate strike in, waste no time at all, and no reaction out of Wham quickly means the workers are going to start to flop. He's got more coming over for the gold. I hope he realizes. Numu. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going to turn around for it. Nice little juke there with the stealth forests. Remember, Numidon is playing without vision, no scout. Still, he gets enough. A 4-worker difference now between the two. Wham's army continues to build bigger. 22 Sofa. Just such an uncomfortable map to have to play against cavalry raids on. I think Wham, does he realize the error of his ways? No, he never replaced this outpost. This outpost going down very early on, remember it died when he lost the second TC, leads to these type of moments. And it just kind of seems like an oversight to not have a new one up. He's got one over here, sure, but you're playing full pocket corner now. Mass reaction on the west side. Good dodge there, Numidon. Sensing something was up, but now he'll look to strike in again where the army is smaller. Wham, at least this time, has the spears in waiting, so we'll scare him away. Feels like we're in a race now to 200 pop. Poison archers are on the way, just about 30 seconds out. Still, Wham has got composite bows plus the boot camp. I'm a little bit concerned the spear count isn't quite high enough here. So far, they just keep sneaking in. Again, onto the worker line. Spears are going to scare him away quickly. Numu's main army keeps getting closer. trying to time this perfectly as well. Just 10 seconds out from poison arrows. Numadon wants to save himself for that big fight in best form. Lancers commit in. Archers stagger away. Upgrade is now there. This could be the time to start turning firing. Instead, Numadon just keeps running. Whoopsie, didn't mean to hit the 2x. He's going to start turning around now for a little bit of a poke. Musafadi also in the mix, and also the archers are struggling to keep up with this. So far, thinking about turning around. There's only 11 spearmen after all, so here we go. Starts to commit. Peels them off. Is going to look to hunt into the back line. So there you go. Sofa with the 7 ranged armor against 9 ranged damage. They do not care. Spears are also going to peel off now, but the Lancers are already failing him on the other side of the fight. Wham! Now in trouble. Archers just need to give chase here. The Sofa are going to absorb so many shots. He's still got a bunch alive on the flank. Spearmen being baited ahead of the line again. Archers clearing them up. Wham's military falling a bit too fast here as Numadon continues to surge a bigger and bigger archer lead. These Sofa are simply too tanky for Wham's army. And he knows it. He tries to retreat away, but maybe too little too late. Not just that, the Sofa, they got in again. Idol's out the key area, so no gold gathering to be had here. Deer is also now going to be at risk if Numadon just scouts over to it. The main army has already won the main fight. And food income is what I'm worried about now for Wham. He's got 15 farms and the deer. That's it. And the deer, oh dear, they're gone. There's only 1 deer left. He's also losing workers for it. And you cannot play boar on this map. No, neither side. Like, that's the interesting one, right? You don't get it too often, but both civs don't have boar as an option. And a long wall. Wham's walls usually lead to Wham's way to victory. Might prove to be a tall order here, though. Yeah, especially considering, like, congrats, you're at least stopping the raids, but this isn't going to stop the main army commitment. I do wonder if Wham could have maybe done this sooner. The Camel Riders. The Sofa's been a really big thorn in his side for most of this game. Even in Feudal Age, actually. We did talk about it as a counterplay, but it never came out until now. The question on everyone's mind is now too late. Numadon is almost ready to strike again. I think he just waits for 200 pop and goes, right? Like, after that last fight, he knows he's ahead. Sofa just again trying to creep in. How does Wham hold this now? You're up against 80 archers. Technically, Mangonels could be your best friend, but it's a lot of open ground, is my concern. And your opponent also has mass Sofa, right? So if you go Mangoes, like, that's less resources going into your front line and your archer numbers. Your opponent just floods Sofa into it. It's very difficult when you go down like this to get into those Mangoes, especially when he's playing a wide economy. If Wham had a centralized economy, he could actually get away with siege because his opponent would have to come to him. That's not the case here. No front line on either side. Numadon just says, to hell with it, I've got numbers. The Sofa are creeping in on the back. He's also got a second wave, right? Yeah, he's got a bunch of troopers not committing to this fight. It's just mainly the archers in the center. Half of his full army. Numadon, not the best of fights. But now, Sofa start to arrive. Yeah, and this is where it gets a bit ugly for Wham. Before that, the trade was great, but now look at how much shots are required to just take down one cav unit. Sofa continue to waste a lot of time on the backside. They're sniping into the farms. It's actually starting to work. You throw away a lot of archers for this, but the count just goes down. Wham's does, though. To make matters worse, Wham's now gathering wood on the front line. This is about to become impossible. He can't hold here forever. If he has to vacate the tree line, he won't have any new archers either. Seriously, I could just already imagine the mold about Stealth Force. This has been frustrating to watch for him, man. The raiding has really killed him. Numidan now with a hard commit. He sees it. Wham's numbers, they're thinning way too fast. There's no reinforcements coming. Sofa continue to just hit down those farms. You either idle walking away or you lose 2 or 3 workers at a pop. And it feels like the balloon is about ready to go pop here. Archers decimated. Wham only has 10 remaining. Numidan, they still got a second wave, guys. Like, this is only half of his total army. Yeah, look at it. He's got the sofa back here, which I think we're dealing with a counter raid. Archers are fully rallying. He split his army into 2, and he still won that engagement. At this point, Wham is just holding on by a thread. Maybe if those walls had just been a bit sooner, how different the game could have been. But credit to Numidan, he never really gave the breathing room for it. GG gets called. Numu able to force that game number 5 off of this damn impressive display of Malian dominance. All right. I'm pretty sure it was 2-1 was the scoreline at that stage. I think the boys, are they getting ready to draft? They should be. Don't know if the boyos are available. I'm checking now. While we await, we can have a glimpse in on game number 4, I guess. Game 5, rather. Which was like Gorge. But the boys should be drafting momentarily. Oh, wait, no, they've already started drafting. All right, scrap that then. We already got the draft. So, basically what happened is the semifinals for this got played yesterday. We already knew that Wham was through. Didn't really want to do the game 5 because, like, we already knew the outcome because we already talked about Wham being in finals. But let me get the draft ready. Let me switch the name. So, draft complete. Remember, we're going to play every single map potentially if this goes all the way to 7 games. Opening map is going to be front range. Looking at the draft, Anatan has got his Order of the Dragon pick again, but Wham's got Japan. He's also got potentially English. A few players have been believing in English for front range. And of course, you know Wham's going to be hard on the grind, prepping front range for the upcoming King of the Rockies event, as he has got a title to defend. I think Nimu could have won if he didn't lose, but not sure. You know, that is a possibility. Yeah. Any more info from Gamescom? No. They're nowhere near deep enough on the show, I'm pretty sure. I think they were showing off some, like, top-down dwarf game. Whatever the hell that was. They're also showing off, I think, like a roguelike game, maybe? That's a pretty cool-looking one. 33 Immortals. I like the look of that. So, talked a little bit about Deep Rock Galactic. I think Deep Rock Galactic has... Yeah, it has this, like, top-down version coming. So, they've talked about that. They talked about the 33 Immortal game. They had a side-scrolling game. Some sort of upcoming FPS that I have no clue what the hell is. Is it... Wait, is it Deep Rock Galactic 2? I thought it was, like, a different kind of... It's not Deep Rock Galactic, really, right? It's like a top-down one. Excuse me. But boys should be getting ready for the game now. Yeah, I've been noticing people having mixed opinions about the new DLC. I'm reserving my feelings on it fully. Like, I get the frustration at having variant civs, but also I'd say, like, the civs sound very different. I think my take, and I've done a video on this, so it's on the YouTube, you can watch it later, is that at least 2 of the 4 civs sound so different that like, you know, they're not truly variants. You know, they're their own civ, kind of like the Knights Templar type effect, or like maybe the English effect. I don't know if people like English versus Lancaster. I feel like everyone felt they were different enough in some cases. But in fairness, my take is they were very different. Nice set I have. Thanks. I didn't think anyone noticed the boob job. Oh, you mean like the setup in front of me, or any thought on the new Dawn of War? I'm not gonna pre-order that. They lost me with Dawn of War 3. The Dawn of War 3 was one of the most criminally terrible rip-offs they could have ever done to Warhammer 40k fans, and I don't trust them with 4 by default. They're gonna have to earn my trust. If they want to send me a key, sponsor me to check it out, I'd be willing to check it out. Like, looking at the gameplay, there is something really cool about the combat and how it looks. But the problem is, Dawn of War 3 was basic. Like, I'm going to call it what it was. It was a scam. Dawn of War 3 was a scam. Because they released that game, and it was in terrible shape. And then they promised a year of support. And then they done a Heroes of the Storm and rug pulled the entire scene. So, like, they promised a year of support. They promised Necrons and all these other things. And then they just announced that they were no longer going to be developing anything for it moving forward. It was the most disgusting, egregious behavior imaginable. I hate devs that do that. Like, I get that plans change, but literally, you promise support, people then buy because you promise support, right? People who believe in your game, who are fans of your game, your IP, they will do that, right? Like, as directed and delusional as it can be sometimes, they want to believe it can be better, right? And they'll invest in that ability to be better. Like, gamers nowadays are more vulnerable to that style of game investment than they've ever been, because we're used to it with early access platforms. But what they done with Dawn of War 3 was it's a rug pull. Like, I'm not even going to pretend it's not like what it is. It was the best way to describe Dawn of War 3 is it was a rug pull, because the game released, it was really bad. And like I feel bad just saying it's really bad, because I try to be critical and fairly critical. So to describe why Dawn of War 3 was bad. The problem with Dawn of War 3 is Dawn of War 3 was trying to appease to both RTS players and MOBA players. But it took arguably some of the worst features of both to meld together. And it just felt like in the end, the game couldn't decide what it wanted to be. It couldn't decide if it wanted to be a MOBA or an RTS. And as a result, it scared away both types of players very quickly. Those of us that came back because we trusted in what they were talking about with the future content. They were going to have a lot of new civs coming. I think they promised Necron, like 2 other factions being added to the game. And that got us believing that, yes, okay, like, it's released really bad, but there's hope, there's a way. And we've seen that you can have hope in a way. Like, Age of Empires 4 is a great example of that. Terrible release builds into a great game. They talked about, I believe, some campaign elements they were going to add that was going to make it a lot better, because the campaign was a bit underwhelming. I still think, like, Dawn of War 1 was best. Dawn of War 2 done very well. But, like, Dawn of War 3 was a step down. But, like, ultimately, for me with Dawn of War 4, the initial trailer looks really cool, but I'm going to hold off on pre-ordering. And I think, in general, us as a society need to start doing this with games. Let games release and figure out whether they're good, pick them up. FOMO is screwing your wallet really hard at the moment. And we've seen it from so many different games, how successful it can be at baiting you into spending 70, 80, 90 bucks, and then immediately regretting it as you realize you just paid a premium to become a beta tester. So my advice, Dawn of War 3, Dawn of War 4 rather, watch with excitement, but don't get baited into the hype of it. It's a good starting trailer. The gameplay of the trailer looked really cool. I like the animations, I like the flow of combat, the look of it at least. But for me, I need to get hands-on. And until I get hands-on, I'm going to find it very, very difficult to trust Relic and the Dawn of War development. Because I got burnt hard with Dawn of War 3. And I know I'm not alone with that. Does it have the potential to be the greatest RTS ever? Sure, because like I think Warhammer 40k does that. That universe can do that for games. It's phenomenal. Warhammer 40k is my favorite fictional universe. It's so immersive. It's got so much. It's got something for everyone. It doesn't dilute itself about who's good, who's bad, etc. But I'd plead with people to keep an eye on it, but not get ripped off by it. Oh, okay. So it's not Relic. Interesting. Well, even more with being the Iron Harvest developers, they had decent success with their game, but their game didn't have staying power. So take what I just said, apply it in a different direction. If I still hold off and I'd be careful. Interesting, it's not Relic. I will say good luck to Iron Harvest, because although Relic may have taken a lot of L's, there's now a big pressure on them because people will still remember Relic for Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2's campaign and survival mode. And because of that, you've now got an overwhelming pressure to deliver. That does also explain the way the combat looked in the trailer. It very much had a slightly Iron Harvesty feel to it. I wonder if they're using the exact same engine. But yeah, once again, guys, wait to get hands-on, and then if it's good, praise it to the moon. But I think in general, we all could benefit from not getting baited into the pre-release hype. I'm trying so hard to do that with Battlefield 6 now. At least with Battlefield 6, I played the beta, and I quite enjoyed what I got. I know some people didn't feel it was Battlefield, but like I'd argue it was still a good game regardless. But, you know, get hands-on first where you can. Or trust someone's opinion on it at least. Like, find someone you trust. Also, always remember, reviewers are people. They might seem like they're people with a magical skill for reviewing games and whatever. Sure, they got a great way of constructing their reviews, etc. But at the end of the day, a content creator or a reviewer is simply a person with an opinion and tastes. Find one that anchors your tastes, that relates with your tastes, and feel free to trust that. But don't just go, IGN gave them a 9 out of 10, which they give everyone a 9 out of 10. Or like, you know, a Bob Jinkies gave them like a 100% rating. Unless you like really know you trust in Bob Jenkins' opinions and you follow him all the time, don't just blindly follow him, right? Look, review, make your own opinion. Because the reality is, guys, there's thousands of games releasing a year. So you've got your pick, right? It's not like if I don't pick this up, there's nothing else to play. You got plenty of games. So Dawn of War 3, TLDR, excited by the initial trailer, but I'm going to wait to see more before I go and get my heart broken again. All right. Relic always deliver? Yeah, it's just they might deliver like a stream bag of poo. Oh, I'm sorry. But like, no. They don't always deliver. Company Heroes 2, Company Heroes 3 on launch were terrible. They had to work through a lot of problems there. I haven't got time to go over it. No flame. It's just, you know, Company Heroes 3 actually kind of got there to a decent point. But let's get ready. It's your favorite time of the week. Grand Finals is upon us in the midweek muster. Welcome back, one and all. This week, it's going to be someone different, though. Wham returns to Grand Finals to defend his title, but this time, he'll be doing it against another CIS member. It's going to be Anatan, a strong competitor for him, and a strong opening pick. We've seen Order of the Dragon from Anatan once today already, and it blew our minds how good Order of the Dragon looked. We're going to be on front range to kick off this series. House of Lancaster seen a decent amount. But what I love about this map already is this map is already finding great success with civs that are not considered powerful or meta right now. No, and that makes it just so much more thrilling, so much more enjoyable that we're getting that type of experience, right? Is that it's not just everyone's picking the same thing of China, for example. It's not that we're seeing everyone talk about like how broken Shuji are. No, we're seeing these civs like Mongols, Order of the Dragon, lower-end pack civs coming out on top regularly. And the reason is that this map plays very differently. Avali, who created Front Range, realized something very clearly, and I think it was an experimentation discovered by Skarsgård. When he made Skarsgård kind of had like an awkward issue of the concept was cool, but everyone played Pro Scouts. Because for those who don't know, Skarsgård is a map with like 74 deer on it. But the idea was cool, that you don't really have any sheep and you have to move out for food. So Avali went back to the drawing board. He created something pretty genius. This right here is a map where you only have 9 sheep spawning per player. There's 18 sheep in total on the map. That's a low number. The deer, the berries, the boar, they're all close to your base, but they're not in your base. So what we've been seeing is a lot of civs that play pocket resources opening and then play aggro. Defensive civs have so far been overwhelmingly ineffective on front range. And if you get somehow past the food stage in this game, then you have to talk about your base being miles away from the majority of golds. They're all located north. Yeah, for anyone who came across from Age of Empires 2, there is a map that I usually like to compare this to. In terms of dynamics, this is very much like a map called Coast to Mountain, where you kind of start in the middle, and then to one side of your base, you have a lot of food, and the other side, you have a lot of gold. It looks like we are going to get boar and boar. Whoa. Whoa. Props to Anatan, by the way. This is really smart setting up the outpost. Otherwise, he could have been griefed. He's playing against Lancaster. Wham picked a civ that can actually short bow rush you. So this outpost will protect him against that threat. He also played boar earlier, which is beneficial to Anatan's economy. He should be slightly ahead, actually. Not just that. I mean, Wham, he's gone boar, but he hasn't added in an outpost himself. He did cheekily pull it into the tree line. So it's very subtle. It might be that Anatan doesn't notice this at all. Sheep haul. How are we looking? Yeah, Wham. So they actually got even. It's 9 to 12. But Wham, remember, he's playing a civ that starts with 4 extra sheep. So there's a few reasons why people really rate Lancaster on this map. One is you start with 4 sheep, which if you guys remember, we said like you should realistically be splitting the sheep 9 to 9. That means you've almost got 50% more sheep than your opponent. The other reason is that this civ, a lot of people have been trying civs with infinite food gen. And of course, Lancaster is one of the better ones at that, right? Malians, Lancaster have been seen quite frequently here. And then we also see Japan because they get the early farms. But we are getting mine work for Anatan. This is very similar to his game earlier against B in semifinals, where he did actually play a Gilded Archer opening. I wonder if we'll see the same here. Actually, Gilded Archers would be pretty sick because of this. The wall in. Scout's going to block the way. And it's a Rax on the boar. Okay, that's sick. Color me excited, man. Can he actually hold long enough, though? Nah, the short bows are going to start coming out. I think you have to bail. Anno's going to move away. He might end up... Okay, he gets out of range. That wind-up was getting a bit scary, so he will get the wall up. First men-at-arms is going to be a whiff. Wham is going to scout it. Now, this is another interesting thing, is aggression might be rewarded, but it's usually very hard to do anything secretly because of scouts, which Anatan doesn't have. That's a big problem. He's riding blind, but Anno, he's not done yet. That's genius. Look at the position of the boar. Oh, that's vile. So does Anno send the second men-at-arms round the side? That would make a lot of sense, like just getting in position to block him. Maybe even gather some stone. Yeah, there you go. He pulls 3 onto the stone. So we have got arrow slits to be rushed here. And Wham, was he being greedy? He was, right? He went for some stone, so he's thinking about manas. Are you guys still talking about the variant system? I mean, the problem is just calling them variants. I think that paints a bad picture in people's minds. I'm not even sure you needed to call them variant. Like, sure, they're based off of other civs, but they're so different from what we've been reading anyway. The better arms, man. He's just waiting. Like, Order of the Dragons is based off of HRE, but they play so different. Villagers are going to scramble. They'll make a break for it. They're quick enough to get away here. Similar movement speed. Might lose 1, potentially, but formation shuffling is broken. Yeah, formation shuffling is where when your villagers split off and you select them and click away, they'll re-rally to create a formation. It means that units move a lot quicker than they're meant to. It's been a topic for debate for a while now before. I think most people like either stomach it or aren't crazy about it. Great micro there, though. The body blocks. Gets the injured one home. I know, look at the macro. Both players are thinking about castle. Wham's at least going for those manas as expected. Still, the difference is boar. Boar is going to be a huge difference here. You only got 1,000 resources, and Notand is going to go all the way. Formation shuffling enables more micro, so I'm all for it. Yeah, but it also eliminates the ability to be punished for getting caught out of position. So the argument that like it brings more micro, there are much better ways of creating more micro in Age of Empires 4. The problem, like what you're saying is actually counterintuitive, because if anything, formation shuffling stops people from being rewarded for being more micro-intensive. Right? Because even if you're doing a really good job microing, like, raiding knights, formation shuffling gets the enemy away all the time. So yeah, like that's my take on it. I'm curious what overall community sentiment is. Most people maybe aren't even, like, fully aware of the extremes of formation shuffling, but it is egregious. Like, we've had situations where people just run in circles, and knights can't keep up. So, wow, this has to be White Tower, right? I think if you go King's College, you just get rolled. It's Burgrave. Your opponent's got 1 Ford Racks. He's got 2 men-at-arms out already. And he's going to be pumping a lot more. Nice break-in as well. He's eventually going to get access to that second boar. And I think the timing has actually worked out quite nicely for him. Yeah, look at that. 30 food left on the boar. I'm good, man. Wow, I'm not going to fall victim to a cheesy men-at-arms rush. The White Tower is good enough to deal with the chunky gilded men-at-arms. Yeah, if he went for the King's College, not so much. 3 manas plus a Lancaster cast on a primary TC, it's just not going to protect you. Because remember, when you upgrade these men-at-arms, they're currently sitting at more health than a feudal knight. When they get this age up, they're going to be like 300 HP. I think it's 290 if I remember correctly. Do we have the undermesh prepped? We don't. No, he's going to turn it into a relic race. I like this. You know, it's very hard to dodge, to dive Lancaster when they play this way. So instead, you just want to absorb the map. Elsguard are going to be hitting the field, though. And you go 290 HP. For reference, a men-at-arms normally has 155 HP. So it's almost exactly double health. I'm pretty sure nowhere in competitive are Knights Templar fortresses banned in feudal. It's very difficult to build a fortress in feudal age as Knights Templar. It's so expensive. Wow, has got the crossbow count coming, but we're seeing Gilded Crossbowmen from Anatan as well. They're basically playing a mirrored comp. Right, like baited men-at-arms opening, crossbow switch. Pretty good for Anatan because remember, the Gilded Crossbows have more range. They're a lot harder to kill as well. Yeah, this is interesting, actually. Earlsguard Cheese doesn't really work very well against Order of the Dragon. They're one of the rare examples where the White Tower Rush doesn't really pay off because the crossbowmen have an absurd amount of HP, right? They basically double the HP of a crossbow almost, and they have more range. So they usually get a shot out in return by the time you throw your dagger because it's 6-tile range compared to normal crossbows having 5. Other thing that's pretty sad, you can't even get worker kills straight away with White Tower Rush. With the Earlsguard, you end up doing a total of 51 damage with 3 dagger throws. That's great against a normal villager because normal villagers have 50. But Gilded have 65. Crossbows. I'm going to start the trade out. And here's what we're talking about. Look, normal health, 80, 140. Why is that important? Normally it takes 5 Earlsguard to insta-kill a crossbowman. When you play against Gilded Crossbows, I think it's 9, possibly 10. Yeah, it should be 9. So it just completely warps your timing. And the problem with that is the Earlsguard Cheese works best when you catch the crossbow count low. Because every 15 seconds you're going to kill one, right? So it's a snowball lead for you and you stop your opponent's snowballing defense. Because of that difference in health, it's very difficult to stop Order of the Dragon snowballing crossbows. And even if you try to trade out against them, because the difference in range is 0.5 tower range, they will shoot you back. And they hit really hard. 34 damage. Yeah, double what a dagger throw does. Spear's getting added in by Anno. I think he's worried about a Hobbler switch. Hobbies would be pretty smart here. Gilded Crossbows hit pretty hard base, but they're just going to overkill a lot. I don't know if you could even do Hobbler, though. Pony switches are probably the hardest on this map due to the lack of food. Wham is playing wide, though. He's gone full north. We've got mana unlocks coming as well. And the idea of switching to Horseman for Anatan, I don't think it's on the table. You just don't have the food. You've already tapped the boar, right? Okay, he's still got it down here. He's tapped his boar. He's tapping the deer. He's probably got, like, what? 3,000 food with the berries? Well, 4. 4.5. On his side of the map. Yeah, wait, did he already eat the deer on his side? I'm confused.com on where they are. What? Wait, wait. Can someone do a vibe check? Were his deer missing? Because there was never a mill up here. They're meant to spawn up here. Sometimes they spawn here. I might have to go back and double check. That's really broken if he didn't get deer. That's a huge, huge whiff on the spawn. He must have. There's no way. I think maybe... Because there's central deer between the two players. You're basically meant to have 5 deer in the corner, and then you're meant to have a 7 stack up in the mountains. But Anatan is completely missing deer. He's been scamotanned. Oh, dear. I'm checking replays now. Oh my god. He didn't get a deer. I just confirmed replay. He does not have a deer spawn. Oh no, and Anatan, he never scoured it. No, the one in the TC, that's not how the deer works, guys. Both players get free deer in the TC. Anatan is -7 deer than what he's meant to have. Oh, that's disastrous. Still, props to him. Anatan, despite that disadvantage, he does look quite scary right now, and he is going for that horseman switch. Now, he can sell some gold to get food to kind of keep this pump going. Probably going to need to. It's going to be a brutal start. I've talked with Avali about this, and it is tricky on some of the resource spawns. We talked about the gold. The gold is the tricky one. But deer should be spawning more reliably. Short bows bolts. Wait, what? Against gilded crossbows? Oh my god. The horseman now arriving as well. This is ridiculous from Wham. He's getting rid of that front line. The prelate just following and healing. But the horseman arrival is problematic. Wham doesn't have a front line at all. Also, shortbow villages suck at dealing with horsemen completely. What a strike. Look at the worker count. Anatan now having achieved 10 worker kills. Wham, yet to slay a single one. Anna will have to retreat. He has got a relic garrisoned here, but the good news is he's against primarily range units. Like, if Wham dives this, he just slowly loses army. No rematch. So the way rematch is cool is when it's a bad spawn, it needs to be called by the players in the first 5 minutes. If they don't call for it, we won't re. Now, I know what people are going to say. You can't always scout everything in 5 minutes. Agreed. But what's the alternative? Allowing someone to suck, mess up in the first 10 minutes, and then call a re because the deer didn't spawn? Not to say Anatan sucks, but like, you know, you could have a really bad start and then realize that deer is not there and go, I want remake. You have to think about like the refereeing of this, similar to when you watch football and a guy misses a tackle, it's a foul, but the ref doesn't whistle. That's intentional, right? Instead, what he'll do is he'll wait. Instead, he'll like just basically wait, see if there's an advantage play, and if there's not, then he'll blow his whistle. But he won't blow his whistle 2 minutes later and then let you have the free kick, right? Like, if you took the play, you took the play. So what does Anatan now look to do? Because the berries aren't going to last very long with Gilded Villages. The deer is all gone. He has now crept onto the boar. I guess the positive for Anatan is like getting half of the enemy's boar is minus 1100 for him, plus 1100 for you. Which a deer stack of 7 is 2450 food. So in a really weird way, Anatan has rebalanced the food to be even by making this play. Now, the tricky part is it's never that simple because Lancaster have got manners generating 60 food a minute. Every single minute from now until the end of the game. I'm going to switch up from Wham. Yeah, he's just going for the comp that every Lancastrian player wants. It's a shame Anatan wasn't knowledgeable about what was coming there because I do wonder if actually scaling Gilded Archers would have felt a lot better here. Right, like if you go with Gilded Archers, it's pretty interesting because of the armor. And you also annihilate spears. Good news at least about Gilded Crossbowmen, they have the same range as Yeomen, so they will be able to trade out. Love the way he's using Inspired Warriors. I'm really starting to dig this Order of the Dragon pick from Anatan. We saw how great it could be for aggression in the semifinals. But at this point in the game, when both players are running out of resources, it's all about how you optimize what you've got left. And the Prelates are phenomenal for that. The healing plus the Inspired Warriors buff, super impactful for Order of the Dragon. He should have imped. If you rush imp here, I think you get dove. Like, what do you do with a rushed imp? You invest limited food into Imperial Age to build more villagers that you can't afford because you don't have food. Right? Like, he doesn't have a big wood line secure or farms coming yet. And if you go imp, you bet your damn ass off Lancaster's going imp. Of the two, I would say Lancaster's imp timing would be a lot scarier because of Wingard. He's going imp now, though. Like, he's not rushing it. We're 19 minutes in and we're going imp at 20. If he went imp at 17 minutes, Wham would have just sent it, right? Or mirrored with Wingard at a really good time. Yeah, he's got the Shire Levy coming, so Wham might try and go for a counteroffensive, but a little bit tricky into 10 Gilded Horsemen. He did a good defensive placement, you know, like area to fight around. If it's too open, I think Wham might end up not feeling safe. Kind of crazy, though. We're seeing Hobbler mass from Wham. So what I think we're seeing from Wham is he's trying to leverage the fact that he has infinite food. And the crossbows? Oh, what a grab! Anatan, he sees him running. He just ran straight past the outpost. What a strike! And just look at how good these Gilded Horsemen are. Melt mode for the crossbow mass as it goes from 21 down to 4. This single abandoned outpost changed everything there. We've had so many games where the points of interest have been neglected, ignored. But in this one, they mattered so much. Wham was trying to catch Anatan playing up into the Gold Mountains. And he is doing exactly that. He's creeping the Palace of Swabia in the corner. Wham about to discover it. There's 4 Hobbler versus, what, 8 Gilded Villagers? They don't have textiles, though. They do have reinforcements. Horsemen now coming over. Sigh of relief. Anatan gets the space he needs, the tech. But Wham, instead of aging up now, has reinvested. The problem is, had it not been for those crossbow losses, he's in a formidable position army-wise. Instead, best he can do is muster similar military pop cap. Anno has been denied one of the relics. Wham's army is going to start approaching the main base. We got Gilded Crossbow upgrade being prioritized here. Villagers are in trouble. In Palace of Swabia, you can afford to lose some. Yeah, remember, this is the Giga TC. The Love Hotel produces every 8 seconds instead of 23. Wham is just going to idle out the primary. Hobbler are cycling to the south side, but you can see that Anatan's shifting more of his economy to the northern corner now. Army is marching back. Anno doesn't want to rush the fight. He's still 20 seconds out from elite. I guess Wham just falls back and looks for H now, right? His food income isn't great for this, though. He's still got what? Actually, like, that's pretty respectable. He's got about 1,000 food over here. Synchronized shot is now on the way, but Anatan looking to charge in. Baits the crossbowman forward. No bonus damage against the spears, but there's not many spears here defending, actually. Only 5. Planchate just looking for one single lick of it. And the horsemen are going to tank for him, so starts to move in. The yeoman not able to get away quick enough here. They take a lofty 49 damage per strike. Almost getting 2 hit. Hobby's now with a backstab, but good mirror there by Anatan to protect. Most armies getting reduced heavily, but that one gilded men-at-arms wasting a lot of Wham's yeoman time. Buys time to clear out the Hobblars. Gilded horsemen now recommit. They've got their elite upgrade on the way. Wham's trickling in spears here, though. He doesn't have many. And the gilded crossbowman, 170 HP a pop, takes so long to kill. Prelate's also just giving that buff over. The Inspired Warriors buff going a long way now. Extra 2 or 3 damage in there. Mostly just yeoman left on the defense for Wham, but that means he's reinvest. Nothing being saved for an imp up. And Anatan, this is the fragile phase of the game. He's breaking past it now. We've got farms coming in oodles and boodles. They look as fabulous as a French builder. I mean, once he gets about 20, 25 farms, the horseman vomit should begin. Full retreat from Anno. Is he going for a cannon emplacement? He may well be. Wham does have Sync Shot, but it's textiles villages, so you can't really stop it. Not many horsemen. Anatan lacking on food for probably the next minute as these farms start to get online. Needs to be adding in more, actually. Well, I'm not convinced he's got enough yet to justify an age up. I don't think you can get more damage done, though. The walls are now going up. The army is holding. So Wham instead will now start thinking about Imperial. Yeah, he got the space right. He pushes Gilded Crossbowmen back into their base. There's no quick counteroffensive. So we are going to be seeing Age 4 v Age 4. Not the first time on this map. Actually, the most stable looking Age 4 via Age 4. Alright, 1s if you think Wham's going to win this opening game. 2s if you think Anatan. Money where mouth is, people. My feeling here is actually, like, Anno's in a pretty solid spot with the farms coming through. Wham's gonna have... Oh, wait, no. Actually, no. I was about to say, he'd be awkward without farms, but credit to him, he actually got quite a few. He's got 22 farms at the back. This is also a very polarizing matchup on population efficiency. Order of the Dragon, 2 population per worker. Per unit, rather. Lancaster tends to have a lower worker count than anyone else in the game, courtesy of the manors. Hobbies are just going to keep the raids up. I like that he's just poking in, because your biggest fear right now is being attacked. You don't really know how big or small your opponent's army is. Not with the walls now up in the north. Hobblars are at least going to get time wasted with the men-at-arms. He does get some info there, though, seeing like that they're elite. So he knows there's a commitment, and props to Anatan. It's pretty smart, actually. Normally, you want to be doing Spearman Yeoman. When you see Gilded Men-at-Arms, that's a terrible idea. So Wham has now been forced to go crossbows. Does he still want Yos, though? Oh, that's actually interesting. Wham, could he not just do mass ranged? If Anatan goes men-at-arms and crossbows, he's really slow. So you'd have crossbows to deal with the men-at-arms, but then Yeoman just keeps sync-shotting the Gilded Crossbows. Or Hobby raid again. They're just completely ignoring the very strong melee units that he knows he can't beat. The 1 or 2 worker kills here or there is just not slowing down the Swabia enough. Farm count for Anno now to 33. Once he gets to about 40, 45, that's when Horseman spam gets crazy for Order of the Dragon. I like this. Could just ride blind, or he could try to get vision on what's coming. Unfortunately, great pause by Anatan. Yeah, allows the men-at-arms to catch up. It says, if you want to know what I'm doing, open your eyes, all right? I'm not going to do it for you. There's only 4 relics on this map? Nope. There's just Wham dragging one into his base, but not building a monastery for it. I think he forgot about it, actually. Hobblars are going to get finished over here. They'll kill 1 or 2 workers. Just very difficult, though, for this unit that has 9 damage to kill a 100 HP villager. Siege workshop in the center. I like this. I think the other thing that's interesting about Anatan's Order of the Dragon pick is that this map it can become very linear. That's great for Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon historically has struggled on maps which are stretched. Because if your opponent's able to flank raid you constantly, what ends up happening is you just don't have enough units to defend, right? Your army is strong, but your army is strong in one location often. So front range makes a lot of sense for Order of the Dragon picks because of that. He's just able to send it straight down the center. Yeah, because the alternatives are raiding for Wham, as you're seeing with these walls now up. Not easy. No, and this map is also very easily stonewallable on this northern choke point. This actually might be the coolest game of front range we've had. Siege begins. He's looking for the monastery. Really important because Order of the Dragon, with this type of comp, like, you're gold heavy, right? Men-at-arms, crossbowmen, siege now as well. Not to mention the prelates. You want to have frequent prelates for the buff. They cost 100 gold each. Monastery is going to hit the deck. Next up should be the Lancaster Castle. You get rid of that, you can just walk in and pick relics. And that's the other funny thing. Not only is he giga buffing his entire army, he's getting ready to go for a mass relic heist. There are 4 relics on this screen. Nice little poke raid from the horseman, denying the future golds. And that's an interesting switch up. Anatan's getting ready for Gilded Archers. Wham going hand cannoneers does surprise me a little bit. How are you reaching the crossbowmen? Remember, the hand cannoneers have nothing special about them with Lancaster. You have 4 tower range versus 6. Your opponent has 50% more range. Even the Gilded Archers are similar. And that's because Culverin reload time is quick. It has lower base damage, but quicker fire rate. No, that Lancaster Castle already gone. Relic heists. He's thinking about it. Men-at-arms are going to reveal the hand cannoneers. Love the full production. Just so much of it coming from Anatan. He wants to be reinforcing the fight straight away. Men-at-arms begin to clash. Prelates are not trying to pick up relics at all. The surges come through, though. Lancaster on the offensive. Demi-Lancers and Hobblars breaking for the backside of the engagement onto the crossbowmen. They get bogged down in the men-at-arms, though. It's becoming difficult to stick to their targets. Nanatan holding firm for the time being. That men-at-arms front line takes ages to kill per unit. The crossbows now able to turn onto the squishy yeoman. Anatan, lead is starting to build. More horsemen coming. And why not? Wham does not have much of a front line here. Barely registering the spear department. In fact, they're going to get cleared. Is it relic time? They're still just sitting here. Haven't been picked at all. But I think we might be at that phase. Anatan just needs to get the prelates across here. The push continues. The horsemen are in. This forward production by Anatan is genius. For stables, you usually think you can keep them further away because horsemen can get across the map fast. But why wait? Why wait when you've got an advantage like this? He has got 5 stables up here. 4, make it 5 archery ranges. Not to mention more back here. All of the primary production is in the center of the map. And wham, he's starting to feel the pain of this. These horsemen sting everything. And the prelates, the heist is underway. Wham. Oh no, he didn't switch targets. He could have denied that one with the white tower at least. So double prelate coming. Anatan in with the yoink and doink. And there's still 2 more here. Wham's at least going to alleviate that concern. They actually might end up splitting the relics 1-1 here. Actually, wait. No. Where's the other one? Oh, sorry. He already pulled it back. So it's going to be a 3-2 split. Anno comes back from 4 relics down. Horseman now creeping in as well. Game definitely not getting any easier. Wham is going to try to remass on spears. You see he's got the Earls. Earls Guard, sorry, the garrison command coming. About to say Earls retinue. Probably not a good idea to start spamming demi-lances into gilded crossbowmen. And Anatan, he was thinking about this for a while. We've got gilded archers now on the way. Yeah, gilded archers is super sick here. The yeoman, heavily ineffective against these gilded archers. With the scale armor, he's going to be going up to 7 ranged armor. You heard that correctly. Remember, Inspired Warriors buff not only gives 15% more damage, it gives you +1 armor of both types. And then there's also the hand cannoneer factor. Gilded archers just have great range. You can get the silk bowstrings, which is now on the way, which is going to put him at longbow range. Remember what we always talk about in this channel. Longbows are a really good solution against hand cannoneers because you can't reach them. You just die on approach. Man, Wham has been feeling the pain. 67 to 117 villages now. Now, his army is bigger. On equal footing, Anatan was heavily favored last time. Maybe with number advantage, Wham can do something special, but it's going to need to be fast. He's going to be creeping out on the north side. Anno's got a cannon emplacement, though. Yeah, he's going to bait him in range. So just kite him. He's got a castle drop as well. Double Sacred Site locked in. It looks like this is Anno's win, right? How do you stop the Sacred Sites? Horsemen are just going to sneak wherever they want. Even creeps onto the farms. Culverin's now denying the mana, so Wham losing the key element of Lancastrian late game. Can you guys believe it? We're 35 minutes into a game. This is meant to be Lancaster's thriving territory. It looks anything but. He just lost 4 manas. So many defenses up here from Anatan as well. And that is a rare sight. Bodkin Bolts is on the way. Seems he's worried about siege, maybe? I don't know what siege he'd be worried about here. Like, maybe you think Wham's going to go mangonels, but I'd be shocked if he's able to do that. A little bit surprised because Bodkin is quite expensive. 500 resources. Well, now, horsemen are meant to counter range, but that doesn't look like it. Here we go with the clash, though. Sink shot to the backside, and what was that damage? He's just done nothing. Oh my god. Scale armor plus the prelate buff, and it's like the arrow rain never happened. If we call it a money shot, what do we call that? Is that like a penny shot? A pitiful shot. Wham now just trying to brute force the Sacred Site, but we can see cannon emplacements double queued up. He's got the relic drops as well. These are going to pummel the crap out of what remains of Wham's army, which is not going to be much. His front line's already gone. He pushes into a renewed surge of horsemen and learns the hard way. The Order of the Dragon units are pretty damn good. Anatan is just clicking every button now. Zornhau, he's got Slate in Stone Construction. We've even got him getting into the Core Architects because he knows this game is going to be won by Sacred Site. Yeah, actually, I think we just call it the overdraft shot, right? Oh, man, I can't make the bills this month. Oh, Nanatan going to be the one who makes it rain in game number 1. No doubt about it now. I mean, Wham looks lost. He's got good food and gold income, but you can see Anatan is better. And if that wasn't going to break, what will? Like, the only thing I could see for Wham that could work here is adjustable crossbars mangonels. But, like, how do you get adjustable crossbars mangonels? You're on your final gold. It's about to run out, and then everything else has been taken away from you. Right? Anatan is not going to let you have that. But he's going to let you have some pain. He's in again. Villagers don't know where to go. And the horsemen are going to be idling out those farms. This is painful. Was he trying to creep the next gold? I think he was. It's just not going to work. Why do we not just have a more reliable wall up here, man? Wait, is he legitimate? Guys, I've got it. Sacred site. I'm religious. Like, I'm sure that... No, Christianity. The prelates wear full, flat gold... But I've been scammed. On the side now with the forward push. White Tower next on the chopping block. Three minutes until a sacred site victory, and realistically, what do you do now? We've got more wolves coming in. I love this. He's like, there's only one weak point, and it's that Wham maybe has a full army sitting up north and just bum rushes the site underneath cannon emplacements. That's the only way that Anatan can see him losing this game. What does Wham really have? This is the weird thing about Lancaster. Like, for all the things that we say about how broken they are or whatever, their weakness is they deal on a lot of trash. Spearmen, Hobbler, you know, these type of things in the late game. I mean, their spearmen are decent for what they are, but at the end of the day, they are spearmen. And he's up against 41 gilded archers. Yet move over, all right? There's a new archer king in town. Oh my god. 16 damage per strike. Even with the 9 ranged armor, this just doesn't look impressive for the hobbies. Give me a slow back up. Look at the 6 shot into the mill. It probably done more damage than it would to the archers. That is a panic mode money shot. That might be the worst arrow rain we've seen in a long time. Not that there's anyone he could have shot there that would have changed the outcome of this. Order of the Dragon. Quickly becoming the goated pick on front range. All courtesy of Anatan. And not just that. He made range mass look so good. Not just the crossbowmen, but the gilded archers. Equal, if not better, to mass yeomans from the Lancastrians. But he definitely shoot that mill who the daddy is. GG's, cool start. What, like, dude, that's like, there is a better archer than yeoman? Yeah, I think it's like yeomen are not the best archer, right? I actually like that we got to that. All right. So game 1 goes to Anachad. Let's mark that one up. So, fantastic game 1 as well, by the way. Gets rid of a really powerful pick in Lancaster by using a pick that like most people don't really care for in Order of the Dragon. Game number 2, though. Let's see what the boys are going to be cooking with. Looks like we're going to be getting Delhi versus French on Pigeon's View. How interesting. I mean, Delhi you definitely expect. French sometimes comes out, but like, I thought there was another few maps in here that could have made sense for that. BO9? No, BO7. By the way, guys, reminder, make sure you've got notifications turned on so you know when we're doing these. These are every Thursday, but we do also have games Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays as well. That's when we cover the KPMM, so you can catch some of your favorite players in the weekdays. All courtesy of what we do here. I'm weighing up going live tomorrow and Sunday because I believe we've... not tomorrow, sorry. Saturday and Sunday because we have got the King of the Rockies qualifiers, so we might look to cast some of those too. But let's get into it. I'm about to say something weird and I can't believe I'm going to say it. I kind of missed Delhi. We don't really see them very often at the moment in comp, at least in the KPMMs. They've been a rare sight, but Wham is bringing sexy back. I don't know if that's a fair way to refer to them. We hop into game 2. Anatan took a phenomenal lead with his Order of the Dragon pick in the first. This time, though, he trusts in the French, a civ that I think people have actually been sleeping on. Delhi, I would say slightly favored, very slightly favored. I think this is very much a skill-based execution. But Delhi have some really good timings on maps like Highview, because the double Sacred Site. The gold gen, not so crazy, but their map control is going to be intriguing to see. My only concern is, like, normally I think of their map control good against civs that are slow. French is fast and furious, and so is Anatan. We've got a double scout opener, something that most people consider dead. Not Anashad, no. He sacrifices the worker, and he does it with a civ that can afford to, guys. Because remember, French, they build villages quicker. By the time they go feudal age, they're going to have well over a 1 villager advantage. So he sacrifices that early. And it should pay off nicely here. Did he scout where the enemy one is? Wham needs to be careful not to get in range. No, he won't reveal himself at all. So 10 sheep so far. 13 for Anatan. But Anatan is eating the sheep. Wham will be on the berries already. Yeah. And yes, early wheelbarrow has become very popular with French. Even if you're planning to go pro scouts, most players will do it because it's worth it for the walk distance of the gold workers. Because the funny thing about French is if you do go pro scout still, wheelbarrow plus pro scouts, you end up spending basically the same as someone who would be going pro scouts. It's a really good deal. And if we cover the Rising Empires, like if we cover the King of the Rocky stuff, it would be on my own channel. And what are the predictions like? Oh, did we not pay out yet for game 1? Let me fix that. Only Wham got predicted on? Oof. You guys got to start trusting in Anatan's wacky picks. Predictions now going up. And Anatan, 12 sheep. That's not great, really. He's still at the corner, though, so there's probably going to be, what, 2 sheep? Yeah, 3 sheep over here, which he should capture. He's got 4 in the gold. Actually switching to 3, which suggests we're probably looking at night play and not pro scouts. You could be doing pro scouts, but you'd be skipping nights with this type of macro, which it's not ideal. Normally, the first night is the most valuable of all nights because there's nothing to block you at the early opening. It also guarantees your opponent has to start worrying about needing spears. Alternatively, if you just go straight pro scouts and Wham notices, he can just rush Ghazi, which is what every single Delhi player dreams of. And predictions coming in. Looks like a lot of favorability towards Anatan actually on this one. French is an interesting pick on Highview. There's definitely upsides because of the fact that you are able to ambush people from the stealth forest with knights. But the downside's going to be, you know, unless you want to go pro scouts, you're going to be risking your own economy out. Delhi do have a similar issue, but the thing that's quite nice about Delhi is when Delhi plays pocket resources, they build outposts. They always build outposts on the berries. So you're very much insulated against these poke raids because normally you'd walk out here and your vision would be just this unless you commit to outposts. I know. Might even just have a nice enough spawn that he could have ignored pro scouts. Knight does get queued up. And he goes horticulture, so we're not going to be seeing pro scouts. Yeah, not even a play onto deer, actually. He's not bothered with survival techniques. Very surprised by this. 13 sheep, I guess, is decent. Other side, it is 12. But Wham's not going to start touching those 12 for like another 2 minutes. Last Witness update dropped your frame rate a quarter. Whoa. Any solution? Yes. Exclamation mark PCS. Time for a new PC. And what's up, Doncon? Thank you very much. Appreciate the bits. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It's only week number 2 of our 40-week esports circuit. So you're getting this content every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And who likes ads? God, no one. So if you want to avoid them, think about supporting the channel. Makes these type of tournaments possible. Hey, sup, Sacco. Thank you very much for the Prime. Welcome to the Swarm. So we are getting the Ghazi beginning versus Knight beginning. It is just raw Knight spam, though. I'm wondering if Anatan's feeling a bit inspired from the games against B earlier, where the Knight massing just looked like it broke the game. It does make a lot of sense as well. It's much harder to lose Knights than lose Archer Spears, and that's a great intercept. He catches Wham trying to move out to secure berries. First blood drawn at the 6-minute mark. With a Civ that you know is going to get further and further ahead on villagers anyway. I know, now with the Archer switch, he hasn't confirmed anything though. No, he sees Ghazi, but hasn't... I don't think he saw the racks, he's just assuming. Which does make sense, guys. Like, French Knights, you have to be a madman not to build spears. Now, we've seen some players resist and go Ghazi opening. That's fine, but at some point, you're going to need spears to feel safe. Oh, that's crazy. Apparently, a treasure train just started in my channel. I haven't seen that before. You say 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 5. Damn. Apparently, get it cheap. I think that means I get less money, though. Wait a second. Wait a second. Knight's creeping. Now, hold on a second. That's a nice charge in. Wham. He did get textiles, though. Smart lad. Unfortunately, Anatan's micro on point there to keep chasing, and the Scholar heal not going to be good enough. Great strike. Not easy to get kills against Delhi villagers. Textiles is just so ridiculously cheap for this Civ. You know, for most Civs, you're spending 150 resources, and you're missing out on a worker of production. But remember, when it comes to Delhi, they usually miss out on less than a worker of production, and they pay nothing. It's a really good deal, and I would always recommend Delhi players playing against French just get textiles. It's like, it is bordering on arrogance to think that you will not lose one villager to a French player. Even the best do. And what's up, Bee's Knees? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Chivalry coming in pretty early from Anatan. He actually hasn't taken that much damage on any individual knight, but it's spread enough that he thinks it's worth it. And he has so far hidden the archer detail. Wham might be suspicious, but is not aware. And one of the reasons why Delhi would have went for Pro Scouts in a rush here, looks like he actually did get Fertilizer Tech first anyway. But like, even if he hadn't, the reason why people rush Pro Scouts is, especially when they're against civs like French, they're worried they're going Pro Scouts. So you want to get it first. We used to actually, for that reason, especially in the big Pro Scouts meta, we used to see Delhi open with double mill on the berries. So they build the second mill deeper to be efficient, but it was also so that they could get a much better timing into their free version of Pro Scouts. Scholar. Nice intercept there. Wow, I'm trying to use the garrison. Anatan's micro in this game has been really impressive with the Knights so far. I guess he didn't update his windows. Someone's shedding a tear. It's like, it's not funny, KP. I lost the game because I lost those frames. Look, you just need to download more RAM. I don't see the problem. Oh, choosing agriculture tech before Pro Scouts? Yes, it affects berries. It's berries. I think it also affects sheep. Like, it tells you it just doesn't apply to hunted meat. So anything that is not hunted meat, you'll increase your gathering rate on. So that's sheep. That's farms. That's berries. Knight. Anatant. A bit ambitious. We'll pull away now, but the Ghazi is going to stop him from healing. So probably going to end up losing that Knight unless he can lose him in the forest. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, he's going to get seen. Wham keeps chase. We'll get the denial. Knight's also being scared back by the mass Ghazi. Archer's going to reveal themselves, but who cares about that? Anatan's looked good up until this point, but now he needs to defend, and it's going to be difficult. This is a Ghazi flood. 8 into the base. Knight's trying to micro away, not going to be successful. Great strike there. Wham. Able to get the double kill. Will cost him 2 Ghazi, but that's still a good exchange. And behind that, he's got 1 Sacred Site still locked in. Second one now coming through. Knight on the raid, not able to get a kill either. Good reactions all around by the Canadian in game number 2. Yeah, solid start to the series, actually. What is up, Camian? Appreciate the gifted sub, mate. Thank you. How would you describe how Pigeon's view affects the game? So, it's a much, much more aggressively rewarding version of High View. So, anyone who's looking at this map, the way that Pigeon's view is different is that it allows you to not worry about someone just corner trading. Corner trading is the one of the lamest design decisions you'll see on maps in AoE 4. It's really backwards thinking. Trade should be earned. And that one big change, as well as the Sacred Site change, because you used to get Sacred Sites close to your base, which was a mistake, means there's a lot of value out of presence on this map compared to standard High View. So yeah, like my take is still... Wait, what? Oh, my take is out the window. Why the hell is there a Delhi villager in the French base? I'm so confused right now. Oh my god. I think you lost track of that. What was this guy ever doing? What? At what point was the TC rallied into the enemy base? I'm so confused by that. Oh, God. He'll get home. He's like, oh, wait, there's berries over here. I need to get an outpost up. Wait, there's berries here. I should get an outpost up as well. Yeah, because High View is less aggressive and Pigeon's View is a more aggressive version, that's why when we first introduced this map, Delhi was a very popular pick. Even though they had one less Sacred Site, it's the fact that they could use those Sacred Sites to win a game on a map where cavalry is favorable because of how blind you are. Not as blind as that Delhi villager that just tried to join the French armada. Nice. Creeping on by, but wham. We talked about this. Delhi love playing pocket economy, but they also love building outposts to justify it. And the interesting thing is actually like civs that have a buffed gathering rate on berries can justify the outpost easier. Because they get more berries here, but they also gather it faster. So they make up the difference from having to build the outpost. Wham. He got in again, didn't he? I mean, dude, he's everywhere. This is such a hard game to track because of the amount of raids that both players are attempting. I think I went to wipe my glasses for a second. I put them back on, and wham has just struck up a bunch of worker kills. I know, like... his archer idea is right, but the way that wham has been playing this has made it impossible for Anatan to use these archers. I think what happened is the Ghazi raid came in on the berries and the deer, and he punished him. That would be the only place that makes sense. Oh, wait, were they on the gold? Holy crap. Yeah, he caught him in the gold then. So it was around the back either way. Wait. That Ford villager from Wham. No, I don't want to think about it, dude. I don't want to think about it. What if that villager from Wham was an elaborate bait to get Anatan's attention? Because I'm just getting told by chat, it happened when I was watching the villager. I got distracted by the one villager. What if Anatan got distracted by it too? That's crazy. Now, off the back of that, wow, finding his way into the House of Learning. Man, this is impressive the way this is played out. That one villager threw me off entirely, man. Holy crap. Wow, just with so much map dictation now. Double abandoned outpost. We know this is a man that hates Stealth Forest, and you can tell. Just look at the minimap. This is his vision right now. He sees almost 50% of the map in its entirety. I don't know what Anna's meant to do with this. He needs some sort of counter-offensive now. But Ghazi spears. I mean, the problem we've seen in this game so far is, like, because of the Stealth Forest, Anatan has never been confident at using these archers aggressively. They've always stayed at home, which has meant Wham could very easily defend off of his double melee comp. Just a great read, leveraging the paranoid nature of high view and pigeon's view. If you can't see what you're going into, you don't want to bring something so squishy as an archer mass. Not to mention archers, they need range to be good. If you're running headfirst into Blind Town, your range is point blank. And last time I checked, these guys don't have shotguns. One war elephant from Wham to rule them all. Skull count's going to keep increasing. First relic's coming. I know it's going to be able to creep out into the flank, but Wham's got those outposts. Villager is going to get struck. Slow to get them back, though. He hasn't realized yet. No. Does garrison in the end. And the walls are coming up. Anatan is quickly running out of options. Yeah, and he's not exactly rushing for the next age either. Ghazi have already been upgraded, so they have pretty decent damage compared to Royal Knights. Almost the same HP. 16 base damage compared to the 20. It's pretty impressive how good this light cav can be, because it's not just the base damage. Remember, they get +3 to heavy, which completely just minces the melee armor of the French. Scholar is going to get denied. More risks being taken by Anatan, but he has to here. Doesn't feel like he's earned his age up yet. He's going to be diving in onto the outpost. Army reaction is coming, but it's not going to be quick enough. The villagers have to just make a break for it. I know, he had the scouts, but did not charge in. The villagers, they're going to charge in. The Ghazi! Catch Anatan out on the berries! Wow, I mean, you're playing Delhi. He's got a sixth sense for this. The moment you touch one of those bellies, there's a little ripple through the roots in the earth. He's like, you're touching my goodies. Several kills gained. Ghazi are hanging around a little bit long. We'll back away now. Reinforcements are on the way. Now that he knows he's on the berries, the problem I see for Anatan is, what the hell do you do about this? That one elephant changes everything about where Anno can and cannot be. His entire army gets counted by war elephants. Anatan. The Ruler Institute probably looks very weird. Like, why would you do that when you're up against war elephants? Anno's position is that rough that if he doesn't, I think he just dies. Right, like, your knights haven't really found impact. The archers now counterplay pretty hard by what Wham's following up with. He's looking for an all-in time. Like, we're talking about an 18-minute timer in a game where a civ that produces more villagers is down by 1. That says everything it needs to about how things have gone here. In fact, where's the 5th relic? It's over here, right? It shouldn't happen, but I've seen sillier things happen. Ghazi, oh, he's sneaking for the berries again. It makes sense. He's been running by the base. He hasn't seen any farms at all. You gotta be suspicious your opponent's gathering food out on the map. We'll find the deer workers. Even goes to the charge in. Poking a raid and a chase away. Wow, I'm not really rushing forward right now, which surprises me a little bit. Showing quite a bit of respect to Anatan. Anno does have royal bloodlines on the way. What does surprise me is that Wham didn't build additional war elephants. Instead, he just tried to win the crossbow race. Which does make sense, right? Like, you know, do you really want to be building war elephants into the best crossbowing civ in the game? When's the showcase the new civs? On this channel. After the finals. Yeah, we'll be checking out the Gamescom news afterwards. But now we focus on the amazing series between these two. Dive comes in. Archers try to defend the gold. Unable to do so. Have to give way. The Spearman, is he target firing them down? He is indeed going for it. The War Elephant is starting to reach deep, though. And there's only one unit that can counter it. And, I mean, it's going to need a long time. This one little arbitrary is going to take a little bit too long, especially when he positions like that. The War Elephant's completely uncountered. There's only one, but he rules all. If he gets to touch him... Anatan knows that this game on the edge of the GG call. He's saving up stone now. He's looking for a castle drop that could maybe sustain him. But in the meantime, the Ghazi, they hit onto the berries again. And they're going to dive into the stoneworkers. He's stretched too thin. There's just nothing left of him. The villagers run for their lives. But Wham is going to run him out of town here. This man says that he hates Stealth Forest. That he hates Highview. Yet when you put him in a position like this, damn, does he look impressive. And the war elephant, come on, the scholar pool comes out. One elephant versus the world. If we could just kill this one. Oh God, but what's the price going to be? Knights do stay alive, but heavily injured now. However, look at what the price was. He may have pushed the elephant away, but it just cost him all of his economy. Yeah, while that dive was going on onto the elephant, Anatan lost about 20 workers. He might still lose more. He's trying to rush the gate up now. Anatan's only hope is a counter dive that achieves just as much. Easier said than done. Wham is rushing crossbows. And another elephant. And the villagers... Wait, the villagers went back! He just assumed that he'd be safe there. Dead wrong. Cav number's too good for Wham, so we'll keep denying the berries. Villagers, are you kidding me right now? No way is that going to work. The scouts with the knights. But that no-clip formation, just going for each other, rushing across, gets him away from harm. I don't know what Anatan's meant to do now. Like, he went for a counter-offensive. It was the right call. But Wham has been quick on the fingers. He's dodged all deaths. Now he's just rushing stone for keep drops to be safe afterwards. Yeah, he knows that Anatan is now in Crazy Town, where he has to dive you in silly, crazy ways. And the Archer Ball is just going to get cleaned. Pretty cool game. And it really started to unravel because that 5 worker kills on the back gold. I still want to know from Wham if that was an intended bait or if that was just a misclick. Because I am wondering if Anatan got as distracted as I did. Unbelievable. No, keep droppers in. So at least his main base can't get dove. My only concern is there's not really much left to gather in here other than wood. Hanno does not want to give it over. I don't think... Does he know that it's Mass Ghazi? Probably not. It's pretty impressive that Wham can afford that much food, but yeah, he's had enough. GG gets called. Game number 2 to the Delhi. Let me know what you think, guys. Was that villager a misclick or an elaborate bait to get the backstab on the gold workers? It definitely worked on me. Oh, man. What in the hell? The greatest bait? All right, there we go. That one might get uploaded. So, mark it up. Left side win for the Delhi means we get more distance in this series. Next up, we are going to be heading into Rocky River, Shushi versus English. And Wham loves English on Rocky River. All right, got a minute until we're in game. Choose outcome, payout to Wham. Game 3, start predictions. Oh, by the way, reminder, our giveaway winner for The King is Watching was a person called Jinx66. Jinx66, I'm probably going to make maximum one more call. If you're not here, we're just going to re-roll the key tomorrow, basically. because I accidentally forgot to do it live, so I had to do it after stream. But I want to reward people who tune in, not someone who just like came in, done, giveaway, and then left. Sushi versus beans on toast wins. Beans on toast wins. It goddamn wins. Don't you forget it. English are pretty trash Civ right now, but if there was one player you would trust in competitive with them, surely it's Wham. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for grand final showdown here on Thursday between Wham and Anatan. Anatan taking the Sushi legacy here on Rocky River. Wham goes a different way. It's gonna be an English pick, something that I don't often get to say in competitive AoE4 at the moment, unless there's a Lancaster pick on the other side. The weird thing is, when you look at the draft, Wham took both the English and the Lancaster, so he always had this in mind for something else. Interesting pick as well. A Civ that only has really one meta. It's, shall we build another town, my lord? Yeah, English 2TC has pretty much been the bread and butter for 95% of English games at the moment. The 5% that isn't are maps where you can rush your opponent, such as mountain clearing. So curious to see if we get anything different here. Anno got to be expected to do Pro Scouts. And Pro Scouts definitely feels a lot weaker. You know, we're not seeing it as dominant as it once was. But for Sushi, China, like these are civs that still are doing it about 95% of their games. I do wonder if there's a timing where Anno could just all-in attack him, though. You know, that second TC is going to be very defensive, though. You can see by the way that Wham's gold spawned, as most English players tend to build 2 TC on gold, just to lock in castle. Should be telling very soon on whether we're going that way, though. Anno, sheep looking decent, but not as good as Wham. Yeah, 14 sheep to Wham's 15 so far. Against Sushi, you think Wham is cooked. Care to elaborate? I don't think it's that simple. White towers are pretty hard to dive, even for Lancer spam. I know, we aren't talking about a map where you usually get ridiculous meditation gardens, but that is a good one. Yeah, he can get the double gold, the berries, the wood. Like, seriously, what is it with these spawns recently? It's just right in his base that he gets probably the best meditation garden option he could reach. This one would definitely be better. Like, this is outrageous, but it's on the enemy side of the map, so you're just not going forever. And yeah, he definitely wants that once. Anno is going to step forward. So that's going to be 50 gold, 36 food, and probably about 15 wood. And there you go. Confirmation of 2TC. Abbey of Kings, plus the movement on stone. And overall, that counts, what, 16 sheep to 18? So he's definitely in a good position to just hunker down. They have plenty of food to work with. The other thing is that English are really good at gradual farm transitions because they are super cheap, only 37 wood each. Reminder, a while ago, they also did buff early farm transitions with English by increasing the earlier age gathering rate by an extra 5% on farms in Influence of a Mill. That's right. It still caps out the same as it did in Imperial, but it just means that earlier game escalation is a little bit better. In this map with King, you can't turn ideas. Yeah, but what you can do is poke at your opponent and try to force Spearman. Or at least idle the gold a bit, which is why you go for this. Like, what's the alternative? You could... The thing is, like, the Council Hall sucks, right? Like, if you go Council Hall here, you're going to do what? Force your opponent to build a stables that he was always going to build. That's pretty redundant. I think that's another big part of why Council Hall feels pretty dead in a lot of matchups right now. Not just the 2TC meta is real strong. It's that most civs are opening stables anyway for Pro Scouts. Right? And if they're doing that, then the idea of just spamming bows is already a little bit disadvantaged. Especially because those particular bows are more expensive and slower. No, that was definitely an attempt by Crackety to advertise Council Hall. He was trying to get you all to start using it in your pub games so that he can farm MMR easily. You know? I'm on you, Crackety. Alright? You little ELO regurgitator. And their stables. Pro Scouts already coming through. Final sheep haul is going to be the 18 to 18. Exactly. So, this is the type of game where I wish I maybe waited in lobby 5 minutes so we can fast forward. Yeah, like this matchup, I don't know. It's weird because I think English have delivered some pretty incredible games recently. It's just the opening is so monotonous. It's almost like you just want one player to start with Pro Scouts and one player to start with 2 TC and just go from there. He is going to be moving out to pick up the deer. That's kind of crafty. The reason, guys, is that Anatan isn't going to be expecting English to go deer. They always just build farms and build 2 TC like this. So realistically, Anatan should be gathering all of his own deer, the closer ones, because he wants the food back quicker. Which means that Wham can try to snatch away as much of this as possible. 7 villages out here is going to give a quick gathering rate, but the problem is Anatan's building horsemen. Now, he's building it for the king. So as long as Wham doesn't lose the king, the horsemen shouldn't go looking. But if they do, reminder that English and Lancastrian villages both suck against horsemen because they shoot bows against a unit that has got ranged armor. Building TC with 10? It's English behavior. Rural unhinged. I mean, it makes sense, guys, as English to build TC with 10. We have a huge housing crisis right now. The number one complaint to our government is we need to be building more houses. So, you know, when you play English in game, you just got to roleplay what we wish our government was. Deer on the east side being picked up now. Honestly, Anasan could have went 8, 9, 10 scouts, really. And it should be a fast castle from him. Wham's going to get a decent timing as well because he got these deer. A little bit surprised he didn't go survival techniques, which kind of tells you that Wham didn't think he'd be here for long. Yeah, the fact that he didn't get wheelbarrow, though, is the more shocker. Like, you know, if you do get caught out here by horsemen, you have to walk that back. You're going to lose probably 2, 3 villages, maybe, depending on the micro. What do you guys think English need? Do you guys want to just see a rework of some things with English? I'm trying to think if the Council Hall meta was cool or not. Did people overall like the Council Hall meta? I think people liked playing it as English because it felt like easy elo. But they basically have one build at high level right now, and that's it. It's always the same build. King just being a little bit annoying. The problem with the way that Anatan's doing this is if he doesn't get the kill now, you're just like losing out, right? And oh my god, he tries to bait him. Did he bait him long enough though? That was quite crafty. If Wham went a little bit deeper, he wouldn't be able to run home quick enough. Love that from Wham as well. Just pulls the scout because it's a one-hit kill. There you go, guys. Scouts are OP. The spear? Damn, Wham down to 10 HP. Keeps the king alive. That means he can keep pressuring. It's going to force Anatan to go into an outpost, but age up complete for him. Wham is lagging behind here. That investment into spears did slow him down a bit, but inevitably you're going to need it now or a minute from when you done it, right? Because lancers will be coming. And remember what we said about horsemen v shortbow villagers. It's pretty bad. Problem is, it's not so bad when your opponent doesn't have the free horsemen he's meant to. So good hold. Great micro. Wham doesn't lose a single soul. But his opponent now does know that he's gathering on deer. So expect the first lancers to go pounding out towards that location. Yeah, they're already on the way. And a lot more to come. We do have regional inspection on the way for Anatan. With a strong push off the back of Pro Scouts, this could run Wham out of town. Especially if the White Tower positioning sucks. And I mean, it secures the goal, but how is this farm area looking? You can get 1 farm cluster, 2 farm cluster. It's not too bad. Plus the berries, you might have to clear them. But I do like that he's just trying to forward it like this. If you build the White Tower back here, it's terrible. Because then you're not even protecting a full 360 rotation on the White Tower because you're against the edge of the map. And the deer. Lancer. Oh my god. Wham again. Wheelbarrow gets him out. And also, all that damage done is kissed better. Good old Abbey of Kings. First Lancer now with the dive in, though. And wait, no, Anno! How has Wham not lost a single villager? He was gathering with a mill on the deer. He just got dove by a Lancer that should have got the freest kill ever, but like Anno just clicks away. And now with the age up, oh, this is hard to dive. He doesn't have undermesh. No, so the TC actually really does hurt. Bit of a blunder there, I know. Timings didn't align. He does have the ranged armor one now. King being just as much of a nuisance as the Lancers, it seems, because neither can get a kill. And the White Tower up. Wham does turn to the berries, which I already know there's going to be people screaming about this. Like, why? Why is he eating berries? You're English. Have some self-respect. Ah, but that's where you went wrong, my astute viewers. English people, we don't have any self-respect anymore. That disappeared a long time ago. Worker kills finally achieved. Anatan just got a double. Having to work really hard for it, though. The Lancers, a lot of them getting low. I imagine we're going to be looking at Monastery next. Not yet. He has full map control, so this would be the time. Because if you now just try to keep pressuring like this with very low HP Lancers, they're going to die to TC. And then your opponent for the next wave, as you can see, will start having crossbows. Interesting that he has forgotten to use the White Tower to produce crossbows, by the way. Yeah, just building the archer range instead. It's kind of weird. Like, sometimes you just kind of forget the White Tower is a good production building. Lancers now going to connect for extra worker kills. Can't really dive the White Tower, so good defense there. Wham has got the Monastery, so Greedy Boy is going to be going for it first. While Anatan continues to just lean on the deer to keep the push coming. Range 2 is now coming. And the crossbows are not looking good. Man, Wham. I don't know, man. This is looking a bit weird right now. Like, you can't afford more crossbowmen. You just built a Monastery you can't afford either. Why is he... You'd think he'd just go for the mining camp over here, right? Because that's safer. It's inefficient from the walk, but you're just idled out 24/7 on the west side of your base. Crossbows. They're like, if I can just reach the White Tower, I can live. Not well. You're not living well. Lancer spam is strong here for Anno. And the outpost now in the way as well to make it worse. Man, Anatan really has the timing here. And remember, this map has got 38 deer. 10 more than standard maps like Dry Arabia. It's a lot of extra food. That's an extra 3,500 food. And man, do these Lancers come out quick. The regional inspection just paying off 9-second production time on Lancers. Anno, he's going to get the outpost as well. The king arrives just in time to realize it's gone up. Does get a worker kill by some miracle. The spread out is real, man. Anatan is like, okay, if he tries to get out of the base, he's dead. If he stays in the base, he's starving. Anna, just so many knights. Wham has started to gather gold. Okay, so this changes things a little bit. Wham should be able to get up to like 6 or 7 crossbowmen. He's also now using the White Tower for the first time, which has been missing for so long. Torch damage is going to start stockpiling up on the town center, but it's not that impactful just yet. I mean, it could be if Anno gets all of his alive troops here, because he's got a lot of torches. 19 knights in total. Why is he not building spears? Because spears will just have to run into melee and die one by one. The idea is that you can shuffle garrison with crossbows if they get stuck, and then you can hide near the White Tower and still attack. Whereas if spears are near the White Tower, they have to have the Lancers come in range. See? Look at this. A spearman would run close and just get killed. Crossbows now force a commitment that you can kite away from. Despite the best efforts for Anno, though, Wham's eco lead is getting kind of crazy. And the other thing is also Spearman Ball requires you have a lot of surplus resource. He doesn't have a lot of surplus resource. Remember, Wham has got a 16 villager lead, but look at the incomes. He hasn't built farms yet. So Spear Spam would require you to have like triple farm cluster, so 24 farms, to afford. And what on earth? The Ford Siege Workshop from Anatan. And he's committing, by the way. Look, he's got double products coming behind. TC's going to break. So Wham will not build a bigger worker lead than this. Still, it's a pretty good one to have. Anatan is going to be the one going for relics now. Reminder that a while ago, Wham did build a monastery. And then forgot it existed because he had to due to lack of gold. Now he has way too much gold. King is going to be underwhelming. No way. Is he going to get away with that? He actually might. Abbey of Kings. Next on the chopping block. And the Trebs are coming in to deal with the outpost, but I think you have bigger concerns than a single outpost now. It's 27 Lancers. And Wham has not got a single unit that can sit in a front line role for him, right? It's just the king. A king that if he runs into this main Lance is going to die in 3 seconds. Lance is now moving on the farms. The freshly placed ones. Crossbows are going to be given chase here. They've got the attack speed buffer. He also does have slots inside the TC if things get dicey. I want to make more room, though, because the crossbowman... There we go. Gets out the other side. Good micro by Wham. Now, this is cheesy, but works really well. If you commit melee into a TC like this, Wham can keep hopping side to side to dodge the threat. Yeah, ever since they made that change, TC defenses with range mass has become so much more effective. Is Anno going to build any other type of unit than Lancers this game? Like, it's just ridiculous. He's even committing into melee tech too. We even have the Dali horses on the way now. Yeah, this is nuts. He actually could end the game with just Lancers like this. It's strong. Crossbow mass up to 20 now, though. Needs to get rid of those numbers. He jumps straight in. Catches them snoozing. Wham! Didn't move away quick enough. And it's open field day. Literally and figuratively, there's no way to hide at a choke point. Lancer count cut down by half already. Oh, sorry, crossbow count. The Lancers only a third gone, and the rest are going to hop onto the farms. Eco lead has completely disappeared in this game. The crossbows may survive, but the worker count most definitely will not. Wham! Now behind. And Anatan as cozy as can be. Yeah, you just turn this into a macro game now. I mean, there's a decent number of farms for Wham, so that's some cause for concern. But you've still got good deer income. You can still think about farm transitions while going aggro. Relic game is still up for grabs. Looks like Anatan's going to get 4 relics. And I wouldn't be surprised if he uses the rest of the food to set up pagodas. What a cool game. I think this is like the most Lancers you'll see in a Castle Age only build, right? Like we hit 40 with Shushi. You know, normally you'd think French would set those records, but Anatan has rivaled French mass knight builds. Five relics? 5. All right, yeah, this is cruise mode. I know it looks like he's actually saving for Imp, but I would expect you on. For 8k gold secured. Wham into hidey hole mode. No, he's straight up going Imp. What? Okay, so it is interesting, guys, because the Lancers looked really good, right? You know what would look even better? increasing the DPS by about 35%. Remember, he can make them elite, but he can also then use Temple of the Sun to give them 20% more damage. Not just that, while he's not fighting, he can heal them all. This is his Abbey of Kings. This is... I don't even think his comp's going to change. I think it's going to be Lancers in Imp as well. Wham. His farms are in operation. I'm more concerned about the state of his military. He's almost got one crossbowman for every knight, but those knights are about to become a lot more scary. Boom. Temple of Sun on. Switch to Divine Vitality, maybe? He just calls it! He doesn't even try to contest it. There you go, folks. It's not just French that can win with knights only. Unlimited knights in castle, and it's not the civ you think. I don't know, that title might be too long. I have to think on that one. Alright, but my throat's really rough. Game number 3 goes to Anno, takes the lead. Next up, looks like we are going to be going to Cliffside. It is going to be Marlene versus Jean. I've been liking Marley here at the moment, like these sofa type builds, but you have to be very careful with them. And we are going to be on Cliffside, so like an aggro-oriented map. Bear with me one sec, guys. Sorry, I just had to cough my guts up again. Ugh. So Wham, English losers. After I just hyped him up as the guy I trust with English, apparently you can trust nobody, is the takeaway. Oh, I think they just announced another Gears of War. It's the Gears of War Reload. Oh, no, they're just doing like a bunch of Asus ROG stuff. Nothing we care about. Over 1K people watching across 3 channels. Poggers. That's a good start, guys. Now we just got to get 1K people on this channel alone. I'm greedy. Remember, guys, always share around. Tell people that this is happening. We got to keep growing this, man. Like, we grew numbers really good with the first edition to the point that we over doubled our prize pool. Imagine what we could get if we double the viewership again. Alright, let's get ready to go. Score the right side? No, let me flip it. I'm quickly realizing that watching these two right now is the best experience you can get. Because these two, I think, are the ones in the name pool. If you had to name someone else who could take an S-tier tournament in 2025, it's Anatan and Wham. We hop into game number 4 of our grand finals of our Midweek Muster Season 2, week number 2. This is our $20,000 esports circuit, and I stand by that statement. Like, Wham and Anatan, they're the two that I'm looking towards to thrust the trophy next, right? If it's not going to be a Marine Lord, a Beastie, or a Louis, like, these are the two. It used to be we talked about people like Lucifron, Vortex, etc. No offense to them, they're still very talented. But Wham in particular, on the recent LAN, no one can refute he was the most impressive player to watch. He may not have won, but he took everyone to the edge and almost pushed them over. And then Anatan has consistently been ramping up for what feels like the longest time now. Just such a well-rounded player. Not just his ability to play very aggressively, but very off-meta, but also when he's stuck on meta, he always finds a twist that gives him an edge. And Marlians delivered that. If you guys remember, last week we had Marlians versus, I believe it was French, in the semi-finals between B and Anatan. It delivered probably my favorite Marlian game of 2025. And let's get those predictions up so people can be gambaholics. So, of course, game number 2, or 3 rather, went to Anatan. On to the 4th now. Best of 7. And we've still got some wackiness left to play out, actually. School of Cavalry is going to be coming in as is standard for Jean. Still wondering what the full rework is likely to be over time. I mean, Jean... maybe something completely drastically different than Chamber of Commerce. I almost feel like French need Chamber of Commerce made different as well. But last time we did watch Anatan in something with finals on the title with Marlians, we got a very interesting 2TC build. It was against Jean/French, and it looks like we're getting it again. Yeah, Saharan Trade Network on the front side. Anatan loves this build. In fact, you go all the way back to Midweek Muster number 1. He was innovating with this type of build, Saharan Trade Network into 2TC. The moment they made that change from it costing stone to costing gold. It's pretty smart as well. Like, you go Mansa, it's a very slow escalation, but if you go like this, you can anchor down on the pit mine, gather what you need for the gold, and then drop a TC. Interesting choice on a map like this as well, considering that, like, Cliffside, you're a lot closer to the enemy base, so, like, in theory, anyway, aggressive maneuvers are more rewarding. But I like the fact that he just leans it into these kind of choke points to deny some access for Wham. No wonder. Is Wham going to see it quick enough? I mean, do you expect it out of the gate? Because the weird thing is the way he's rotated, it kind of seems like he might not be aware. I don't think this is the type of play you just assume by default. Which is worrisome because it means you won't be in position to stop it. Just look at the resources. This looks like a really good timing for Anno. The gold gen is pretty impressive off the pit mine alone. Yeah, you might need to consider some manual gold gathering though, because it feels like you're going to be overcapped on wood with this. Has 11 out there on the trees. I guess you could justify it if you go for a long walkout. Like, imagine a TC out towards, like, the deer. But that does feel very ambitious. Usually you see people drop it close to base. This might be a good deer option. A bit far forward, but somewhat achievable. The problem is there's already a knight on the way. So, yeah, tech up cuz. Wham. Gets the info early, backs away. And because he sees the knight, I now imagine that Anatan is probably just looking to drop the TC in this area. Wham has gone for pro scouts. Hasn't got the scout with the knight, so didn't see anything to dive on there. How deep does Wham want to go on pro scouts? It's interesting to think about that, right? Like, because you know it's pro scouts v2TC. You could technically go very greedy with a lot of scouts, but surely it's more advantageous to play maybe 4 scouts maximum, and then just look to scale knights, archers to dive. Archers might be a bit tricky to justify here, simply because of the Saharan Trade Network. Because now you, instead of getting arrow slits, you can get javelin slits, which are very impactful against range units. You also might be noticing that although Wham is up against a defensive Civ, he did not go for range on. That's intentional. When you play against Marlians, range on can go atrociously bad. The thing you have to remember is Marlians do have access to javelins, and range on gets melted by them. So better to have the armor and a little bit more staying power. Bad spawn? I don't think this is a bad spawn. I think it's fine. It's an anchorable area to build around. If Anatan was going for like a Mansa spawn, Mansa build rather, then yes, this would be a very bad spawn. But he adjusted. It's got to be feeling cozy for it. 2 TC on a Civ. As long as they got a little bit of gold, they can always find a way to get more than a little bit of food. No trade with Saharan Trade Network. You're getting the wrong idea. The reason why we call it the Saharan Trade Network isn't because you're going to trade with it. It's because you're trading away getting reliable infinite gold for getting not dev. See, it's a different type of trade. I know, now under the Donzos to be expected. Archers are going to be on the way from Wham quite early. Alright, ones if you prefer Anatan's build, twos if you like Whams more. Because Whams can easily be mass knights now, whereas Anno is going to maybe struggle a little bit on food eventually. But he's still got the 4K vein, which isn't really diveable yet. I do wonder if Wham's going for an early ram timing with the archers. Because technically with, what, double ram, you could. My only concern is it's quite easy to kind of cheese the defense here. You know, anything that has 8+ garrison slots, you can easily deal with rams, right? You just jump out, throw torches, jump back in. And the Saharan Trade Network, funnily enough, comes with 10 slots. Knights. Flush on. Creeping in. Anatan quick on the reaction, though. Yeah, it doesn't allow more than an iota of damage. Okay, that was a little bit more damaging, but totally worth it. The baiting gets a kill on one of the knights. TikTok goes the clock. It's already an 8-worker lead for Anatan. It's not going to get any easier anytime soon. Does feel weird that Wham's kind of just allowed these scouts to exist deep, getting info, but very hard to deny them due to the warrior scout nature. They move fast, they heal fast. And they definitely don't get brought to heal fast. What? I'm kind of surprised he stuck to it that long, but why not, right? Afterwards, you just run away, and this is what I mean with the fast heal. It's already kicking in. It looks so ridiculous when you watch this bar move up. Yeah, it's looking so good. We've even had Recon twice now in the KPMMs attempt these weird, wacky, but wonderful mass warrior scout builds where he just tries to cheese. Something that you guys might remember from a long time ago when we had the Malian King meme, where Beastie was able to use them to just dominate one of the tournaments. And this just feels sad as well, right? Like, if this was a horseman, you stab him down, he's not coming back. This guy's not going to stop coming back until you answer him. Wow. Maybe looking for a macro game now. He's holding on to a lot of resources. What does he get out of a semi-fast castle here? Maybe relics is the goal? Because while I'm looking at the map right now, I'm thinking, he doesn't have Mansa. His gold's pretty far forward. Like, maybe I can starve him out on gold and castle. Would also allow you to escalate Jean a bit quicker with the sacred sites. And by the way, those sacred sites are a little bit broken this spawn around. Yeah, the triple tight stack. Does sometimes still happen on Cliffside. I was hoping by now we'd have a developer update to fix it, but still, to this day, it keeps occurring. And wham, now into the guild hall. So this is going to give him a nice scaling point up into Imperial down the line. I like the idea of this as well. Like, getting it this early gives you like a guild hall pull around 19-20 minutes. If you get that drop on a red path in the center, which is usually what we see French players aim for, you would be sieging down the forward defenses as well as the pit mine area. Now, obviously, he has to access that later phase of the game. But Knights is going to keep him pretty honest and protected. My only concern is Anatan's lead is getting pretty big. And here's another concern for you guys. He's building javelins right now. This is the way that you are able to do Farimba. Think about what that would mean. Javs into archers, nice. Even the knights, the poison damage, nice. And the other funny thing is actually that, like, javelin is into arbitrier is very nice. On the other hand, if Wham stops producing archers, Anatan would be able to go for Musafadi. Mansa Musafadi are so underrated, it's insane. For those that have not seen them, they have 4 melee armor, which is ridiculous. They have the same melee armor as a knight, while being a light class unit. I mean, we're getting farms from Anatand. So yeah, he's trying to budget his gold then. Which makes sense when you consider how much wood he has next to his base and how full the gold is. Not your usual, but I mean, I guess when you got a 20 worker lead, do whatever you want. You know? If you want to crap in a bowl and throw it at a bus, do it. If you want to cover yourself in glue, have people throw pillows at you and then caca at the moon, do it. If you want to pick Mali and go 2 TC and mass javelins with farms, do it. Clearly that last one was the craziest of all the things we said. So what's what I'm looking for here? Probably an entry point sooner rather than later. It's not like this worker lead is going to get smaller. I thought he'd try and rush relics, but it's simply not the case. It feels more like what Wham is waiting for is the obvious moment where Anatan is trying to age. Because then you can commit. For now, it feels a bit dicey because Javelin Donzo is pretty decent against the Knight Archers. I will say now with Vet Archers, though, you trade quite well into the counter Javelin unit. Especially when you consider the price of an Archer versus a Javelin. Like, if you have the same price investment, most definitely favoring Archers. A bit of poke here. Stops the wall fully going up. Knight's now circling. Good pull away, though. Anatan, he's just shadowing, aware of where he's being chased. Do you know what's weirdest of all here, by the way? Wham's circling like he's looking for a dive. He got range 2 damage, but does not even have ranged 1 armor. That's a little bit surprising when people are thinking about diving TCs, especially double TC Saharan. Ranged armor feels like it's imperative. It's also helpful against the Donzos. It mitigates a bit of damage there as well, due to their ranged attack at the start. But we are getting Furimba, and this definitely looks like a Javelineer build. Which, by the way, you never see anymore. It's full of... Oh! Oh, the timing! Wham! Just confidently walks in the moment he's building it. Forces the cancel. He sees the ruins as well. He knows what just happened. Question is, can he now win the fight? Backstab comes in from the Knights behind. The Furimba is not safe there. And Jean is really not that far off, guys. 100 XP is nothing when you look at the size of these fights. Knights now chasing the workers on the flank. Intercept reinforcements. Anno needs to be careful. He's feeding Jean. Wow. What a timing. What a soul raid. And now, what a panicked reaction. Anatan, with 32 villagers, gets into the next stage. And now this is scary for Wham. It looked like he almost had his timing, but he has to be on the defense. Mansa Javelineer upgrade comes in way too fast. That movement speed would get you kited. On top of that, we've already got the veterancy queued up and 20 seconds out. I mean, this is it. This is the moment Anatan's been waiting for. He starved his way through to get to it, but it has arrived. Now, if he starts rushing gold like he is, he can afford to start spamming cow out to eat for a little bit longer. Berries would now also be accessible. It just shows you the momentum that you get off of a pro scout deal like this, you know. It's not just the fact that you've got all this food to work with. It's the fact that Anatan hasn't had it. You know, people talking about wouldn't ranches scaling at this point be worth having? Sure, but the problem for Anatan is he never has enough gold to get both the ranches filled and his bellies filled. He's had to choose one or the other. A calming moment here. Anatan not in a rush, it seems. He's at least waiting for the Donzo upgrade. Wow, Horseman switch on the way. So this is interesting because Horsemen before the Javelineer nerfs didn't really work against Javelineers. But they used to have 1.38 movement speed. They've been slowed quite a bit now, which means realistically Horsemen should be a counter. I know. Definitely needs to find that fight soon, though. Jean could immediately be killed, by the way. Like, it's this many javelins, she just dies. They all hit for 11 damage. You've got 3 ranged armor. There's 30 of them. I'm a bit surprised he didn't go for the punt, actually. And that's a good idea. You guys should all definitely watch Twitch and YouTube. Definitely, like, if YouTube come across the Twitch as well. Got to inflate those numbers so sponsors see it and sponsor. Yo, crazy little one for you. I don't know if you guys knew this. Apparently, if you open an incognito tab, this still works. You can count as a second viewer. All right, there we go, guys. I've just convinced my community to view bot Kappa. Anyway, Javelin is still not rushing. But Wham is trying to sneak in now. This is tricky, right? Like, it looked like Anatan was ready to commit, but then all of a sudden, when that wall breaks, you have to go full defense because of how much you've got on the line. You've got a lot of workers that would die pretty quick to knights. Feels like Anatan is scaling to a point where he's happy with the idea of that trade. It's just not there yet. Nano? Oh, this is actually quite nice. A warrior scout with 7 damage. No textiles here. He's at least got knights on the way, but that's going to be -1. Not something you can really afford when you're now 23 workers down. Sorry, 33 workers down. I think 34. Guildhall is almost ready to pull. I just don't know if it's good enough. Like, this is pretty rough. We also do have Arbitrary getting littered in. It is a little bit odd the way this is played. Because Anatan went for Javelineers. Javelineers is a timing build. It's all about pressure, right? Like, you need to kind of keep momentum over your opponent. But then after getting Javelineers, he didn't do anything. He just kept defending. This is, I want to say, the polar opposite of what you're meant to do with Javelineer. This is what I'd probably expect out of Mansa Musafadi. Because Mansa Musafadi, you could argue you need to get up to 40, 50, 60. But Javelineers are all about poking, trading to build a lead. Great throw on the wall. Wow, I'm just trying to make the map uncomfortable for Anno. Anatan, he has got a few Sofa now coming in, so this is pretty smart, actually. There are going to be knights there to try and defend, but if the Sofa just ignore them, we could be looking at 3, 4 worker kills, at least. Probably more. It's going to be 2 workers. Does pull away after that. So keeps them alive for another raid. And has the right read. Because Wham is gathering the back gold now. You know what would actually be kind of sick here? I just don't think he's going to do it. Is Jean's Champions. Jean's Champions against Mass Donzo is super effective. Remember, Jean's Champions are bigger men-at-arms that get bonus against spears. This doesn't seem like what we're going to get. Sofa raid on the backside. Does scare Wham off. He's trying to make a farm transition right now, but I don't know. It kind of feels like Wham is in a very fragile state where he knows he needs to attack, but doing so, trading army for army, would only put him behind with the food starting to run out. Yeah, Miss Y's out on the board and the berries, right? He's already tapped all the goodies dry. Horsemen are going to be able to dive in for a few worker kills. It feels like a drop in a lake here, though. Javelins. Finally get a fight. It's into Horsemen, though. Horsemen that are now diving into the workers. Backstab comes in. The knights from behind here. Hello. Jean's on approach as well. The cleave. This is big. Wham. He needs to pin them down. The Javelin is able to slightly break through. They get out the other side. The Donzos, bogged down on archers right now, are going to be chased there. Wham has got the perfect split here. Cavalry chasing the Javelins. Archers chasing the spears. Is it enough? The count is spinning a little bit. The Horsemen diving into the workers. It barely done anything, though. I think it shifted the Neo by about 6 or 7 workers. Javelin is now on the choke point. It's not going to be enough to break him. Wham. Although he has a military lead, it is not good enough. No. He was at 30 Horsemen plus. He went down to 9. The cavalry are shrinking in numbers, but Wham has got the Hail Mary punt. 6,000 food. He pulls the guild hall. The red palace drops coming in, and this could lead us into a siege kill. Do not count Wham out yet. This is ridiculous. He's down by 30 workers, but definitely not dead. A little bit of poke here. Horsemen are going to chase him away. Anatan unable to deny the landmark. Just like the Farimba required 30, so too will the Red Palace. It's not really securing much, but it is a staging point here. Wham knows he has to keep this pressure up. Gotta be careful on these trades. Doesn't really have the food income to afford any of them. Yeah, Wham. I mean, he's still sitting at just 6 farms. Berries, boar. Actually, no, not soon to be gone. He's still got the boar fully. A little bit surprised he went berries. Maybe he forgot about it. It's kind of a stare down moment here, right? I think Anatan probably just wants to hunker down and play for Imperial now as well. He's got walls coming up to try and secure that. The walls should be just quick enough. There's not really enough cavalry to burn through this. Wait, is there... Did both of them miss this? This is just classic Cliffside. I feel like every game in Cliffside, there's one relic that no one sees. The wall closer, though. Whoopsie. Anatan. Okay, he's not going to get the wall up. I'm able to creep in. Problematic considering the way the economy is spread out back here. Second wave is also now following up. Wham does not have any siege stills, the weird part. The trebuchets are hitting into the Red Palace. Have to pack up and run. The horseman dive is going to be there. Gets one of them, not able to find the others. He's running headfirst into Donzo Javelini. Yeah, I mean, he gets one treb, but he loses what? 6 horsemen on 800 food income. So that's basically your horseman span for 1 minute gone. He didn't stop the siege. No, it's down to 1,500. He's not actually repairing this. What do you do when the Red Palace dies? Build a blue palace? I mean, like, this is pretty big. You don't have anything to keep Anatan from counter-offensing down the straight route. Still, Anno does have some serious food issues. It's getting a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't added in a single ranch. We're 25 minutes in, 2 TC, no ranch. Well, it seems weird to be watching Knights not getting upgraded, but you have to remember, without good food income, Wham, there's no point in doing it. So yeah, these are just Vet Knights, hence why the Donzo's done well against them. Horseman on the front side, try for the dive, not going to work. Good bait there by Wham, dragged the entire army away, so looked for that fish. Wasn't able to find the kill. I just keep looking at this game wondering how he's going to do it, but it's not as crazy of an idea if you think about it, guys. Like, Anatan, his food income is underwhelming. Like, Wham's raiding is slowly working in this game. Poke here or there. Really important he keeps him on the edge like this as well, because if Anno does find a way to age up, remember, the Farimba will let him build a different type of Mancer unit as well. Yeah, so he could, for example, against this comp, go, Mancer Freeborn. The Freeborn would be pretty good here, just because of how tanky they'd be against the archers, and blocker to the horseman play. Chases on, though. Javelin is moving forward. While Wham gets ready to crack heads in the back again. Berry gatherers have been found. Shivs will be required. Yeah, but with textiles, it's not going to be quick enough. So he will get denied on the berries. Javelin is forced to retreat. Archers and horsemen are into the eco. They'll start to find the worker kills. I know, after having, what, 30, almost a 40 worker lead, the gap is shrinking. Wham slowly finding his way back towards an equal point here. He also does have that guild hall still stockpiling, this time into gold. Archers against Donzos are going to have a field day. Front side, we have got Jean tanking, absorbing everything here. Spearmen do come through, so Anatan able to mop it up, and oh my god, Wham goes down another 6. The big oh my god is due to the lack of food. He's got the ball for the time being, but still only 6 farms to his name. Horseman now looking for the jump in. And Wham is just everywhere in this game. A player that historically we categorize more defensive in the past. You'd think Lucifron is on his account. This is masterful raiding. Just look at the mini-map. This is his vision. He sees everywhere. Hunting for kills. Jean not that far away from level 4. Jean de Blast. Workers just being ferried around, but not really working for Anatan. I get a refund. False advertising. How can you be called a worker and not work? That's like being called a drunk but not drinking. I'm a little bit slow on his retreat here, by the way. The champions, I think he griefed himself when he spawned them. Champions are slower, so he's just not moving quickly. Still, Jean, moments away at this rate. And on top of that, he forced a lot of army to chase. Anu just realized this is a bait. Yeah, he runs away now. The north side is getting heavily harassed. This is crazy. One player who should have all the food in the world but can't. The other player who has the age up but not a grand deal to show for it. I mean, that's not fair to the horsemen archers. They're definitely carrying this game. And all of a sudden, somewhere in his pockets, Wham found the food and gold to go knights. Shocker. Something I wouldn't have expected here, actually. On such a weak economy, food-wise. I mean, you could argue he's got a lot of gold, so it makes sense, because Horseman is like 80% food-based, right? Whereas, like, you go Knights, it's closer to 50. John does somehow get sniped. Immediate buyback comes through, though. Still 130 XP off of level 4, but you can taste it at this stage. It's just so close. How does this game end? I think Anatan hasn't exhausted gold, right? He's still got a decent amount around his base, so that's not going to kill him. He's just never been able to find a way of getting an age up. Like, this has been going on for what? 10 minutes now? Must be getting close. Like 7 minutes at least of Imperial versus Castle. Feels like it anyway. The relentless raiding just keeping Anatan stuck in that third age. Wham. He's just got triple Sacred Sight. No repair still in the Red Palace. Jean, because of that capture, is now just 50 XP away from reaching critical mass. Archers are going for the trade-in. Will throw their lives away against the castle. So Anatan has finally started to get something additional to defend with. But the castle drop is going to be a whiff here. Tries to scare the repair crew inside. Burns in between his Wham, dives in even deeper. Last bit of XP that we need is right here on this screen. He dives past for it. Gives chase. Workers not running away quick enough, and he panics and runs back into the waiting arms. Jean cannot hang around, though. The Donzo scare her off. 10 XP away. Cannon that has been birthed for this kill. That's been full prices paid as well, so he needs to make sure it gets the kill without dying, but the poke's going to start coming in. John, just 2 ticks away. Level 3 John ready to blast. But there's not much of an army anymore. Wham! It took so long in the end. He's down to just 33. Anno has fully escalated. He's had enough of this crap. The Javelinier Donzos, the perfect comp. Wham just doesn't have the archers. Incinerar is on the way for what? 9 guys that exist. Not for long. Jeune de Blast. It had to be, yeah. Strength of Heaven comes in, so he's got the 1 to buff 1 unit. The upgrade's going to be there. Meet your new Royal Knight Daddy. 770 HP. Hits like a mother ducking truck. May have to duck out of this one. Donzo count has gone a little bit low. Wow, I'm in a shaky position now. Anatan does back away, not trying to overextend, but with the resetter on military power there, we might finally have the breathing room that Anatan needs to get up in age. He's got 56 farms. This is his moment. Sacred Site also decapped, so no win condition there. I imagine Anatan just does take the age up now, right? Like, he's seen the pressure is just gone. Wham isn't really able to renew. He's trying, bless him. He's got so much gold. The food is getting a little bit better as he's slowly been scaling that late game. 27 farms now. I can't believe it, man. What a crazy, crazy game. It's like 2 TC, but you're not allowed to go Imperial Age. Oh, that sounds so silly to say. That's exactly what's happened in this game. Until now. Griot Bara is coming through. Griot Bara is an interesting one, actually, because if you think about it, Anatan's been struggling to get big food reserves. This fixes that. Yeah. And it's going to be the Mansa Musafadi. This is crazy. Into archers is a little bit wild, sure, but I mean, at this stage, is your opponent really going to have a scout with the army to see you? I imagine we're looking at food festivals here just to get that food number up like crazy. Remember, it gives a 50% increase for 300 gold, which would be like an extra 750 food. Castle's going to drop. And it is indeed going to be Mansa Musafadi. So we've got the full Farimba salute here. Trebs. Is he thinking of knocking out landmarks? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Like, forcing 2 down puts your opponent on an all-in. I just don't think you want that all-in yet. It's better for Anatan to wait, as he only just reached Imperial. So he's got a lot of upgrades that he's missing. Bloody impressive the way that, like, Anatan was able to eventually catch up here. Like, wham, at one point it looked like he had it. Both of these players just playing phenomenally well in the grand finals. Javelineers have also been elited. They've also got the precision training coming in. Remember, this gives them a +3 damage increase. It's like incendiary arrows for the Malians. I mean, is there incendiary arrows? Looks like we have a gap in the wall here, though. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. Not like this. And he just activated the food festival. Literally the moment that raid came in, he pressed the button. Oh, God. What a timing to get hit with. Wham with the backstab. Now the full defensive. He split the army in 2, and now he's ready to split Anatan's skull. Triple bombard. Easily able to deal with the castles. And Jean just keeps on pushing. She's too strong. Blast through the first wave. Anatan, this Mansa Musafadi switch needed more time. It's not going to get it, though. The farms are getting shut down. Half of his food income just isn't there. Musafadi Raiders into the back of Wham space as well to return the favor, but we've been here before. We've seen how impressive this was last time for Wham. Could this be the killing blow? It looks like it is. The javelin count down to just 27. 2TC, eco lead for most of the game. And for the first time, practically the entire game, Anatan will be behind on workers. He's definitely behind on game. GG called. You can have 2TC, but you cannot have ranchers. You cannot have Imperial unless you want to lose. Wow. What a game. That was a crazy one. What a bloody game indeed. Yeah, that game, I think that one's going to be 2 town center. No, sorry, you can't ranch. You can't imp. But here's a TC. Wow. All right, guys. So, series continues. Back and forth trading. Non-stop, like we wanted to see. So that is going to be a second point on the board for Wham. We are definitely getting distance in this one. If there's any other pro player, you would never have 1,000 plus of every resource in Imp. Have 120 supply. It depends, like, what you're doing at the time. Like, maybe you're holding on resources because you're looking for a transition. Which is a thing. Like, you see other players do this all the time. Dumu's a big fan of it. Alright, up next, it's going to be Frisian, Ottoman versus Ayyu. Alright, looks like we've got 2 minutes. Oof. Absolutely incredible out the two. Oh, man. You know, and also, thank goodness, we were worried this was going to be a quick day. Not going to be the case at all. Nah, we're going to get that length. I'm just glancing at, like, the Gamescom stuff. I think they literally, like... I think they shoot, like, 2 or 3 minutes of stuff, and then that's it. So, yeah, there you go, guys. In-game, I think they shoot, like... actually, there's a few minutes in here. We'll look back at this afterwards. Yeah, the other thing you have to keep in mind is, like, this holiday... Oh, Wham's playing Bag's home resources. Dude, he's raiding, like, 5 different locations, and he's risking getting raided as well. There's so much going on in that game. Like, the thing that people quite often forget is, like, yes, was that the perfect game by Wham? No. But why was it not the perfect game? Was it because his opponent was not doing anything, and he just allowed him to, like, you know, like... He had all the time in the world, there's no pressure, and he just, like, didn't use it? No, he's, like... You have to think of your attention span and things you can do as a limited resource, and you can only allocate and dedicate it to a certain amount of things. Does that make sense, right? So you have to kind of prioritize, and it's very easy within that to lose track of a lot of those details. By the way, guys, one more shout out for that key if the person is here. Reminder, the winner of the giveaway was Jinx66. If you're not here, though, I'm going to, like, re-roll it tomorrow. Someone else will get it. So we got a key for The King is Watching, which is an incredible game. Really cool indie game. Deserves a lot of praise. Just watch MLBC. I mean, I'm going to be totally real with you. MLBC make mistakes too. Like, I hate to burst the bubble to you. There's no one is a perfect player. Marine Lord won't admit it, but even he, like, will make mistakes as well. Like, everyone makes mistakes. All right. Let's get ready to go. Do we have predictions up? We do. Thank you very much. Just the other day, we had some players saying they thought Ayyubids was overrated on this map. Well, let's hop in and see if that's the case. One of the best in the game to try and prove or disprove. We've got Wham on the Ayyubids going up against Volta Esports Anatad as the Ottomans. It is swamp time. That's right. Into Frisian marshes we go. The map that always just teases you and compels you to hop onto a pond. And in theory, that's part of why Ayyubids should be good here. It's a pretty good map for them because of their cheaper docks. Ottomans, similar as well. They only pay 90 wood. Ayyubids technically get the better deal. And on top of that, Ayyubids, that's the only deal they want to do. You never see Ayyub doing a spear rush, which is a big part of why a lot of people don't rate them as highly on this map. I love what Anatan's doing, though. He's meant to be the Civ that can open with racks, and look at this play. He built, waited until he was seen, cancelled, and then walks out for the dock play. It's so smart, man. Because the thing for Wham is he wants to be able to go for Pond. Pond play is really good for Ayyubids, but you don't want to do a spear spam. Ayyubids is probably one of the most underwhelming civs for doing a spear spam, while Ottomans is one of the best. Remember, they eventually in a long Dark Age get the healing, which just breaks the fight entirely. So yeah, instead it's going to be Wham rushing into H2. Looking at the way he's gathering with the villagers, it seems like we're probably going to be getting growth. It also, actually, like, it doesn't necessarily guarantee. A big part of why he's going to do this, folks, is because he's worried about a spear rush. If he's worried about a spear rush, he wants to gather these further away berries first so that he's in range of the TC when he falls back to these ones. So that's why you're seeing him do the longer distance. But this just sucks now, right? Like, your opponent baited you. He made you think he was going for a Dark Age rush. So you changed so many things about your strategy. You didn't even think about doing pond play anymore. And you've also been wasting efficiency on your workers with this longer distance gathering. I know. What is he going to be looking for here? Is he going free pond? He's set up 2. I think 3 would be a little bit greedy. It's going to be logistics wing on the other side, by the way. Very interesting choice coming out from Wham. I thought we might be seeing growth wing. Especially now that he's starting to probably realize he's been bamboozled, right? Like, you're 3 minutes in and you haven't seen a single spear. You're feeling like you've been hoodwinked. It could be that your opponent walked over to the pond, you weren't there, and you're like, haha, I tricked him. But even then, you'd expect them to be poking at the gold or the berries, which are out of range of the TC. And yeah, there it is. He's like, oh, for God's sake, what is that? The ruins of what was meant to be. And now he goes on the cycle round to check. He's like, okay, if it's not a Rax play, it has to be docks. Gets confirmation of the first. And if he keeps going, he's going to find out there's a second as well. How do you address this now, though? Because one thing that was popular with Ayyubids when people were trying to pick them here, with limited success, I would say, was to actually go for Desert Raider wing, because then you'd use the Desert Raider to build a ram right here and take out the docks. But Wham wasn't expecting this build, right? So, like, going in the culture wing logistics direction doesn't give him that option. What were predictions like, by the way? I'm curious where you guys leaned in the end. 50-50, essentially. Slight edge for Anatan. That's what we like to see. Good military wing, you could use the scout to build a ram. We actually haven't seen anyone do that yet, but it is a fair point. Remember, if you go military wing, it's not just camels, it's any cavalry of Ayyubids. With the military wing reinforcement, any cavalry can build siege. Something that I think is really underrated is actually later in the game building mangoes and springalds with the Desert Raiders. Soon. Yeah, he's going to be fine. Anatan will chase him away. And oh my god, yeah. Yes, Anatan, yeah. I've been waiting all my life for this moment. Guys, I think we're getting active Sultani Trade Network trade, which you just never see. I've been begging for it for so long because so many times people build this landmark and they just sit the guys inside. It feels really wasteful because if there's nothing on the map to threaten you, you might as well just go and get the goodies, you know? So yeah, really cool to see that we might actually get some active trade. You have to be fast about it though, because you can see that this is a fast castle build from Ayu. Wait, has he been trying to deer shove? He's been trying to deer shove. Yeah, this is never going to work these days. It takes like 3 times what it used to. So Anatan's just going to go over and lame all the deer. Hey, in fairness, grouping them up isn't a bad idea so that you can place a nice little mill later. And wham, we're probably looking at growth, right? Yeah, growth is on the way. He has started to clear the berries, though, which is unfortunate. He actually... I think that one's going to get cleared, too, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, he's got loads there. He will have to shift soon, though. Yeah, it's important because, like, he already screwed up on one. That's an extra 100 food gone. So every time you clear one of these berries, you're skipping on an extra 100 food you get if you waited for the growth wing to complete. As long as there's at least 1 food left on one of these berry bushes, they will then get an extra 100 food. And Ottomans only get an increased gathering rate on berries when they go for the Madrasa. And that's only on the Madrasa berries. Anatan now into the Sipahi. Not too crazy about Sipahi here. Because if you're worried about fast castle and you... Oh, he walked headfirst into that one. Without wheelbarrow as well. Oops. Scout's just going to go in for the finishing blow. Oh, nice. The imams. Well played. Anatan already had them up in his face. So the thing I was going to say is, like, Sipahi is a bit awkward here because Dervish are really tanky against light horsemen because of the debuff. So it's very hard for you to stop them picking up relics. Like, these guys are just... I don't know. I think the side tracks on these, the little carts... or beds, whatever we would call them. I think they've got NOS canisters under there. It's how the Dervish justify going so fast. Villagers with the build-up, though. The Dervish is making it impossible. This is a heel-on-heel battle. It's not going to work for Anno. No, he just doesn't have the numbers. Dives past instead for the second outpost. That is going to be a kill. Bloody Dervish, I swear. Where's the other one? The other one's already on the other side of the map to pick up a relic. So outpost is going to be going up. Can he actually get this in time? This is going to be tight, right? No, he's fine. It's 22 seconds out. It has to be a villager pull. And wait, he pulls away! Oh no! Outpost denied. Anatan, greedy. Tries to stop the relic pickup. Comes back in now. Has not got the fortitude. That's on cooldown. Shivs are going to be coming out. Surely he's thinking about the surrounds. The imams are not joining in right now, so it would be the time if there's going to be any. This is such a messy game. Lancer arrives, but the imam, he can heal. The villager stays alive. Tower goes up. Protection's going to be there. Arrow slit's now on the way, but despite how impressive this is looking right now for Anatan, I want you guys to remember something very important here. For those that struggle with counting, you should be able to keep up with this. Ottomans are still only aged 2. And Wham does have another gold. I think Wham needs to get spears though, right? There's a lot of Sipahi. If you get spears, you can actually gather your secondary gold, right? He has got enough to get hardened spears, just not more than that. And oh my god, these dervishes are so obnoxious. But wait. We got the chase. Activates the fortitude. And I don't know what that turnaround was from Wham. 1 dervish down. Also a camel lancer to fall. The dervish is going to be pulled, but if he turns onto it now... Yes! That's the grab! Doesn't quite get the surround. Wham is playing a big game of duck, duck, deuce. Not goose, deuce. Right now, these Sipahi are taking a crap on him. What a wild game. This series just keeps on delivering crazier and crazier games. What now? What wild trick does he have next? He's waiting on that gold. We mentioned it as the backup option. Wham feels like he's confident enough, strong enough to contest. Dunny's just making it very difficult for Sipahi to dive in, but the second wave is coming, folks. This is a lot of Sipahi. Camel Lancers. They do get intercepted. They're being surrounded right now. The Spearmen are catching up here. Will be able to dodge pass. You just see the difference Camelani's is making. He should be dead right now. Reminder that Wham is really living on a prayer here. If this dervish goes down, he's done, boss. Yeah, he just doesn't have any gold. He's never able to get a relic home. Got close, but no bueno. I know. Still topping off those HP bars. Getting ready for another dive, and this time he's going to have the meta to back him up is the idea. The dervish is creeping out, though. That is going to be seen, and you see the immediate steer. This is actually the moment he's been waiting for. Wham can trade to get more gold, but it's going to get bad fast. Dervish needs to somehow dodge death, but the Sipahi, they dive in towards the workers. He's going to be able to find a few here with the Fortitude activated. Turns now to the dervish. That's going to be denial. No relics for Wham. The archers still not upgraded. Fortitude has ran out. He's no longer taking bonus damage from melee. TC, a dive too far though. No meta. It's only just came in, and not just that. The craziness. Okay, it's not going to continue. It was a misclick. Yeah, for a moment, I really thought we were getting the Istanbul Imperial Palace. I mean, would it have been justifiable here? Not really. There's nothing. Like this. I think the problem with the Istanbul Imperial Palace is there's nothing in the mid tier that you really want to rush. Maybe Janissaries? After all, you are against Camel Lancers. Gold. That issue seems to have been resolved now for Wham. We've got Vet Spears coming, so Anatan definitely chose the right time to get out of this feudal age. Horseman Spear. And this is another example, I see it in chat, of why people need to pay attention. Or rather, if you're not sure, don't say. There is indeed a third place match, which we will cast on Friday. Guys, it's okay to not always have the answers. Just say I don't know if you don't know. Like, I don't know how this one's going to play out. Because that's a lot of Sipahi. And he's overextended. Wham. Oh, no. The Sipahi, they go for the jump in. The Wallow on the side as well. He's going to bait him a little bit deep with the Spearman. Tries to hide inside it, but the denial comes through. However, it required Wham to stand his ground. Sipahi, even without the veterancy, chow down. Oh my god. And now with the upgrade in, he's ready to send it. What a fight. Anatan, even with just feudal Sipahi, was able to make that work. Veterancy only now kicking in on those archers for Wham. And now moving out for fishing at a dicey point in the game. If he cleared the Sipahi, he feels safe. He surely must be feeling anything but. Give me a rotate in. Fortitude still on cooldown, but he can get pinned up against the fish. I know. Snipes just a few, backs away. One Sipahi for 5 villagers, definitely worth it. What was that, free? It was probably free. Still, he's 5 ahead. And the relics are being divided between the two. So it looks like Wham will be capable of a slight edge with 3 relics. I know now with the 2. Plus, we already had the military school set up. With the Mehmed, he's gone straight into Springald. Really smart here. This is the winning play, guys. Springalds and your opponent's got mass spears. It's the dream. Especially when you consider that Springalds produce quicker than other siege forms out of this thing, right? It only takes just over a minute out of the Mehmed Imperial Armory. Spahi with the other rotation in. They've all got ranged armor too, so very tanky, even against defenses. Spearman, oh, thank goodness. Last second, Anatan steers. That should have been all Spahi going down the way he was moving. But does dodge the big threat. So cheeky the way he hangs around for a poke there. Anatan, 2 Springalds. Third is what? 30 seconds away? Less. He's almost ready to roll. Yeah, I've got more archers coming from Wham. This is what makes Springald Spahi so good, by the way. Is like, you know you need to build archers to counter the Springalds. Do you ever really want to be building archers into Spahi? The answer is an affirmative no. That just feels like a quick way of losing the game. So what now? Could Wham maybe play some Siege of his own? It's not really that valuable. Your opponent has so many Spahi. Ram's at least going to open up the possibility of deer and berries. Important as Wham was running out of food, he was forced to actually go into farms. He has snuck out into the second bond, neglecting... No, actually, already clearing the first. The walls are coming in. Now, remember, Anno has started to lose out on food here, by the way. This has been drying up. So he needs to add in additional ponds soon. Vizier point-wise, we have got the extra military school. Advanced Academy shouldn't be too far off either. That's going to give him the quicker production. For presumably more Spahi. Springald's now starting to move in. Wham just got the info. Walls are going to go up. That does get scouted. Looks like it's going to be a full commitment. Anatan sends it in. Torches out. Springald shots coming through. He's stacked up for this. Wham! Not paying attention to the siege. Camel Lance is coming in from behind, but the Spearmen have been held back. He knew this was going to be happening. Wham, just not able to find that penetration point, and the spear count, they're lining up for the perfect shot. Backs away just as the reload occurs. But the commitment comes in, and there's no denying it now. It's just too big of an army. GG called. Ayyubids once again will take a fat L, and you gotta give Anatan's opening so much credit. The bait racks into the switch docks to put him miles ahead. Damn. Well played. Kind of a wacky game as well for the long feudal with the outpost denial. What do you call that one? Is that one uploadable? Maybe. He thought he was getting dark rushed. All right, mark it up. So that's going to be Anna Chad moving up to match point now. Next game, China versus HRE. So both of them bringing out some powerful, powerful picks here. It's starting to feel like we're getting a game 7, right? Like China's very good all around. Especially on a map like Gorge. Still, I wouldn't underestimate the power of the all pikes build. Minework build's pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, we'll go over the Age of Empires 4 stuff, by the way, after the games. But my understanding is there wasn't I don't think there was that much. Let me, like, I'm kind of measuring it out now. It was from... I think they had like 10 minutes to talk about. A mixture of just being on panel and then like in-game, right? Solution make Sapahi. Sapahi are always to be trusted. Is BC playing this tour? No. He's just, I mean, it's up to him if he wants to sign up. Same Marine Lord and whatnot, right? I don't mind with how, like, things got weird last time, but, like, you know, it's up to him. If he wants to join in, like, we have open sign-ups, but it's really up to him. All right. China is a different tier from HRE. So a great question just came up in the chat. There's always this argument about what is and isn't OP. If you ask pub players, they'll tell you HRE is OP. If you ask pro players, they'll tell you China. Welcome back to Grand Finals, folks. Anatan is now leading with the pub OP Civ, but Wham is looking to get us all the way to a 7th game with the Civ that gets banned the most at competitive level. China, just such a well-rounded and potent Civ. HRE, for the longest time, has been perceived to be a broken Civ, but in recent months, they've been taking L after L after L to the point that they are not a first ban Civ anymore and haven't been for quite some time. So, what could you do here to be different? Because here's the thing. If we're talking about standard HRE Arkan, I would lean pretty heavily towards China. Anno is a very big minework believer, though. So I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to get a more aggressive line where he tries to deny pro scouts instead of just mirroring it. And yes, the cool thing about the KPMM, our weekly circuit, if you're a silver, if you're a plat player, whatever you may be, you can sign up. There's always a chance you'll make it through. Sometimes we have had people of lower rank, and also those people have said it's been phenomenal for trying to improve their gameplay. You know, the very big thing I'm proud of, like one of the number one things we wanted to do with KPMM is fixed gatekeeping, which I think is prevalent in most RTSs. It's just inherent with the nature of 1v1 games. And I do think that KPMM, especially from what I've heard from people, has done a lot to help with that. Yeah, just think about it this way, right? Like, you're an upcoming player, you think you can go the distance, but you haven't really been able to prove that because you're not getting practice against a player like Wham in competitive. That's where KPMM comes in strong. Surprised Anno didn't open spears? Yeah, you can stop the pro scouts, but like you're just going to force an archer reaction. And I think Anno, if he'd wanted to go for like mine work, you probably don't want China opening archers anyway. Looks like instead, however, it's going to be Arkan. I think he saw the spawn, right? No, he done this without seeing the spawn. Guys, Anatan got a ridiculous deer spawn. Look at it. You could actually play pro scouts with this type of spawn. In fact, they both got the double deer spawn. Okay, so if this is Pro Scouts mirrored, which judging by the 3 on gold from Anatan it is, this will be a very fast all deer picked up into fight. How interesting. And the deer haul should be equal, but also the sheep haul, I believe, has been equal. Yeah, 13 sheep to 12. There's still a little bit left in here, so I think you're going to see Anatan take a slight lead there. Tech timing is brutal, though. Wham has already aged up, and it is a no IO build, so first Imperial official is now coming out. With 2 on the goal, plus the taxation, he should have a really good timing to Pro Scouts. Anatan, it's just raw eco power to get it. And I like this beginning. It's going to be a Rax opener. This means he's going to be playing the spears now to deny deer. I don't mind this because I don't think you would have really been able to stop the gathering over here. But what you can kind of do with this way is, like, if you open spears in Dark Age against China, Wham's likely to react to it, either with his own spears or more likely archers. So then you'll see archers plus pro scouts, and he'll start picking up deer. If you do it this way, Wham's first reaction is going to be stables. That means that you can actually block his deer. See, I think this is a difference of play based on spawn. If this had been like a split deer, you could argue the Dark Age is better, but with this type of spawn, it's better to get a strong timing where your opponent doesn't have a block play. Wait, did he scout it? He scouted it. Wham. From the high hills, sees the rack. So archery range opening is going to be there. Yeah, that came in clutch as well. I think he was very close to just committing to the stables. So first spear is going to arrive into problematic terrain. And Anno is ready to queue up his own. So Pro Scout's going to be coming through first for him. Wham, just for reasons, is deciding to lame all the deer. Should have put the Archon on the deer packs. I like the idea of out-of-base Archons, but I think the way you do them is you have to have them essentially be towards the enemy base. Because, like, playing Archon out of base is an offensive play, right? If you're going to do it, I think it's best done when you're able to attack while also defending. Does that make sense? Like, you want to be in a position where you're not pulling behind your base to defend and then trying to attack. And the thing about Gorge is, like, Gorge always puts the deer on the sides, so it doesn't seem feasible. Sometimes it's kind of forward, so maybe, but, you know, maps that make sense. I always remember the one where Wham done it on Lipany against Kilyadi, where he got deer, berries, and I think boar was close by, but it was between their two bases, kind of. So he knew he'd be able to attack and defend. Also, it was against Ayyubids. Sorry, Ayyubid pickers. So Pro Scout's timing is pretty much mirrored here. Yeah, Wham with about a 6-second advantage. I know, he's going to yoink from the enemy side, isn't he? Yep. Hey, man. A 1 deer lead is a 2 deer differential. I think Wham was planning to do the same, but the Men-at-Arms has seen him. So he will get scared away. And we are also now getting the Horsemen. Yeah, so Wham just kind of flexing his big boy economy to just commit a few more unit types. For Wham, it's just going to be archers, but he has already layered in the extra production buildings. Spears? Nice! Good intercept there, Anatand. Just forcing a bit more food investment into the scouts. Really important because for China, like your number one prerogative with Pro Scouts is like, how do I get castle? Because you want to be able to spam lances. Especially considering that this is not a minework game. If this is a minework game, you might be a bit more scared about lancer spam because HRE have that tech that gives them extra armor. It looks like we're going to get a committed feudal, at least for now. Archers added in by Anatand also. Outpost is going to be there, though, so it's starting to feel like maybe a bait and switch out of Anno. Predictions from you guys? I'm curious. Another tight one, but 57% for Wham. Yeah, like balance of what's OP in pub games and what's OP in pro games, right? Feels like OP in pro games should win that argument just by default of the pro formatting. But you'd be surprised. HRE is definitely no slouch. I mean, just look at what he's doing right now. He's building a similar amount of military, but he's going for a tech up. Looks like Horseman's going to arrive. He sees the outpost. That should be a bit suspicious. Also the stone. Like, the stone is where it starts to be alarm bells, right? Like, 4 in stone. This feels like spring on placements, right? Or at least bare minimum in the meantime, arrow slits. And why would you fortify a gold unless you're going for attack? Wham is going to shift over now, so he's going to mirror. Yeah, this. I mean, you can do a little bit of damage, but with the fortification there, it's hard to dive. Especially against HRE because they have the emergency repairs. I think the bigger effort for Wham is if he secures more deer, he feels quite happy. And there is still 5 deer out here. Yeah, I know he should be able to pinch one. Unfortunately, he makes it kind of obvious. He's just going to square up, huh? Yeah, starts to build a few more men-at-arms, which is pretty good at this stage. Archers will snipe the scout straight away. No hesitation there. Horsemen need to really be just diving to the backside, but the spearmen are making that difficult. Scout's going to go in and just pinch the deer, I guess. This is getting a bit weird. The men-at-arms does bog down the army, so nicely played there. Anatan got good positioning. And the pro scouts are desperately just trying to get something home. It's not going to work, though. What a weird engagement. It's like focus on the deer, but also not. Has allowed Wham some catch-up, though. Anatan invested more. So now they're going to have mirrored start on the tech up, but the difference is that Wham will build it a lot faster. I know he's going to start marching across the map, though. I like this. He realizes he's a bit stronger after that fight. I think he knows there's a tech coming. So Regnitz versus Imperial Palace. I don't mind this. Wham's probably worried about them both going into knights. The other thing that you have to remember is like Nestor Bees is very hard to leverage against HRE archers and crossbows because they're a lot faster. Speaking of those archers, horsemen do try to break through. Extra deer now being snatched. Yeah, nicely played. Wham just getting the additional numbers. May have to duck and run. This has been such an effort for like nothing gained. I don't think... Did he get one? No, I don't think he got any after all that. So, Anno will re-secure his deer. Still one over here that wasn't even touched. And yeah, Wham immediately just steers off towards the relics. He knows. Number one prerogative here. It's not a direct fight. It's just a direct denial of the win condition. If Anatan's able to get 4 relics, he's in dictator seat number 1. If he gets 3 relics, still pretty happy, but maybe somewhat contestable with China. 2 relics, 1 relic, you're probably not happy. Horseman just fishing for any sort of entry here. Anno hasn't switched farms yet, so that's a big problem for him to resolve. For China, you're probably going to see them try to pull towards the boar and the berries in the north. Just because granary transitions are a lot harder than Arkan farm transitions. Yeah, think of it this way. Arkan farm transitions are gradual. Granary transitions are surged. So you want to wait until you're at like 60 eco plus, and then just blob up on wood and then commit. And next thing I'd expect is probably Song Dynasty for Wham. It's just really nice to have to slowly escalate your eco count. And also does protect your base. He's now coming from both players. Wham, of course, with the edge. That's to be expected with the supervision. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Someone died, okay? Guys, do not laugh when that happened. Okay, that man died. It was quite funny, though. Scout isn't actually moving away, but hasn't been noticed yet. Instead, he's going to have to come home. Lance is now with a dive as Wham wraps around the back. Rocco's autoed out. No wheelbarrow either, but good intercept to distract and waste time. Just the prelate going down. Yeah, so Wham prioritized the prelate because we talked about the win condition, it's relics. That's a condition that Wham's on course to win. This looks like a 4 relic game for China. Crossbow switch now from Anatan, which makes sense. Like, it's very hard to contest China or Shushi on night count. They're just so good at bumping up the numbers. So, it will just shift over. The reason why I know when Lancers, because I know this could be the follow-up, like, okay, if you're bad at contesting, why would you try and contest? It's the relics. Like, if you go crossbows, you're not going to get relics. Lancers now with a dive. Just trying to ignore the archers to get rid of the anti-armor unit. Crossbows are going to steer off, but ultimately should be dying here. The prelate not able to save lives. And elsewhere, it's going to be a chase away, so Wham with good map control. Anno did do a good job of intercepting this relic, but like ultimately it's a delay, it's not a resecure. And Lancers are still diving. So we'll get shut down, but a lot of idle time into Anatan. I believe we have got, what, another monk coming out soon? Yeah, he's on his way now. Final one in the corner has also been scouted, so Wham knows about that. And he'll be playing out to there soon anyway because of the ball. Which means Anatan does have an opportunity when he catches his opponent going food. The tricky part I see in this game, though, is like, yeah, your opponent's going to go out for food, but he only has one direction to move in for food. So if anything, Wham will just steer left side of the map to be protected. I think it all comes down to whether Wham thinks he can fish kills, because the weird thing is it's actually a mirror opposite. You've got food in the north for Wham, and then in the south for Anatan. But you're playing against HRE, and this is the type of civ that instead of going for boar or berries, quite often just goes for farms. First villager kill has been achieved, so it's not 0. Anatan did claim 1 soul, but kind of crazy with the amount of Lancer play that we've only seen 1 kill so far. Barbican, I kind of like that Wham saved this. We talked about it much earlier to escalate your account. Instead, he uses it to secure the food corner we talked about. Yeah, so Barbican at 15 minutes. Lance is just wasting a lot of Anatan's time. And he's not really in a position to burst out now that he's chosen farms instead of boar. Which is not a great look for you here. I mean, Wham, with 4 relics plus boar and song, if you're going to hunker down for farms, then your attack point becomes, what, 19, 20 minutes? That's a lot of time. That's the type of time that China needs to get ready for a farm transition. Alternatively, just get ready to attack, right? Like with this good gathering rate on boar and deer and berries. Even has the eco-text now coming in for berry gathering. And I just like this. Wham's like, okay, HRE have been pushed off the map. I've got mass relics against them. It's 4 versus 1. What do HRE do when their back is up against them? Oh, wow, look. A landmark that prints villages. Let's go for that. So if that's what Anatan wants to aim for, Wham now knows he needs to A, set up farms, which is going to take some time. And then B, needs to buy into Imperial, which is also going to take some time. So instead of rushing that and rushing into the enemy base, Wham could just go for Secret Sites, which will force Anatan to come out when he doesn't want to. It's already working. It comes out pretty early. Lancers get a nice little bit of poke in. Just intercept more, not able to find it, but that one knight is dead. I know now with a horseman switch, which is a little bit surprising on his current income trajectory. Oh no, he moved for the boar, which just got discovered by Wham. Now, the villagers will at least get away by the looks of it. The knights, in the meantime, are going to be diving into the Chinese base. Not able to hang around, though. And wait, is that 5? That's 5 villagers. Uh-oh. Oh, full surround? One gets away, but not for long, so they go down. That's now a 10-worker lead for China. And more to come. Finds the workers on the south side. Great engagement here. Crossbow mass for Anatan. Fairly even to that of which the Chinese have. Spimnar going to try to charge in, but archers will trade out against that. Lancers held in reserve as they recommit on the north side. This mill is a little bit grief for Anatan, kind of keeping him from an optimal engagement. Now, with the spears getting sacked, I mean, Lancers could think about a recommitment. Instead, I think Wham's just going to walk away. Like, it's just a progressive worker lead here. He would get it anyway with Song, but he's just getting it quicker this way. So yeah, we'll sack the remaining range units. Lancer's just too valuable. Looks like actually Wham's the one who wants horsemen now. Knight. He's going to party in the back of the base. But the granaries, guys, this is the hardest point in the game for a Chinese player. He's just doing it. It's very early. He's not gone for that huge burst where you drop 20 farms or whatever. It's just incremental. Anatan does get the info, but after that last fight, it kind of proved that his army isn't in a position to attack. Spears and crossbows just isn't really going to cover ground quick enough to punish this farm transition. And Anno himself will know that the other difficulty is he's still doing his own. Wham used to be really bad with China. He didn't know how to play it, but he seems okay with China now. Wait, what? Nah. China, like, he's fine with China. Like, maybe once upon a time, but I think Wham plays China reasonably well now. The thing is it's more a case of the way that Puppy Paw played China eclipsed his brother. So that's the problem, is when you have, like, these comparatives. You know, for a long time, I would have considered Puppy Paw's signature Civ to be China. So it's kind of unfair to say he plays it bad or whatever. He plays it reasonably well. Maybe in the earliest days, compared to some players, sure. Back in 22? Yeah, but that's a long time ago. That's my point. Like, back in those days, most people played half the civs pretty bad. Like, that you go back in those days, you had people who were pocket civ players. 2022 is a very, very long time ago. I know. Now just diving in with those knights. Sacred Sites was somehow locked in, but not for long. Wolves going up from Anatan, so he's really getting ready for the hunker down. Chug is wild to me, by the way. Wait, did he reveal it? I mean, I know saw something that made him suspicious. He's queuing up veterancy for Horsemen. Still, this is an ugly fight. Lance is just getting really good trades right now. Spearman groups need to be bigger, and there we go. The crossbows are now going to arrive. This is officially a bad fight for Wham. Gets out before losing everything, but new wave is coming, and oh my god, is it going to be quick. Only a few Chug, but he's bulking them up behind. I know. I mean, he's only got 0 horsemen. If he realizes it early with surge production, sure. But the problem is, an army this big surely is going to idle your farms. Without farms, there is no pony time. I'm just trying to edge it, not really committing underneath the TC. Lancers are still poking at the other side. And not just that, they're creeping into where the ball play is. So I know. Not actually doing anything about this. No, right now he's distracted in his base. He's going to lose some workers. We'll seek shelter. Aspirin on the way, which should eventually reset. But wham. He just needs to get that new wave here. He's been holding the Chug in reserve. He didn't want to reveal the play. Technically, he already did, but I don't know if Anatan realized it. No, because if you realized your opponent was doing Chug, would you really queue up archers like this? Oh dear, oh dear. Chug and Horseman. Wham is going to have the perfect counterplay into what Anatan's trying to defend himself with. Repeat crossbows now arriving. The Spearman herd is going to fin. Lancer's getting ready for a commitment again. I know we'll at least see that coming early. Courtesy of the outpost. He's lacking the numbers to easily do something about it. The Horsemen are still raiding the boar. All villages on that food source down. And the Chug, if you zoom in enough, you can very clearly see that they're in action. Yeah, this is the kill point. Wham, he's got 36 repeater crossbows and scaling. Anatan has not got a single unit out in the field to counter this. Even if he starts producing them now, they're going to trickle into this and die. Tries to send a few in. One horseman dies. Farm's now not working. We know Anatan doesn't have the boar. He's missing half of his farm count here. So he's going to be going down to about 600 food income a minute versus 1,700 recurring because of the granaries. Yeah, Wham's got this on lock. GG has to be a matter of moments away. I mean, it's a 30 worker lead now as well. Just too many losses. And there you have it, folks. Pub broken versus pro tournament level broken. A big difference they can make. Well played by Wham on this one. If you're up against a talented player and you have the choice between them being on China or HRE, take HRE every day of the week. Or this could be the experience waiting you. Oof. I mean, maybe that one. I'm trying to think if that game was that interesting. As in, like, YouTube edited video upload worthy. Not sure. But what I am sure of is for the second week in a row, we are going to see a 7-game grand finals. Chinese win gets us all the way to the finish line. Only one game left to decide if it's going to be Wham running the streak up or if Anatan is going to snatch it away. And it's going to be done on good old fine dry Arabia. But with what's left, with us scraping the bottom of the barrel, you can see that it leaves only one book. Actually, it doesn't. Were they aware of the rule set? The rule set is the same as it was. Is Tommy here? Oh, wait. We did keep the rule set the same. It should have been. So you're meant to be able to reuse a civ that you lost with. Which is what's been being used in, I believe, EGC tournaments. Let me double check. Yeah, it's in the rules, but I don't know if the players forgot. It feels like the players forgot. Because think about it this way, guys. You could have picked, in terms of what lost, Anatan could have then went HRE again. He could have went French or Malians, right? Wham could have had English, IU, or Lancaster. Like, HRE versus Lancaster, for example, is what I would have expected. Actually, no, like, Japan's pretty good, right? But, like, I'm a bit surprised that Anno went for Mongols. You can make it work if you're very aggressive into Japanese. Yeah, so it really was only, what, 10 minutes of talk about Age of Empires 4. Oh, we'll have a look at it afterwards. Do I have any Ghost of Tsushima fans in the chat? Because we're about to reenact it here in Age of Empires 4. Welcome back, folks, to the channel for the final game of our Grand Final Showdown in the $20,000 esports circuit. We have got Mongols going up against Japan. Oh, well, welcome to your screens. Yes, please. Two of our finest players here. Anatan is the Mongols. Wham is the Japanese. These two players that no one would be surprised to see semi-finals of major tournaments, let alone maybe grand finals the way they've been playing recently. Curious to see how this one's going to go, though. Dry Arabia to decide this. And man, that's just made me think. Ghost of Yotai is coming out later this year. I need to get in on that. If you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima, by the way, I highly recommend it. Phenomenal game. I believe you can get it on PC now as well. So no excuses. Yeah, Mongols, it's situationally a very good civ, but I feel like this pick was meant for a different map, and it somehow slipped all the way to Dry Arabia. Now, the reason I say that is if you look at the draft, both of these players picked the only civ they had left available in the draft. Only they didn't. The way our format works is that you can use a civ in the final game that you lost with early in the series. I think maybe the players forgot. Yeah, because like Mongols surprised me a bit. Japan, not so much. Japan has been looking really good in recent times. Like they've been on an upward trajectory instead in terms of like win percentile. So let's get predictions up. I wonder what you guys are going to favor here. Do we have any Mongol lovers? I mean, they do have that fast imp build. Not always the easiest to do against Japan. But this might be an easy call. Hello. We are getting a good old Dark Age rush from Mongols. Feels like it's rare to see these days. And by the way, yeah, Wham knows it's coming. He cancels out on the Forge. He's already gathered more than enough gold. It's a great read early on. Yeah, he rushed across. I think he also realized, looking at his gold and his berries, this felt inevitable. So what's Wham gathered for here then? It's not enough for Steeled Arrow. What does he want? Siege Engineering, maybe? To clear the outpost? Like that way you open archery, you build a few Yumi, you get a ram. Which still feels bad to do because it's quite a big advantage for Mongols to force that wood investment of 200 plus the siege engineering, not to mention the blacksmiths, but like you're always going to have that, right? You just have to rebuild the forge. Kura storehouse is going to be on the way as expected. A reminder, by the way, this is the final game. This is Wham's chance to start cementing and flexing at the beginning of Midweek Musters, the same way that his brother did with the first season. He'd make it back-to-back wins after an amazing reverse sweep against B last week. For Anatan, his first time in the Grand Finals, first time winning in Season 2. Obviously starting early on, as he means to go on. Anatan, definitely one of the most consistent players alongside Wham to appear in our KPMMs. These boys have been honing their skills for quite some time. It's definitely been paying off. Like when we have a look at the Midweek Muster historically, in terms of the most present players, Anatan ranks in the top 5 for most present. Wham in the top 7. Yeah, these boys have just become staples of it, really. The only people beating them out in terms of presence would be Voldemar, Dumu, Myriad, and B. And that is an unexpected turn. Silver Tree coming in, and a pretty good spawn for it too, folks. He's got the trade post on the edge, and also these tree lines create a very natural defense line towards the corner. Really cool, actually. I wasn't expecting it. Usually I just get used to seeing Deerstone because it's just the go-to. You know, you kind of feel like you have to be the attacker of Mongols. A different direction being taken here. Will you start casting Dawn of War 4? I'd consider it if it's a good game. But like I warned about Dawn of War 4 earlier, you know, people, you know, tempered expectations. Don't just blindly punt yourself in. Be like, this game is going to be incredible. I hope they make a good game. I'd love more great RTSs, but you know, don't sucker punch yourself into paying the pre-order price only to be disappointed. Outpost. Ooh. Oh, he might get it. He's going to get it. Nice. Gets a kill. Early pull away this time. Wham recalibrates to fix the mistake. So good to know Wham does get rid of the outpost. I mean, this is a big sad part about being a Mongol player these days, right? Like, your outpost play is predictable, and also the answer has been there. Ever since players were reluctant to commit as many spears anymore. And in fairness to him, Anatan wasn't wrong in splitting the spears. He had to keep an eye out for the second gold. We are going to get Keshik beginning, so makes sense with Silver Tree potential. You're going to have a lot of gold to work with, so balancing yourself between food and gold like this is the way to go. Wow. What is he up to? Oh, that is interesting. So he outposts forward beyond the gold onto the berries. Well, he scoured the Silver Tree, right? I think so by this point. We do have Spearman Yumi, so this is a great comp to try and intercept the trade. And you want to do it before it escalates, right? Once your opponent's up at like 15 traders, it's going to get out of control. Believe it or not, I've actually seen Mongols strike blow for blow up against Japan a lot in the past with Silver Tree builds. Because the idea is that you scale Keshik, they scale Mount Samurai. But you scale a lot of Keshiks is the idea. So it becomes a micro-intensive matchup. Silver Tree. Oh, please send a Keshik. Yeah, he's on the way. I've seen way too many Silver Tree ideas get ruined by this. But Anatan, he deals with it perfectly and quickly. And Wham loses the scout. Didn't notice. So big advantage there because Wham hasn't played into a stable so far. So he either sacrifices a villager to get a scout again or plays blind. I don't think you necessarily want to be going into horsemen unless you see mass archers. Which is awkward because Wham sees nothing. Did he play Takazaki? He did. That's cool. I guess Wham may... No, he's got loads of sheep. This is kind of cool, actually. So Wham has got so much sheep. Anatan is down to just 4. Meanwhile, Wham has got 17. You'd think he'd just stay at home. But instead, he's taking the better gathering rate and the risk now because Anatan went for Silver Tree. I think if this had been a Deerstone build, Wham probably wouldn't have played for this because the risk is your opponent's all-inning you. But when you see Silver Tree, you know greed. Or at least you expect it. The weird part is Anatan has yet to actually build a single trader. Oh, wait, no. He has got one. It's just... Oh, whoops. Yeah, okay, we are going to unpack now. So one trader has been waiting to drop off. We have got him playing on Tabor as well. Okay, if Dawn of War 4 is like Dawn of War 1, that's a good start. But yeah, I'll hold thoughts and reservations on it until I get a taste of it myself. So, I know, are we going to be able to rush traders? Probably not. Wham's just moments away from triggering castle. I like the way he's creeping on the tree line as well. Maybe trying to catch the Keshik's not looking. Actually, might work. Oh. He's fishing for it. It's going to be the Yumi going to the left side. The spearmen are going to be... Wait, what? I know. Oh, he pinches him! Keshik and Khan down. That was sick. What? I'm trying to figure out what happened there. Why did the Keshik go in so freely? He just got completely sheepdogged. Damn. I know. Definitely slow down in his timing here. He's got the new wave of Keshiks arriving. Wham is giving a lot of space, though. Like, his army's quite weak because he's going castle. This could be a good grab, actually. 4 Keshiks. Pretty powerful on the burn because of the stain with the heal. They just don't die. 1 Keshik wasting the Yumi's time. Villagers are going to make a break for it, trying to run away. Keshik giving chase will secure 1 kill. Got to go for more, but the Seek Shelter... Wait, no, he's taking the back! Keshik's with the backstab now. Hit onto the Yumi. Archers, they can't really go for more worker kills. They have to focus on getting rid of the spears. So, Wham, he's just got to get the last piece of food. He does have what he needs for a tech up. He's shy on the gold required to get veterancy Yumi, though. Trader count for Anatan is still only 1. I like this. I think if he'd added in more traders, he wouldn't have hit this timing. Float Gate. Now on the way. It looks sorrowful to be at 226 gold. He'll probably try to sneak out soon. Remember, you need 250 gold for veterancy. If he just wants Mount Samurai, he can afford 2. But he wants a lot more than 2. There we go. Creeps out onto that west side. I love to see these Mongol players with their renewed aggression, you know? Like, we saw it the other week when we had Recon versus Mahodo, and he went all in against Rus Greed with a Mongol build. And I think Anatan's trying to do the same against the greediness of Japan. Just needs to scout that gold. If he doesn't quick enough, then it's going to backfire. Because right now, like, your army, it does just get counted by Mount Samurai. That being said, Anno just queued up hardened spears. He's started to build more. Yeah, I think he knows. The moment he is the age up, like, your number 1 suspicion is that's what your opponent wants. He's going to get the burn on the forge, so a little bit of payday there. Still only 1 trader. In fairness, the idea of Silver Tree isn't necessarily to just spam traders. Sometimes it's to get a reaction. And I think that's what Anatan was looking for here, is for his opponent to do something greedy or aggressive. No, he does know about those outposts. Can he break them? Last time 4 Keshiks was good enough. So surely this time. Let's go for the charge in. Keshik on the backside does get sniped out. Mountain Samurai have now arrived, and that's the awkward part. Now the arrow fire matters a lot because you're not burning the towers straight away. Archer mass enough to scare Wham back for now. And more Mountain Samurai are on the way. He just renewed the deflective armor. Hops in again. Maneuver speed arrow is required. Anatan turns around for the charge. So many troops on the way. Needs more spears, realistically. Especially considering that Wham doesn't have any Yumi. It's only 5 left alive. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know fully what to expect. He hasn't seen the Spearmen at all. So far, he's just seen Keshik Archers, which you don't really want to be voting Feudal Yumi against. It almost feels like Anatan is getting ready for his own age up. Yeah, starting to back off a little here. Gold's starting to gather. Food numbers look good. Still only 1 trader. We actually might be seeing step readout Silvertree, which sounds odd. He's got a decent archer count, so Kurotai is definitely on the table. But like right now, if you go Kurotai, the argument's then you don't have an eco increase. So can you afford Silvertree traders plus an army? Not necessarily at this stage. It would be a stretch. If he finds some worker kills, however. And there you go. He agrees. He needs more eco. So step readout. Yeah, the archer count is just not that scary. The problem with Kurotai is it requires so many conditions to be good. The thing that makes Kurotai really bad is whenever you're against raiding civs. Because Kurotai is a static object. So unless you've got a map that is very linear, it's hard to justify Kurotai. Because on a linear map, you know, Cav civs aren't going to feel great. Right? Because they can't rotate easily. But on an open map like Dry Arabia against Mounted Samurai, if you go Kurotai, the only time you're going to get to fight with it is when your opponent wants to fight. Now with this breathing room, I imagine we're going to be talking about relics. Hasn't been able to pick any so far. Now would be the time. Yeah, the problem is he lost the Shinto. He got sniped the moment he shot up on the backside. So he's just waiting for a new spawn. Keshik's with the dive in. Whoa, hold on a second. Anno, where did that come from? Oh, the timing on that. Beautifully done. Keshik's diving into the base. Veterancy is about to kick in as well. There needs to be a counter raid. The Mounted Samurai not finding anywhere near as squishy of a target. Anatan now with a 7-worker lead. Despite the fact he hasn't been able to use that silver tree, he's making it work in different ways. Yeah, it feels like Wham rushed out because he was worried about trade and found nothing for it. Now limited amount of samurai are going to be in trouble because the Yam is there, needs to steer away from it. He just dodge to the side. Or dodge back into them. Whatever works for you, buddy. So what was that about Anatan's game plan? Just feels bad? I don't think so. He's just been waiting for Wham to be a bit greedy back at home. And it worked. A 9 villager lead. No relics home still for Wham. There's going to be more Mounted Samurai to come. I know could technically go for trade, but you know what sounds even better than trade? Imperial. I do wonder if it's on his mind, actually. After the losses Wham just took, the slowdown, Imp is very feasible. I like that he's going for the relics just because he has map control right now, but he's holding reserves, guys. If he wins one more fight, the gate opens for Karganet, and Karganet completely changes the state of this game. You know, what was a game where you could see a way in which Japan could raid the Mongols to death becomes a game where Japan can do no right. Has got the outpost up. So should see this raid coming. But he's just going to have to dodge, dodge, dodge. Yeah, it's 13 Keshiks. I don't think you really want this fight right now. And I love that. And it sounds like, well, I get paid for doing this, you know? I don't just get paid for winning this tournament. I also get paid for burning the buildings. Even hangs around for the farmhouse. Does see the Mounted Samurai coming, so breaks off early. Perfect length, actually. Just guarantees there's not going to be a touch. Okay, there was a touch because he steered weird. What does Wham do now? If he gets the timing right, normally you'd be able to dive your opponent. But guys, Anatan has got the same amount of heavy cav, but he's also got crossbows and springalds. Like, the emplacements are coming in, right? So he's already started to anchor himself for this type of build. Spring placement out here, I believe. Could build another one there. The gold would probably be the best target for Wham, but you can see that Anatan's already aware. He's not even guarding his main base. He stuck it all on the gold. For good reason. 33 on the step redoubt, and Karganet now on the way. What a ton of events here. Japan, that many players rate in, like, what, high A tier? Mongols, a little shrug. Sometimes they work, but they are working in oodles and boodles this time. A dominant force. A decent fight there as well. I mean, they're not just working, they're breaking this matchup. Tech up in. Wham. It's go now or go home. He'll know it's Karganet. It always is, because that's all Mongol players do now. First roll is going to be Warrior Monks. Not great. But I guess you'll take it. Wham. He's like, where are the traders, man? You're meant to have 15 of them, and I'm meant to kill them. Monks at least still getting it denied, so Relic game is working out for Wham. We're seeing the crossbow priority. Elite upgrade coming in there. Warrior Monks already coming out. Military Academy on the way, which does impact the Karganet. And oh, no. Double Warrior Monk? Oh, come on. I mean, in fairness to him, he's got a bunch of archers, so the +1's kind of nice there. But double Warrior Monk is comical, man. In fairness, it would probably be a very good idea to pick up this relic right there. Hint. 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 It's not going to get picked up, is it? It's literally in his vision as well. The good news is your opponent's army is full melee, so technically the Warrior Monks will get the buff off every fight. But oh my dear god, what? Triple Warrior Monk? What? Is this intentional? This might be intentional. Because there's meant to be a way that you can repeat the same thing again, right? Like, why would you want triple Warrior Monk? It has to be intentional. 6 Warrior Monks? Quad Warrior Monk? Nah. Maybe he, like, is this truly, it's just RNG, right? I think they fixed it. There's 4 rows of Warrior Monk? Oh my god. This is like when you go to the Pokemon casino and you just keep rolling Zubats. Brother, please. I just want a Pikachu. I'll take a Bulbasaur even. Oh, we heard you would like Bidoof. Alright. Zubats and Bidoofs all day long. And now the dive comes in. Wham! With a Mountain Samurai. So that's 4 Warrior Monks, 1 Hui Hui Pao. This is the worst landmark in the world. I can't, like, yeah, we talk about moments, memorable moments that deserve to be on Reddit and everywhere else. Clip it and ship it. That's a memorable moment. Send that to Reddit. I swear to God, if it's another Hui Hui Pao. Anand, the problem is, when he played against Wham's bro, Puppy Paw, in an S tier matchup, he ran all of his luck there when he kept getting Nest of Bees. This is now karma. It's $4 again! Oh my god. This is like the most cursed Karganet ever. It's 5 Warrior Monk rolls and a Hui Hui Pao. He's gonna have an entire army of Orthodoxy priests at this rate. Oh god, I can't. Please. Please. The warriors and monks, what's not to like? Something real. Nest of Bees. So that was 4 warrior monk rolls into a wee pow, into a warrior monk roll, and now we are playing Imperial. Nesta piece on the way. Wow, I'm with a lot of Yumi now, though. Well, lol, to protect on the backside, he's pulling the relics home. Mounted Samurai just trying to break this, but guys, this is the crossbows that I'm concerned about. It's elite crossbowmen. Wham has lost a lot of Mounted Samurai, despite the fact that there were 5 warrior monk rolls and a wee pow. And I'm sure that wee pow done a great job of killing some Yumi. The reality check is in. The crossbows are good enough for the defense. The Keshiks are coming into the base. Wham is beginning to unravel. No, this boy's getting unwrapped like a Christmas present. Crossbows on approach now. Static defenses are going to be the issue, but you know what you got for a static defense issue? Warrior monks. A wee pow. That's the, yeah, wee pow. That'll be more useful. Wham. Yeah, has that got up to 16 Mounted Samurai again? The farm count isn't crazy, though. And he just roared another. I can't. This is a Monka S. This is a Monka S game. Oh, my God. As in, monks are S tier. I can't believe. Is that the 6th or 7th roll? I've lost count. It's been so many rolls of monks. Finally, it's another Palace Guard. Oh, God. Alright, well, the wee power will pretend didn't happen. Anatan, are you kidding me? Is this backfiring? I love the Khan, by the way. He does 26 damage per strike. He can raid villages. He can 2-hit them. Actually, he needs the +1 damage to do so. But yeah, I mean, like, how do you kill him? He has 450 HP. He's killing Mounted Samurai right now. I know. Okay, that's really good. He got back-to-back Palace Guard rolls. That gives him a front line. The Khan, he's standing still, so surely when you're standing still, the Mounted Samurai would win, right? No, he won't. He's gonna lose that fight as well. Dude, the Khan is ridiculous. Alright. Is this where his luck rebalances and he just gets Palace Guard, Palace Guard, Palace Guard, Palace Guard? It sounds bad against Mounted Samurai, but it's a tanky front line is the idea. And we do have hand cannoneers now, so Anatan is getting to the desirable comp. Khan does go down, F's in the chat. And now he gets Knights. Okay, now it's getting sick. Those are Roost Knights with pole axes, so +4 damage. Wow, I'm just looking for things to raid, but the problem's still that trade isn't the real deal. There's only 3 traders. On top of that, we've got cannon emplacements coming in now, haven't we? I saw the smoke. Yeah, cannon emplacements are in. It's going to dive into the base. By the way, Anatan, he never got Yam for the infantry, right? So, not actually chasing as quick as he could otherwise. A little bit of an oversight there. Would have allowed Anatan to react to this a bit easier. Now the harassment on the goal. That's going to be step readout inactive. But this is still Wham playing from an age behind. 33 Mounted Samurai. And minus all Warrior Monks. They're gone. It's like they never happened. What Warrior Monks? What are you guys talking about? That never happened in this game. There was definitely not 4 Warrior Monk rolls in whatever it was. I lost count. I know I could count it on one hand. I don't want to anymore. I saw way too many Warrior Monk rolls at the start of that age up. Anatan needed help finding Jesus. Oh, all the elites are now in, right? So we've got the crossbows, we've got the Keshiks, a few hand cannoneers. Palace Guard are now diving the base. These are great raiders. Tankiness, the movement speed. It's going to club them down. This is what Wham has been fearing most this entire time. He was trying to get more farms online to look for a save up into an age up. Kept the samurai at home, but the crossbows are going to be a problem. Rest of the troops are rallying back now. I know. The crossbow count is good enough to get, what, almost an insta-kill? Yeah, not high enough for the insta, which is unfortunate. It doesn't mean you can get sniped like this. Anatan is going to sacrifice some of the crossbow wave, but it's only wave 1. No, now that he forced the whole army home, look at how things change. Anatan has been trying to wiggle his way out to push Wham back. Because so far, it's been react, react, react. But now that Wham has taken the entire army home, it's Anatan's time to shine. He's moving in for a kill. Wham. He's not quite there with the Shogunate. It would be a stoic, powerful defense for him. He's lacking the stone. He's not actively gathering the remainder. He could at the back. I know. Shows up the army. Defense arrow is going to be activated, so the +2 armor coming in. Allows them to sustain with the front line. The Keshiks stand their ground. The crossbows trading out there, and the Mat Samurai count is falling fast. Remember, Wham was up at 30+, now down to barely 10. He's being broke. He's been smashed. We will have a new KPMM champion in week number 2. And Anatan does it against one of the most powerful and popular civs right now. And he does it with the one that is always the butt of the joke. But there are no buts here. The Monka S Mongol build will win the grand finals of Midweek Muster. Dude. What a game to round out. I'm just going to call... I think I'm genuinely just going to call that one the Monka S Mongol build. All the warrior monks. He rolled so many warrior monks, dude. It was ridiculous how many warrior monks he rolled. Like, I was losing it with that game. We're like, oh, yeah, he's going to get, like... He's going to get, like, a new unit now, right? Like, something different. And he's rolled monks again. Okay, but now he's going to get, like, something different. And he's rolled monks again. And it genuinely was like, did they fix the bug where you can keep rolling the same thing? Because it doesn't look like they did. Oh, blimey. But, guys, as a big congrats to Anatan, he'll be taking the lion's share of Midweek Muster Season 2, Week 2's prize pool. Commiserations to Wham, a well-fought series. Second place, no shame, especially when it's a series like that. B, for those that didn't see, went out in semifinals alongside Numidan. Those two, we will have the series of tomorrow to kick off week number 3 of Midweek Muster. We'll be opening up with Numidan versus B in a best of 5 for third place. And then we run it back again from the round of 32. We've got plenty of people signing up, I believe. I think we got a full roster again. Going to be a fun one. But I know that there was some stuff talked about for a certain game that we love and play at Gamescom. So we're going to check in on the... Which scene is it? Is it this one? Yeah, we're going to check in on what was announced at Gamescom. Let me update title as well. So we'll go... We'll just update the title. So we'll do this to round it out. No interview. The boys have had a long day. We might... So I might set milestones. Like if we start hitting the 750 mark or 650 mark, I don't know, something like that. I'll have to set a number. We'll start doing interviews at the end. No interview today. But maybe it's something we build towards. Like my logic is we add in like, you know, all the spoilers and the bells and whistles and whatever as the tournament grows. Because if I add it all in and then like, you know, like that's less profit like starving, but like having co-casters or let's say replay cams, whatever, that would use money. Once I add that in, I can't take it out. And you guys are like, oh, we need that every week. So like multiple reasons as well. Especially if we get to the stage where it's like Louis playing again and we have to have translators. But there was some info coming in. So let me... All right, we'll do a video on this. All right, welcome back to the channel, folks. We just had announcements at Gamescom about Age of Empires 4, showing off some gameplay, some new details. We're going to hop into it now and live react to it. So let's get to it. All right, so I have not watched this. Dude, I love the wait. Can we just... Is it mathematically possible to have that many elephants? Please tell me yes. I will do it if it is possible. I can't believe it. I'm actually excited for the new Delhi Civ. Get hyped. Dude, I love this new biome. I love that green biome. These elephants from the new Delhi Civ look really, really fast, by the way. The light elephant looks really, really speedy. Let's go, Golden Horde. This Civ does look like something different and new. The Tuglak looks fun as all hell. The Macedonians, that's the Byzantine Civ. And then finally... Did they forget one? Golden Horde. Tuglak. Macedonians. Oh, Japan. Did they do Japan? They just didn't ping it up? All right, nice. So that is the real trailer. Thank goodness, because originally the trailer that they were showing was about the PS5 launch, which great news for the console gamers. I'm glad you guys are getting it, but that's the trailer we needed, by the way.
Principal lead producer Savannah Harrison and principal design director Christopher Rubio. Thank you so much for being here, guys. How you doing, you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great. Hi, Charlie.
Should we watch this piece through?
Oh, God. I think I'm good, but I need to talk on camera for a minute.
We're doing awesome. I think we're having the show has been great. So and it's awesome to be here to talk about the game.
Absolutely, and your booth is full every time.
Are these both Relic people?
Fantastic reaction. So let's talk about Dynasties of the East. Let's hear a little bit more about it and what it's going to add to the Age of Empires 4 experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been waiting to talk about this expansion for ages. That's not meant to be a pun. It just kind of came out.
Nice.
Well done.
This is the World's Edge team.
So
Okay,
I'm so
got you.
excited that today is the day. I'm going to be patient for.
Shout out to Capital GG
seconds,
for the Prime sub. Thank you.
I think it's important to say that this is a big week for Age of Empires 4 all up. Not only have we announced the expansion, but we also announced that Age of Empires 4 is coming to PlayStation 5 on November 4th. So
how exciting!
It's so exciting, right? We're so excited to have.
Do we have console support for PC, by the way? Can you actually play controller on PC, or is that still not a thing? I heard that's still not a thing, right? That's a big miss, in my opinion. Like I know it sounds crazy, but some people actually do like to play with controller and have a PC. And also, the other thing I'll say is, like, of the gameplay I saw of the PlayStation 5 version, at least from their trailer, it didn't look very impressive graphically. The input is probably great, but, like, I think, some people will probably try it on PS5, and then they'll see how much better it looks on PC. And if they have a PC, they're going to want to play with console controller. So definitely think they should fix that.
Have more people able to play Age 4. So I don't know, just a great week. We're overjoyed.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Expanding the family.
Yes, it's always great to expand and age up.
Yeah, 100%. The puns here are ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
Don't worry, we've been practicing them. I'm sure we'll pull out a few more. But Dynasties of the East is really going to be a great expansion to jump in with. It's full of content that we know people know and love.
Single player, come on, single player.
4 new variant civilizations, 8 maps, which are a mix of kind of very competitive focused and also a little bit more casual, a little bit more fun and quirky. So we're really excited for people to learn more about them. And then 6 new biomes, which are just breathtaking. I mean, they'll take you from the temperate fall to the Greek islands.
Those are my favorite ones so far. Absolutely.
By the way, like, map side, feedback for the devs. I'm hyped to see what these maps are. My only feedback on the most recent DLC, and maybe other people felt it as well, it felt like they got released and then not touched. I would like to see the devs adapt the maps based on the input of the community afterwards. So we have a few maps that were meant for competitive in AoE4 that are still falling short of the mark a little bit. And then on the casual side, I think we have some that just have clear features that could be emboldened a little. There's even some maps which are meant to be casual, which would actually make good variant casual and competitive if you changed a few things. So there's like that map where there's all the scattered wood lines. If they just change that so the trade posts don't spawn the corners and the sacred sites don't, I think that could actually be used in competitive as well. So I hope with this new DLC, that type of issue on development gets fixed, where there's more ongoing evolving of maps, because I've heard from the developers before that they're more interested in adding new maps than fixing old maps, which really broke my heart to hear, because like we had to go and work with a map creator to fix Highview, and it is so much better since it's been fixed. Now, they updated Highview a little bit with the points of interest, but I believe they still have some like issues with the way that the spawns work, that I've had players come to me and say Pigeon View is just better.
Love
Yes. Yeah,
Team did a great job.
I want a vacation in there.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. So, should we talk a little bit about the Crucible then, actually, here? So, this is the new single-player mode. So, Savannah, can you explain exactly? I've got loads of questions.
This is
here.
the roguelike.
Basics. I'm so excited. What exactly is a roguelike RTS, and how does that work within the context of Age?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Crucible. We're incredibly excited about it, right? Franchise first
Chat, is she loud
experience. It's going to blend not just the classic RTS gameplay that
here we go.
we all love, but it's also including elements of
so
roguelike,
they've got
in that
one
there
per
are,
civ.
randomized objectives. So every time you play, there's some
Chat, we got to talk. Like, who's chalked right now? Bronze? Bronze? Dude, even I can do better than bronze.
something new to do. We'll probably talk a little bit more about them in a bit.
It is on my list of things to ask.
I am clicking hardest straight away. I love it hard. I assume, do you unlock all of them once you complete one, or is it going to be like ints? Probably ints, so like they at least get 3-4 playthroughs out of you.
And then there are also elements of kind of hold against the horde gameplay. You're being attacked by enemy waves as you work to defend your wonder.
Oh, you've got a lot of perks, by the way.
It's also just a very customizable mode, something that,
So you get these points by completing, basically, right? That's the roguelite element, is like do good, unlock these, play better. You know what would be cool here? I'm looking forward to seeing like almost like Dark Souls, when you don't have any armor, any equipment on, you don't level up. There's going to be people doing that wild stuff, like hardest difficulty with no perks whatsoever. That's going to be really exciting. I hope, by the way, there is some sort of leaderboards to flex these type of things somewhere, whether it's AoE4 World bothering to do it or something in game. That was something that they definitely needed with Trials of Cross and Rose, because it would have been cool to have had Agincourt leaderboards where you can see who's ranked #1 in the world, instead of just having like me post the first ever conk timing and then having like, I think BC's the one that done it, and then maybe 2 other people who have YouTube videos. And outside that, no one knows who's best. It's a really cool community way of bringing everyone together. So we'd love to have them do that. Maybe even an endless mode to enable that further.
The that we're showing right now is kind of walking through the initial setup. You can go in, you can change your civilization, choose any civilization.
Whoa. You can get +1 armor on all units, 10% health. The armor one sounds broken. At least there's 2 levels only. That would be crazy
a great
otherwise.
feature of Age All Up is exactly how much you can tailor the next few hours of your life that you want to play, right?
Absolutely, right? Are you looking for a challenge? Awesome. We have a difficulty for that.
We are going to challenge you.
Are you looking to just like kick back and have a good time? This is a great mode for that, because it's again, kind of each experience is a little bit
we're going to check out the Golden Hordes?
But
No.
it's also a great mode to kind of go into, learn. It's a good opportunity to experiment with some of the new civilizations and kind of pair them.
You can just have fun. It's just
100%.
literally just relax, chill, but if you're more competitive, you can jump in, play some of the harder difficulties and really get that challenge. So the team did a really good job putting this one together, so we think players are going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah. And this is where like the mix of like
Now, one thing I will say is like you're talking a lot about the single player, and I'm even seeing it in chat. I love that they fought single player, because one of my biggest criticisms of AoE4 for a long time is that the single player was completely overlooked. Like even the original campaigns felt really not there. The Psalms Ascend fixed a lot of that. That campaign was brilliant, but if you didn't like playing Middle Eastern civs, then like you had nothing, right? This seems like it's going to be not any civ. Wait, no, you can play any civ, right? Yeah, you can play any civ because he had the different like labels. So it's not that you're playing each of the new civs. It's that you're playing against each of the new civs as your opponents in the different areas. So you can play any civ you want, which is cool. My concern is, I love that we have single player fought here, but could we have actually had multiplayer fought as well? This with co-op. I hope there's an idea of that, some sort of mini expansion that makes them co-op. Like I would actually pay like, $5 or $10 to change all these maps into co-op maps if that's possible. And that would also then fund the additional development work to do that change.
objectives and perk points they've seen
together, so we think players are going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And this is where like the mix of like objectives and perk points they've seen all come into play, right?
Yeah, there are a few different components. One of which is the boon system, which would have been featured in the awesome trailer.
Yes.
That opened this segment.
The boon system was the one from the chart the course game mode. So you saw they had different things come up, and it looks like that we read earlier, remember, that it's random. You get all kinds of different options. Like you can get plus armor or plus health, or like they'll do a different attack when they die, or you get a bunch of stone, or you can like get this but no longer do this thing. That is going to make it really interesting and replayable, by the way. But it's also going to, like, you know, from a competitive standpoint, RNG element of like, I didn't get the best time in the world because I didn't get a good boon. Who cares? Like, you'll run it back again.
Boons are essentially, they're offered up periodically throughout gameplay, and they're these cards that offer special abilities. And they're meant to kind of...
Don't worry.
They're meant to... They're meant to kind of provide different opportunities for the meta to kind of push your strategy. We have over 50 boons, so
Not bad.
There's a lot.
I hope they're going to add more.
In the office, just coming up with new
I'm
ones.
greedy.
And they have great names, so it's really worth trying to see as many of them as you can. The boon system is really interesting because some of the boons are like purely positive, right?
Okay.
There's one called Call of the Wild that gradually brings all of the Gaia on the map in towards your town center. So
we're stealing
you're not
ideas
having
from
to go
Age of
out
Myth.
and scout, right?
Sure, which is very precious at the beginning. You don't send them off to get the cheap and bring them in because
They just come to you.
Yes,
there you go.
yes.
Very
Awesome.
good.
But then there are some more complex boons as well, in that they come with a really great benefit, but also a trade-off. So one that's very popular with the team right now is called Golden Parachute. It's a little self-explanatory,
Sure.
But essentially you receive a steady stream of gold throughout the mission, but you sacrifice all of the gold mines on the map.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get gold early, but there's actually a limited quantity. You can't go out and farm that at some point.
Yes.
Wow.
Gradually.
That's really smart, by the way. That type of design, I really rate highly. I've been doing a lot of The King is Watching. Anyone watching my live streams would have heard me talk about it a lot. And in that game, you get advisors at the start of the run, and they can very heavily change the way your runs go. So you can get one that spawns 2 muskets at the start, which means you can be more greedy instead of needing to build military units. Or you can get one that stops you getting like wheat gathering buildings or tree gathering buildings, but gives you a bunch of spells and different artifacts to gather those resources a different way. That's really smart because that's also going to increase replayability by giving people drastically different ways of approaching the game. So really well played there, because remember, guys, the key to whether this is going to be successful or not is how replayable is it? Am I just going to put in 5 hours and I'm done? Or is this a game mode that can get 40, 50, even 100 hours out of me?
You're accruing this gold,
Just over
right?
time.
But it is a trade-off, right? It is kind of pushing how you are going to strategize and how you're going to go
Smart,
about playing the game. So a really cool system. We also mentioned kind of objectives. Obviously, the core objective within the Crucible is to defend your wonder. We have these enemy waves coming at you. They are kind of growing in intensity over time, and the main challenge is to hold out as long as you can.
Sure.
But
This is where I'd be turtling. I think I say this every era. I'm such a turtler. I have 1 million walls and 1 million people. So would that strategy work?
Which by the way,
you'd be able to protect your wonder, right?
There we go.
yeah,
So-
like if your goal is to protect Wonder, that's the other smart thing. Instead of them making this like, for example, some of the maps from Trials of Crossing Rose is like, you must clear the map in this time, right? Like get your best time. This is now like, you must survive for this long. So it's actually quite smart by them to lean into a defensive playstyle, because the majority of casual players do seem to lean into that playstyle. The fact that English is the most played Civ in Age of Empires 4 supports that idea. So that was actually a pretty smart call by them.
Absolutely. Objective done for me.
And then, if you're feeling especially courageous, we really incentivize going and exploring the map. So we have these optional objectives, these points of interest. So you might be wandering the map and see something like a crop circle. You might be wandering the map and see a Colosseum that is defended by...
Wait, is this guy just playing Delhi?
By a champion
What the hell?
unit. And if you defeat that unit, they actually
No, I think it's Tuklak. That's the new one. one.
Ooh, okay.
Really worth being
beneficial
adventurous.
Because it's got the
maybe step
placeholder pink
away
in the
from
corner.
The walls a little bit and exploring,
just
yeah.
for a little bit. I promise you can go back to turtling.
Thank you so much, Savannah. I appreciate that. Wonderful. Now, the thing I really wanted to talk about was these 4 new variant civilizations. I don't know.
And by the way, before we hop in the variant, one other thing I'll say is by the sounds of it, what I've read and what I've seen, it seems like there's a lot of little objectives around the map. Maybe they're random each time, and I like that. Like anyone like me who played a bunch of RTS as a kid, I still remember playing like Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, and like there were all these small little paths you could take to little Easter eggs that would just have, I don't know, some Jawas sitting there doing something in the shop or whatever. And those details add so much character, which is hard to do with games like RTSs because they are inherently disconnected. But I hope they have these type of elements, different approaches to playing the map, and also small Easter eggs and whatever, because that is what will add a lot of replayability, because it's not just the fact that I play the map different ways, it's the idea that I can play the map 5, 6, 7 different times and discover new things. Maps like Agincourt in the last DLC had elements of that, like the side bases with the resources, but it was quite limited on what there was to find.
How much time we have to talk about all of them, but I know we've got, well, as I say, 4 that we can talk about, so can we maybe focus on the Golden Hordes?
Absolutely.
That one looks like my favorite.
The Golden Horde are they're actually right now one of my favorite. And I don't like to play favorites in the game because there's so many great civilizations. We do have the Golden Horde. We have the Sengoku Daimyo. We have the Tugaluk Dynasty, and we have the Macedonians. But the Golden Horde, much like every civilization in Age of Empires 4 was inspired through history, right? Yeah. So unlike the baseline Mongol Civ, the Golden Horde is all about conquest and rapidity.
Oh, wait. We're getting some details here. I'm going to move my face. I think I'll go up. It'll be safer to be up top, right? Probably. Okay, so
the Golden 4 was,
we've got the Torgud. These are the ones where if they're near the Khan, damage for the Khan will be redirected to them instead. We remember reading about those earlier. You've got building carts, which produces 2 building carts, which can be unpacked into a military building. So this is very much like Ayyubid then, by the sounds of it. Like you get one-off type upgrades. An additional building cart is produced when advancing to later ages. Then you've got... Oh, what's that? Let's try and catch it, because I think we missed one.
So, unlike
yes, that's building carts.
Baseline Mongol Civ.
Relic Uvus. Shaman can consume a held relic to build an Uvu, which can exceed the build limit. Wait, they eat the relic? Like they full on eat the relic? Is that meant to be some sort of Genghis Khan with the make them? No, he cooked them in oil, right? This is a Game of Thrones reference. We're gonna make him wear the hat. Nah, is there? I'm trying to think. Was it Genghis Khan who made them drink liquid gold? It was, right? Is that he said he'd make them rich beyond their dreams, and then he basically made them swallow liquid gold. I think that's a reference to that. So the shamans consume a relic to build an Uvu to exceed the build limit.
The Golden Horde is all about conquest.
Then we got the Yam network trade. The Golden Tent will generate 10 gold every 10 seconds for each fortified outpost, up to a maximum of 6. So not crazy, actually. Like that's 60 times 6, right? So that ends up being 360. So that's equivocal to having 4 and a bit relics. That's actually pretty good. And actually, you might be right. I'm thinking of Parthians. That was Parthenians to Crassus. Genghis Khan, I believe he boiled all the chiefs in oil or liquid gold. Yeah, you're right. Crassus is the one that I think they made drink the gold.
And rapid game.
And then Stone Arm. Wait. Stone armies. No, we want to see that one.
All about conquest and
Stone armies is the Golden Tent can rapidly produce unique units at discounted stone cost. Interesting. So there's like a nice combo of eating the relics for stone and then vomiting out stone armies.
Rapid gameplay. So they produce units very quickly, and they sacrifice the mobility.
Sorry. I'm reading chat and not paying full attention.
Very quickly.
Okay, so guys, you see that? We've got toggleable edicts.
And
so edict here, when the Karash edict is active, military buildings within the influence of a fortified outpost produce an additional Karash whenever any units recruited, rather. So you unlock these edicts and you toggle between them. So there's going to be a lot. It's kind of reminiscent of Byzantines and keeping track of your systems by the sounds of it. You're going to want to be using this Golden Tent a lot to pivot your strategies, but you also have to investigate
them. They sacrifice the mobility, which the main line has. That mobility being able to pack up structures and move around the map very quickly. The Golden Horde does not do that. At the center of the Golden Horde is the Golden Tent. Here's where players manage
stockyards with an influence produce gold. We saw this before. So these new stockyards, they are like pastures, but also kind of farms. They're basically ranches. They're ranches for Mongols. So you stick villagers inside instead of cow, and they eat the sheep. But also, you can make them into basically English farms late game with gold gen.
Basically, their age-up process. There's a lot of really fun and unique, I should say, upgrades and technologies that they can get as they age up, which gives the Golden Horde
Reminder,
player...
by the way, this is the Civ that gets access to drive-by rams. They have a tech that lets your rams open side slits and shoot. It's gonna be so cheesy.
A lot of flexibility in managing the tactical managing their tactical play in the battlefield in itself. So a lot of great stuff there. They also have all of our civs. I should say every variant civ has unique units, structures, and technologies. It's not
and elephants.
And
dude, I'm so looking forward to the elephants.
Which we associate that's back to the Tugaluk dynasty. But there's a lot of really cool things. One of the things that I love about the Golden Horde are the fact that they can build palisades onto the battlefield.
Beautiful.
What? Mongols and palisades? This is heresy.
The baseline Mongols cannot do that. In addition, they also have fortified outposts, some more powerful units. They also bring the mighty Batu Khan onto the battlefield. Again, and they have these Torgud units that are heavy melee or heavy cavalry that they bring on. There's a lot of really cool synergy between the units and how they play on the battlefield. So there's a lot of great stuff that players can take advantage of. And again, basically, it all comes back to one of our core pillars in Age 4, which is there's a lot of asymmetry in how the civilization's played. And our teams have done a fantastic job of maintaining that. Now that I think, we'll be at 22 civs with the release of this DLC. So, and that's a lot to maintain. And
as you say, have that different...
And by the way, like, this is the big thing I want to emphasize. I know there's going to be people who are upset that, like, variant civs, man. I don't want variant civs. I want original civs. But hear me out on this, guys. This is really important. Yes, it'd be cool to have completely new, like Spain, Portugal, these type of things, right? But also, the more we're hearing about it, the more unique a lot of these are sounding. Now, we definitely need to hear more about the Japanese variant and the Byzantine variant. Byzantine sounds like it's going to be angry Viking Byzantine version. But I will say so far, the Tuklak with the focus on full elephants is fairly different, kind of Abbasids versus Ayyubids. Depends on whether you think that was different enough. But the other one is most definitely, when you look at the Golden Horde, they sound really different. Like, they definitely sound really different to what we've seen with standard Mongols. So that's a good sign. I know people want original civs, and I'm there with you. I think next DLC needs to be Iberian Peninsula plus colonial like type interactions, so having things like Aztec, etc. Otherwise, like, what are we doing? There's only so much you can variant before you need to bring new things.
Sort of play style.
And that's actually one of the core things about each civ is that when we go to design them, it's how are these civs going to play? How are they different when they're brought onto the battlefield? And I give the teams a lot of I give them
you have a bunch of optional objectives, by the way.
How are we going to make them feel fun, right?
Yeah. So look at the mini-map. Like, you see the mini-map there? He's got like a bunch of things pinged up. So he's got like sacred sites, but you've also got flags here. Plus other things you can see through the fog. So it looks like there's a lot of objectives on the map.
Are they fun? Are they different? And that's really it. But we got 4 civs in this, and it's going to be, I think players are going to have a great time. So.
Wonderful. Savannah, I have to ask, do you have a favorite civ from the new variants?
Oh my goodness. I am quite partial to the Sengoku Daimyo, but you brought
up
the
Club of Boys.
Yeah, I do have to mention the Tugluk Dynasty. There are 3 new elephant units.
3? You're treating us. Wowzers.
Dude, missed opportunity. No Great Bombard elephant.
With this expansion, it's the worker elephant. And essentially, he works as a mobile drop-off point.
Beautiful.
So,
Mongols
really
are crying right now, by the way.
And I mean, he's just the best.
Love it. Thanks so much. Well, I suppose I have to ask now, is there anything else that you can share? I wish you could stay here forever, but I think there's some final
Give me something we don't know. Big.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you who are at Gamescom, we have a booth set up. We have the demo here. We'd love for you to swing by.
I'm not at Gamescom.
You'll have the opportunity to play the Crucible. You'll have the opportunity to check out the Tugluk Dynasty as well as the Macedonian Dynasty. So we'd love to say hello. We've also got our design director from Relic Entertainment, Zach Robinson, with us. So
he'd love to say hi.
He'd love to say hi.
Zach is very energetic.
For those who aren't at Gamescom, we have a lot of information on
Pretty sure I remember
our
that.
website, ageofempires.com. You can actually find 4 Civ pages that kind of go into specific detail about these 4 civilizations. It's awesome. Just a really good read. You know,
That's Zach. My brain forgot Zero Empires. Zach's wonderful.
Obviously, Dynasties of the East is available for pre-order today on your storefront of choice. So you can learn more about it there as well. And, you know, we also just want to give a huge thank you to our community. Our players are so passionate and
that's all you guys.
And
they love you guys.
Obviously, this
15 new civs
that,
next year, guaranteed.
Them, and we can't wait to hear more of what they think about Dynasties of the East. We can't wait to see more people play it. So I'm just thrilled.
Yeah, I want to add on that, you know, what Savannah's saying about the players, you know, that we have teams. We have Relic Entertainment, Forgotten Empires, Climax Studios. These teams are incredibly passionate about building on the greatness that is Age 4, continuing to make it better, more fun. What are new types of modes and experiences that we can add that players haven't seen before? So these teams are, you know, I got to tell everybody, they are really passionate. They want to make the best Age 4 possible out there. So, and again, we got teams here. They would love to talk to fans and players and show off all the greatness that we have in Dynasties of the East.
Yeah.
So, like, I can't speak to every single development team because I don't have contact with all of them. But my contact in the past with like Zero Empires and Winston has been nothing but positive. Those guys live and breathe the game. They love the game. You know, there's obviously other people on the team. I feel like I could list off a bunch of people, but I'm gonna keep it short on that. My point is, like, the people I have seen with the game, there's a lot of passion. I will say on the World's Edge side, on the wider, like, you can tell everyone's an Age of Empires 2 fan, for sure. Doesn't mean they hate AoE 4. There's definitely some dedicated people that live and breathe AoE 4. But yeah, I'm hoping, and we'll talk more about it in a sec. I'm hoping that like the next DLC definitely has some original civs, because I don't think, even though there's a lot of effort going into these DLCs, I don't think the fact they keep labeling variant everywhere is doing them any favors with actually how much effort and how good the DLCs are.
Beautiful. And based on the reaction alone from this news, I think the fans feel that too. It's been so good to talk to you both. Amazing to hear more, especially about the elements, Savannah, and I cannot wait to play myself. So, real-time strategy fans, remember, you can pre-order Dynasties of the East now for 15% off. Didn't say that before, but there you go, fun fact. But hurry back or just open a new chapter for My Hero Academia.
All right, we're not talking about My Hero Academia. So that is it. That's the news. We got a little bit of insight about the Golden Horde, some info from the developers. Let me know what your thoughts are on this one, guys. This is definitely going up on YouTube. If you haven't already subscribed, a lot of people watching live right now. We stream Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. My takeaway, my TLDR on this, the DLC looks solid. I actually think at first people hear variant and they're not happy, but the more you listen, the more you read, the more you realize actually there is a lot going on this DLC. The roguelike game mode sounds incredible. My only negative is I really, really do wish that it had been set up to be co-op as well. But we'll see if I feel that way after I play it. We'll see if it has that replayability. Let me know if you guys think you'll be able to see yourself sinking 100 hours into that, or if it's going to be like a one and done. I'm curious to know what the community mentality is. But big takeaway is, looks like a good DLC. Not sure it's going to be on Sultan's Ascend level. We'll have to see if the roguelike game mode delivers. But outside that, my big hope is the developers do themselves the justice of the incredible work they do and have original civs coming in the next DLC. Because these do look solid. At least 2 of these I can very clearly see are phenomenally different to the original civs. They probably all are. But I know the wider community perspective, maybe it's a bit shallow, but the mindset is going to be, these are not new civs. And until we get some new, I think the developers are robbing themselves of all the hard work they do and the incredible work they create. But that's all I've got for now. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and I'll catch you all in the next video. All right, there we go. So that'll be going up on YouTube later. But I think that'll bring us to the close. So what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to find someone to raid. Reminder, tomorrow we will be back starting off with Numidan versus B in a best of 5. After Numidan almost took the series from WAM, I promise that's one you don't want to miss. If you just missed out on what happened here, final scoreline, Anatan wins 4-3. That is an impressive set, by the way. Semi-finals and grand finals went all the way to a deciding game. I love to see that. I'll just quickly respond to chat, and then we'll get ready to round out. And agreed. Winston is awesome. Wholesome love. I'm concerned that we got 6 civs this year. We might soon be overbloated. Possibly, but I think at that point you just focus on playing what you want to play, right? Like that's always going to be the way. This argument that we get overbloated and people don't care is BS. I came from Dota 2. It has over 120 heroes, and there are people who spend a decade only playing one hero, and they're fine with that. And they encounter all the other heroes, and they're fine with that. It's just a nitpicky detail. Like, we've got too much, it's BS. Like, when you hear a pro player go, this is too many permutations, I can't keep up. It's like, like, adapt, right? It is what it is. If anything, on that level, probably keeps the game fresher to watch because you get less repetitive matchups in theory. But, guys, what I'm going to do now, let's see. Who am I going to raid? My eye is so itchy today. It's really weird. I think... Maybe. Do we raid? There's a lot of French people on today. Is everyone doing any tournaments in any other games right now? I don't think so. It's so weird when it's quiet like this with no ambient background. I don't know, I kind of regret not going to Gamescom still. But dude, we had so much to sort. We wouldn't have had this amazing grand finals or anything if I took the week off. But I think we might raid someone small. There's a lot of non-English is the problem. My eye is so rough today. Yeah, I don't think there's any AoE 2 tournaments going on, right? I usually raid to other tournaments otherwise. Unless... Let me do one check. Might just go Lash. Because I know there's someone who's been running something a little bit like Midweek Muster in AoE 2. Nah, they're not around. All right. I'm going to raid through to Lash. We'll keep it nice and simple. So, guys, make sure you tune in tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning in every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. If you sent any clips, if you clipped anything, be sure to stick it up on Reddit. I think we had 1 or 2 amazing moments that definitely should be on Reddit. Share around. Let your friends know. Another great, successful Thursday. Let's keep this up. Let's keep climbing those numbers. I want to be getting back up to the highs as we get into the winter. I know we can do big things with this, and especially with the DLC coming, a lot of new faces will arrive. And the way we can get them to be attached to AoE4 is a combo of amazing single-player content and also give them a community to be part of. Let's be that community. You guys are incredible. But now I'm going to raid through to Lash. YouTube, Kick, streams are coming to an end, my friends. I'll be back tomorrow when Midweek Muster number 3 kicks off. But of course, we'll start that day off with the 3rd place match from this week. So thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure. And hopefully, I'll see you all tomorrow.